Learn the fundamentals of NestJS by building the backend of a Spotify clone. NestJS is a framework for building efficient, scalable Node.js web applications. You'll learn how to design a database, create REST APIs, and deploy the APIs to production. Haider Ali developed this course.
Welcome to my course NestJS. Let's talk about what is NestJS. NestJS is used to build server-side applications in Node.js. It is built on the top of Node.js, Express.js, and TypeScript. The major difference between NestJS and other Node.js framework is this framework is using TypeScript and it is using the Angular architecture, Angular concepts on the backend. If you're familiar with Angular concept, you can work with NestJS very easily. Why they are using the Angular concepts? Because if you use the Angular architecture concept in the backend, you can organize your project in an easy way. The development would be easy. The contribution for other developers would be easy in NestJS. Look at the documentation. You will find the controllers, providers, modules, middleware, exception filter, pipes, guards, interceptors, and custom decorators. All of these are concepts in Angular. Why they created NestJS? If you have worked with Express, you don't have any structure, like you don't have any best practice to organize the backend project. So they created the structure architecture level. They designed the architecture to build server-side applications in Node.js and TypeScript. Under the hood, it is using Express.js and TypeScript. So they are just solving the architecture problem. When you build the large application in Node.js, backend web application in Node.js, when your code base is increasing day by day, it's hard to follow a specific architecture. That's why they have created the NestJS. If you follow the NestJS, you will see, hey, we need a controller, we need a provider, we need modules. We can break application into multiple modules. We need a middleware, we need exception filters. So this is how you can architect your backend application. This is exciting project. I'm going to share you all of these concepts in this course. Let's create a new project in NestJS. First of all, you need to install NestJS globally on your machine. I'm going to install NestJS CLI. This command will help us to generate NestJS project. My CLI has installed. Now we need to create a new project. You can use this command nest new, the name of the project. You can choose any name here. I just use in fundamentals-pro. I'm gonna use npm. Now it's gonna install all of these packages for me. Now my project has created successfully. So I'm gonna navigate to my project directory. This is nfundamentals-pro. Now I'm gonna open that into my code editor. I'm gonna use VS Code. So when you open the package.json file, you can run your project in development mode by using this command npm start dev, npm run start dev. You can see my project has started successfully. By default, NestJS uses 3000 port. You can verify that from the main.ts file. I'm gonna go to the localhost colon 3000. Let's see what will happen. You can see hello world. So our project is running fine now. In the app controller, you will have a simple message. The simple controller method, it's a route, get hello, and you will see the hello world here. Hello world, or you can say hello, I'm learning NestJS. I saved the application, it has reloaded successfully. Let me send the request again. You will see hello, I'm learning NestJS. So this is our source folder. You will place all of your source code inside the source folder. This is our main.ts file. When you run this command npm run start dev, NestJS is gonna call this bootstrap function, and inside the bootstrap we have a factory function, and we are initializing the app module. This is our root module, and here we have set the port. We have the service, we have module, controller, and the test file for a controller. This is our module. Remember, this is the Angular structure, and each module consists of controllers, services, and providers. You can import multiple modules here. We have the service, and you will place all of your spec file inside the test. End-to-end test should be saved here, and unit testing files will be located here. This is ESLint RC rules for ESLint, prettier Nest CLI. If you want to customize the NestJS project, you will do inside the Nest CLI. We have package.json file, we have tsconfig and tsconfig build. This is used for TypeScript configurations. Let's talk about the concept of module in NestJS. In NestJS, each module consists of providers, controllers, imports, and exports. So this is the building block of NestJS application. You can read my notes. I have provided you the PDF documentation. In providers, NestJS are classes that act as a services, factories, or repositories. If you have worked with Angular, you know the providers. So you can encapsulate your business logic, and it can be injected into controller or other services. So controllers serve as the function of handling HTTP requests. Whenever you create a new endpoint, you will register it inside the controller. I'll teach you more about controllers in the next video. Imports is an array specify the external modules needed for the current module. You can import other module. Let's say you have break down your application, e-commerce application into multiple modules. You have post module, you have products module, you have orders module, you have users module. Let's say a user module can use the product module. This is how you think in terms of modules. If you want to export, you can also export controllers and services from the current modules. So each NestJS application will have a root module, just like in Angular. Root modules serve as the entry point and is responsible for instantiating controllers, providers, and other core elements. NestJS follow the module isolation principle, ensuring that application is organized into distinct functional or feature-based modules. So you will have root module, app module. Let me check the application. You will have the app module. You can see that. You have imports array. This module has app controller and app service. Let's say we're gonna build a backend of Spotify application. We can divide our application into multiple modules. You will have a root module, and I'll have the artist, which is feature module, and we will have songs module to handle the songs functionality. We have auth module to handle authentication. These three are all the feature modules. NestJS modules are a functional organizational unit that follow the modularization principle. It helps to do code reusability and separation of concerns principle. Under the hood, they have implemented the principle design pattern to organize your code. That's it. Let's create a new module. I'm going to create a song module. You can use CLI nest G for generate and the name of the module, which is the module keyword. I want to generate the songs module. Here you can provide any name. I'm interested in the songs module. So you can see in the app.module, it has added the entry automatically for you in the imports array. And you can see you have a songs module. That's it. So this songs module will have controllers, providers, and imports and exports array. Controllers are responsible for handling incoming request and sending response back to the client. We are building the Spotify clone application. Let's imagine, or let's say you want to fetch all the songs, or you want to see all the songs of Martin Garrix artist. Your browser will send the find all songs request to the NestJS application. Inside the NestJS application, you will have songs controller. Inside the songs controller, you can see we have find all method. The find all method will be called, and this method will fetch the songs record from the database and send response back to the client. Similarly, you can send the same request from your mobile application. So controller will be responsible for handling request and sending response back to the client. You can create a controller very easily. All you need to do is to controller decorator, and inside the decorator you can provide the prefix, route prefix. If you want to define the request handler inside the controller, you have to use the HTTP get decorator. If you want to create the post endpoint, you have to use the post decorator. It's just returning a simple string message, fetch all the songs, and this method will be converted into this API endpoint, localhost 3000/songs. We are going to build these API endpoints to fetch all the songs. To fetch a single song, I created these routes. To create a new song, to update a song on the based on ID, and delete a song on the based on ID. I'm using the REST client extension to send the API calls. It is similar to the Postman. If you don't have REST client, you can find from the VS Code extensions and find the REST client. The REST client package is saying you must have a file with .http. I created the .http extension. Now my application is running at port 3000. My development project is running at 3001. You should not care about this project. We are building project on port 3000. If I send the request to fetch all the songs, we don't have any route yet. It is giving me the warning message or error 404. You don't have all these endpoints. I want you to accept the challenge and start building these endpoints. We don't have any controller. Let's stop the application. And I'm going to create a controller, songs. You can see that songs controller has created. Inside the songs folder, we have spec file, testing file, and controller.ts file. This is the controller decorator. This is the prefix. One more thing, it has added the entry in the controller's array. Now let's create the request handler. First of all, I'm going to implement the get. Find all. It is going to return a simple message. Find all songs. Let's restart or run the application. You can see that our application is running now. Let's fetch all the songs. I got find all the songs. Find all songs endpoint. It means we successfully created the route to fetch all the songs. Now I can send the request to fetch the songs. Fetch all songs endpoint. Let's create a single song endpoint. You have to use the ID as a dynamic parameter. I can say find one. Here I can say fetch song on the based on ID. Similarly, we need update put. For update, I'm going to use the put HTTP verb. Update song on the based on ID. We also need delete. I can get the delete from here. Let me replace the update to delete. Delete song on the based on ID. And finally, we need a post endpoint. To create a new song, I can say the post create a new song. So we created the CRUD API endpoints. Now it's time to send all the requests. It's working fine now. Create a new song endpoint, update song on the based on ID, delete song on the based on ID. Now you got the basic understanding of controller and how to create route in NestJS application. Let's talk about services. Services are providers. It means you can inject into another class. It will be treated as a dependency. We will have a service, and the service is responsible for fetching data from the database and saving data to the database. If you have to interact with database, you have to write the source code inside the service. You will create a method to interact with database. We will use repositories, don't worry. And this service can be injected into controllers. If you have multiple controllers into module, you can inject the same service into that controller or multiple controllers. You can also export the service from a current module, and you can use that service into another module. We will have the song service. It's nothing more, it's just a class. And all you need to do is to injectable decorator. It means you can inject as a dependency into another class. This is how you will inject the service into controller or into a class. You have to inject it in the constructor. It will be treated as a dependency for the songs controller. Now the songs controller is dependent on the song service. Let's create a new service. I'm going to use NestCLI to generate a service. Let's write the name, which is songs. It will create a class and it will inject into our songs module. You can see that we have the song service spec file, which is testing file, and we have the service. We have used the injectable decorator. One more thing, it has registered as a provider inside the songs module. I told you services are providers. Providers could be factories, helper function. You will learn more about dependency injection in more details in the later modules. So I told you services are responsible to interact with database. Right now we are not going to interact with database. We'll use the Postgres database in the later videos. For that, here I'm going to create a local db, which it should be array, local array, saving record in the disk, private read only songs array. I'm going to create the empty array. Let's define a new method to create a new song, and it is going to return, let's push the song. Make sure you get the song from the create method. There is a method push, and we need to provide a new song. And let's create another method, find all, and it is going to return a simple array, this dot songs, and I can return this dot songs array. So we have created two methods. Now it's time to inject this service into the controller. I want you to do it, accept the challenge and do it. All right, I'm gonna do it for you. Song service. Now inside the create, I can use the song service by using the this dot song service. Please create a new song. I'm gonna provide a dummy name, Animals by Martin. You can choose any name. Don't worry, we will create a separate song model and separate interface for the song. Let's call the return. And for the find all, I am going to use this dot song service dot find all. Let's run the application. Our application is running. Let's send the API request to create a new song. You can see I got a new song. If you send all the songs request, I got all the songs. Let's save another song. You can see I got 5 songs. Let's fetch all the songs. I got all the songs. So our service is working now. In the real world application, we will write the database code here save the song in the database, and here what we will do, fetch the songs from the DB, but we will implement this feature in later videos. In this video, I'm gonna teach you how to validate the request body. When you send request to the localhost colon 3000/song, we are trying to create a new song. But let's say if I miss the title field, it is going to give me the validation message. The title should not be empty and title must be string. Let me remove the artist. Now you can see title should not be empty and artist should not be empty. So I would like to add this validation to our create new song API endpoint. When you go to the Spotify, if I click on any song, this is the title of the song and this is the published date or release date, and this is the duration. So we're gonna pick title, duration, and the date of the song. Let's do it. This time I'm gonna use class validator. Let's install the class validator package. And we also need class transformer. You can see both packages have installed. NestJS provides validation pipe. You can use validation pipe for specific controller method. You can use it here or you can use it here. It's your choice, but I'm gonna create a global. I'm gonna register it as a global so I can use in any controller. So you can call use method. There is a method which is use global pipes. NestJS already created the validation pipe. You don't need to create it again. I have imported the validation pipe from NestJS common package. And now if you don't have DTO, which is data transfer object, you have to specify the network data transfer object properties. Let's create a new song, create a new file, create song dto.ts. Now we need to add decorator based validations. Let's create a new class and I'm gonna name it to create song dto. The first property is title. I'm gonna make it read only. And we have the second property which is artist array. And we have another property which is release date. Or you can specify the type which is string. And the type of artist, it's an array. And we have the date type. There is another property which is duration. We need to store the duration in the time format. Now I'm going to use the decorator from class validator. The type of title should be string and it's a required property, so you can say it's not an empty. We can follow the same stuff for artist, not empty. It's an array. It's an array. And you can say type is string. Let's add decorator for release date. Type should be string, and class validator provides a decorator is date string. Now we have, for if you want to store the time or add the validation for the time, there is a decorator which is military time, and it's also required property, so I'm gonna add is not empty. So is date string, if you want to apply that, you have to add the date in this format and you have to add the time in this format. Now we're gonna apply, we have already registered validation pipe here, and we created the data transfer object, which is create song DTO. Now I would like to apply this create song DTO in the create endpoint. You can register it or you can apply it by using the body parameter. Please apply it on the request body, and I can say create song DTO. The type is create song DTO, and this time I'm gonna push create song DTO. Let's try to test it out, and we need to run the application. So we have to send the request or add the JSON body in the response. Let me open the REST client.http file, and we need to add the JSON body. Let's send the request. You can see title should not be empty. Title must be string. Artist should not be empty, and artist must be an array. So validations have applied successfully. I can say, let's say lasting lover, the title, and we need the artists. Now we're gonna test it out. So we have this record. If you will add the date in different format, you can see date should be valid ISO 860 date string format. If I do in this way, you will get the error. Duration must be valid representation of military time, which is hours and minutes. So it's working fine now. Let's talk about the middleware. A middleware function runs before executing the route handler. Inside the controller, songs controller, I have the find all route handler and the create route handler. If you want to run any function before executing the route handler, you can write your code inside the middleware. It's a function. A browser wants to fetch the songs. Before fetching the songs, would you like to call any method? Would you like to run your logic? Would you like to execute any type of code? Middleware can have request object, response object, and next function. It means you can customize the request object. If you want to add header, if you want to log the request time, you can do that. A middleware can execute any type of code. You can modify the request object. If you want to add the request header, authentication token to the request, you can do in the middleware. You can end the request and response cycle. You can call the next middleware function by calling the next method. We're gonna build the logger middleware. Let's imagine you want to send request from your browser to server. Before executing the route handler, I would like to log the request message for the date time. Let's implement the logger middleware. It's a class. We're gonna build a class-based middleware. And to create a middleware, you need to implement the Nest middleware interface. It provides the use method And use method will have the request, response, and the next function. Here I'm just logging the request date time, and at the end I'm also calling the next function. It will, if you will not call the next function, it will not go to the next step. One more thing, middleware is like a dependency you can inject into module. It will act as a dependency. Here we are injecting the middleware as a dependency. To inject the middleware as a dependency, we need to implement the nest module interface. It will provide the configure method, and the consumer will be middleware consumer. And we just need to call the apply method from the consumer object. And you need to provide the logger middleware. Here you need to specify where do you want to implement the logger middleware. I would like to implement for songs API. Let's implement the logger middleware. Before creating a middleware, I'm gonna use nest CLI. Please give me the help for nest generate command. You can see that I got all the commands related to nest generate. You can generate class, controller, decorator, filter, guard, middleware, pipe provider. We also have other options like no flat, please do not create directory, or no spec, please do not create testing file. Let's create a new folder, common. I'm gonna place all my middlewares inside the common directory. Nest generate mi common / middleware, and the name of the middleware, which is logger, and I don't want a spec file. Please do not create the directory. Let's try with no flat and -- dry run. Let's see what will happen. Dry run, it will not create the actual file, but got the steps. You will get the understanding how it will run. It's working fine now, no files written to disk, but when you execute this code, it will create the logger middleware file inside the middleware directory. That looks good. So I'm gonna remove the dry run. Let's write the file. Perfect. We have created the logger middleware. You can see that it has already implemented the nest middleware interface, and I got the use method with these three arguments: request, response, and the next function. Here you can customize the request object. If you want to add your custom logic, you can do it here. I can say request ... new date, whatever you want to do, .toDate string. So we created the middleware. Now I told you, or I taught you how to apply the middleware. I want you to do it in the app module. We need to implement the nest module. You can see that I got the configure method, and we need to call consumer.apply the name of our middleware, which is logger middleware, and we have the four routes. For routes, I can say the songs. Now we need to test it out. Let's run the application. My application is running now. We need to send the API request. If you will send the request to the root URL, which is localhost :3000, our middleware function will not run because we applied the logic to songs route. Fetch all the songs, and I got the log here, request log. Send the post request, I got the request log. Send the put request or send the delete request, I got the log. There are two other options to implement the or to apply logger middleware. I can say option number 1, consumer.apply logger middleware. For routes, please run for only songs path, and for only run request method.post. It could be option number 2. If you send request get request to fetch all the songs, it will not run. If you will send the post request for the songs, I got the request. If you send the put, you will not see the request log. Another option we have, let's do it. Consumer dot apply logger middleware. For routes, you just need to provide the controller. It could be option number 3. It depends on what use case you like to use. Now I can fetch all the songs, and I got the request log. Fetch, create a new song, I got the request log. Update a new song, and I got the request log. This is how you will create a middleware. Did you think about the error handling in NestJS? If error comes from your application code, NestJS provides built-in HTTP exception. So let's say error comes while fetching the data from DB, but we did not add any logic to handle the errors gracefully. Let's imagine we got the error while fetching the data from the DB. Error in DB while fetching record. Let's imagine that when error will happen, NestJS will send this error to HTTP exception. This is the built-in exception in NestJS. Let me send the request to fetch all the songs. You will see the server error with 500 status code. NestJS has sent this message from HTTP exception. But you can use the exception in your controller functions. Let's say I can say, or did you think about how can you catch the errors? You have to use the try catch block. I can log a simple message. I am in the catch block, and this is my error. Let's try to fetch all the songs. You can see that I got the error message. I am in the catch block, and this is the error. It means we successfully caught the exception, but we want to send the useful method in the useful status code in the response. I cannot see anything here. For that, we need to use the HTTP exception. I can say throw new HTTP exception. It's a class, and we need to provide the message. You can say server error or whatever you want to say. I can say server error, and we have to provide the status code. HTTP status provides a lot of status codes. You can use anything, whatever you want to do. For me, server error, internal server error. If you want to send the message or cause, which should be the error, this one. Let's try to fetch all the songs. You can see that I got the message server error with 500 status code. We successfully caught the exception. But if you want to use different error message, you can do that. You can use forbidden status code. It will work. Let's restart the application. Now I got it. So we have the status code 403 instead of 500. I'm gonna replace forbidden to internal server error. This is how you will cache the exception in your source code. If error will come from the service, this method try catch block will cache the error. Got it. Let's talk about the pipes in NestJS. There are two use cases to use the pipes. The first one is to transform the value. Here in our example application, we have the find one method. We are expecting the ID as an input parameter. By default, it is going to give me the string. So I can use the ParseIntPipe to transform the string value to number. Here you will see the type of ID. It should be number. Another use case for pipes are to validate the input parameters. In the create method, we will accept the input argument like song title, song artist. We will validate all the input arguments by using the validation pipe. Let's implement this transform value in our demo application. So I'm going to remove it. Let's start it again. It is giving me this response. In NestJS, you can get the dynamic parameter by using the param decorator. Param decorator and the name of our argument, which is ID. I'm expecting the ID, and I use the template string. Let's define the type of ID. I'm gonna send the request. You can see the type of the ID is string. We were expecting the number type, but NestJS got us the string type. You can convert this string into integer or the number by using the pipe, ParseIntPipe. That's it. Let's send the request to fetch the song only based on ID. You can see I got the number ID, number type. If I provide the string value here, you will get the validation error. Validation failed. Numeric string is expected. Bad request error. If you want to customize the error message, you can instantiate it. Error status code http status dot not acceptable. Now I got not acceptable. If I provide the numeric string, I got the ID, which is number. Type of the ID is number. We successfully transformed the string value to number value. In the next video, we will implement the input validation using pipe. We will create the custom validation pipe. You have learned how to inject dependency by using the constructor-based dependency injection pattern. We have injected the song service into the song controller. What will happen when songs controller will inject or instantiate the song service? Let me open that songs controller. Here we are injecting the dependency song service, and we have provided as a dependency here this one, the song service. When Nest container instantiate the songs controller, it first looks for any dependencies. In our case, we have the song service. When it finds the song service dependency, Nest will create the instance of the song service and cache it, and it will return it. If already created the cache, then it will return from the cache. It will not create the new instance. Let's imagine you are using the song service inside the multiple controllers. The first controller, let's say we have the songs controller. I'm using it first time here. If I use song service inside the song service.spec file, it would be treated as a second time. Now the second time, it will not create a new instance. It will get the instance of the song service from the cache. This is the singleton pattern applied here. Nest under the hood created a single instance of the song service, and it is going to share the same single instance throughout our songs module. But you're gonna learn multiple scope. If you wanna use the scope strategy, if you wanna instantiate a new instance after every incoming request, you can use the scopes. But I'll talk about the scopes later. There are many techniques to use the providers. Some of them are standard providers, value providers, known class-based provider tokens, class providers. We use that class providers, factory providers, use factory providers, and known service providers. We're gonna play around with all these 6 techniques. Let me explain with the help of examples. This is the standard provider. Inside the songs module, we are using it as a standard provider, but you can convert the above syntax into this one. Let's use it. I need to open my project. We need to create a new branch. Model 3, lesson number 1. Open the songs module. So we are using the standard provider technique, but you can write the above syntax or above code by using this syntax. I can say this is provider. Use visit. Now we have the song service and the song service. Please use it as a class when you inject it into another class. We are using inside the class and injecting as a dependency. Now you can test the application. I'm gonna send request to any URL. Let's create a new song. Artist must be string. This is the string. Why artist? I think. So I got the issue in the create song DTO. I didn't add the each should be true. I'm telling to class validator the elements of the array type should be string. Each element of the array should be string. Now it will be working fine if we have 3 articles or 3 artists. Martin and John. You can see that it's working fine now. So we also tested this syntax. This is the standard provider, but if you like this syntax you can keep this syntax, but I just want to show you. I'm gonna comment this out, uncomment this one. Now I got the song service. Now I'm gonna talk about the value providers. If you want to create the mocking service instead of the original service, you can do that with the help of use value. The use value syntax is useful for injecting a constant value, or you want to put an external library into Nest container, or replacing a real implementation with mock object. We are using this one. we are replacing a real implementation of song service with mock object. So when you need this use case, you have to use the use value, or if you want to inject a constant value, you can use the use value, or if you want to inject external library into the nest container, you can use the use value. Let's do it. I'm gonna create a mocking object here. We have a find all method inside the song service. When you open the song service, you will see the find all method, but we have to return the songs. I'm not going to throw the arrow. Provide would be song service and use value, which is songs mocking object mock song service. That is it. Now we need to test it. I'm gonna fetch all the songs, and this time you are getting the response from the mock object, not original song service. So we have the find all method, and it is returning this one. If I will add the artist, I'm gonna fetch all the songs from the mock service object, mock service, and you can see I got the record from the mock service instead of original song service find all method. We have learned how to use the use value. Now if you want to inject the known class based provider, you can do that. Let's say I want to inject an object with connection. We have three properties: connection string. If you would like to inject any object as a dependency, you can do it well with use value. I told you you can inject constant by using use value. You can inject an object, or you can inject the mocking object. Let's create a new file with connection.ts file, and I'm going to specify some connection properties. You have to create a new constant.ts file inside the common folder, and I'm going to add the constants directory. Here you will have constant.ts file. I can say connection.ts, and I'm going to copy the code. I just defined three variables, and I have defined the type, which is connection. Now I would like to register it as a provider. You can register inside the songs module, or you want to register it to app module. It depends on you. Provide this is the name or the token value. This is how I will inject in the class. When I will inject in the class, I'll use this token key. Use value, let me provide, which is connection. So we have to inject it inside the song service. I can use the add inject decorator. So songs controller, I think I injected inside the song service. So I'm gonna inject here inside the song service, or let me inject in the constructor function. Here I would like to inject. I can say inject. Let's provide the key, private connection. Here we need to provide the type. I have defined the type. This is the type. So I can log the connection, this dot connection. If you will not add the private, so you can add directly without adding the this keyword. I did not add the provider, so I accessed the connection string without adding the this. So let's say this is, I can say I'm gonna use the template string. This is connection string. When songs controller will be instantiated, this constructor function will be called. So it will log this message. You can see we have, this is the connection string. So I can get the connection string. Now you can see this is connection string, and I can say the connection string. Or you can say MySQL dot colon dot 1236, or maybe port I created the faked or dummy connection string. You have learned how to inject the object as a provider and used it as a dependency. Now we're gonna talk about class-based provider. We have already used the class-based provider here. This one, not this one, this one, use class. So I'm gonna create a new service. This will be called devconfig service. Inside the devconfig service, I'll have one property and a one function, dbhost and getDbHost. Remember, it's an injectable service. So you can register it as a provider inside the app module by using the use class syntax, and you have to provide the name of your service. In our case, we have the devconfig service, and then I can use the devconfig service inside the app service. So I can create a providers node up. Let's rename providers. Let's create a new class, devconfig service.ts, and we have these properties. We have dbhost in the getDbHost. So let me register inside the app module we have provider, and I can say please provide dev config service and the use class dev config service. And now I can inject inside the app module. Let me inject it here. I can say private dev config service, and I can say dev config service, and I can call the method from the dev config. Let me convert into the template string dev config service dot get host. So we have to send the request to the root URL to test it. Let me send the request. Hello, I'm learning NestJS fundamental, and this is the DB host, which is dev config, which is localhost DB host. So if you want to inject the known service provider like a simple object, and you want to inject dynamic value, you have added the check or if condition. If node development equals to development, then you have to inject the dev config. Otherwise you have to inject the pro config. If you have two objects and you wanna inject only based on condition, this is the known service provider. It means these will not be classes. If you have this type of use case, you can inject by using the use factory. So I'm gonna call inside the app module. Let me show the demo. I just created the two object, and in the provider we have used the key, which is config, and I use the use factory, and we have to provide the arrow function. It's just returning a value, dev config and the pro config. If you wanna inject dependency or inject provider only based on condition, then you can use the use factory. And now the same way you can inject config value in the app service. Here we have to inject it by using the inject decorator. Provide the key, which is config, and private config. We have port value and type string, and you can say port should be this dot config dot port. So we have to test it to send request to the root URL. Now I got the host, which is localhost, and the port, which is 400. So we have to add 4000. You have learned how to inject provider as in the standard way. You have learned the use value. You have learned how to add non-class based provider. You have learned how to use class provider, how to use the dynamic, how to register the dynamic provider, and finally you have learned how to register non-service providers. The previous video you have learned multiple techniques to register a provider. When you register a provider, by default NestJS use this scope default. It means a single instance will be created, which is called the singleton pattern, and this single instance of the provider is shared across the entire application. Nest cache the instance when application requests for the second time. It will not create a new instance second time, it will return from the cache. Another injection scope technique, which is request. A new instance of the provider is created exclusively for each incoming request. And we have the third technique, injection scope technique. Transient providers are not shared across consumer. Each consumer that injects a transient provider will provide a new dedicated instance. Most of the time you need default scope because singleton instance is recommended to improve the performance of your application. When you get the instance from the cache, it will give you the instance in the more faster way. Instead of creating the complete object, it just give you the copy of the already created object. So you can play around with injection scopes. Let's say if you want to use it inside the song service, I could not find how to debug the dependency injection, so you have to use here scope, injection scope. What we have to say, scope dot transient. The performance of your application will be hurt. It will decrease the performance, but it depends on your use case. What are your requirements? Similarly, when every incoming request, if you have use case, you want to create a new instance, you can use it well for the requesting purpose, for testing purpose. I'm gonna open the songs controller, and here we have to say it's an object. Let's import the scope. I'm gonna send the API request. It's working fine. One thing you did not notice, when I will create a new song, it should add the song in the array. So I have created three objects, three songs object in the songs array. When I will send the request to fetch a single song or all songs, it should give me the empty response, because on every request it will delete the complete data, complete songs, because it will also reinstantiate the song service. Inside the song service we have the array, we have the songs array. You can see I created the song. Now when I try to fetch all the songs, it should give me the first song or all songs. You can see the empty response. In this video, I'm gonna teach you how to add one-to-many or many-to-one relationship between two entities, where A contains multiple instances of B entity and B entity contains only one instance of A entity. We have two use cases. We are building this Spotify clone. If you are using or you use Spotify, each user has its own playlist and each playlist can have multiple songs. So you as a user can store multiple songs or save multiple songs in the playlist. So there is a one-to-one, one-to-many relationship between playlist entity and the songs entity. Similarly, we have each user can have multiple playlists. Many playlists can belong to a single user. So this is also a many-to-one relationship between playlist and the users. Let's create the playlist entity and add relationship. We don't have any playlist entity. Go ahead and create a playlist entity. I have created a new folder, playlist.entity.ts file. So I'm going to copy a couple of the code from my notes. We have created the playlist entity. Now we have to make a relationship between songs and the users. Similarly, type ORM provides one-to-many decorator, and this represents the target entity, relation entity. We are making a relationship with song entity, this representing the inverse side of the relation. In the song model, we have a playlist property and we have the array of the songs. I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to paste it here. We don't have song.playlist. Open the song entity. Here we can add a relationship, but we also going to add a relationship between user. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it here. Now we have to add many-to-one relationship in the song entity. So many songs can belong to a playlist for each unique user. We have to import the playlist, import many-to-one relation, and finally we have to add one-to-many relation inside the song, inside the user entity. So I'm gonna copy that code inside the user model and I'm going to paste it here. Now everything is fine. Now I have added many to one relation in the song. It means it will have the primary key of the playlist entity and save it as a reference key or the foreign key. Now we need to create the playlist module. I also want to create a new playlist. I'm going to create a new endpoint, but first we need to register our new entity. I'm saying to type ORM. Please convert or make relation between playlist and the user, playlist and the song. Everything is fine. Now when you go to the PG admin, refresh your tables, you will see playlist table. This is the playlist table and we have the user ID. When you open playlist entity, we have added the many to one relation. It means it will have the user ID as a foreign key, and inside this song entity we have added many to one relationship as for the playlist. So this song will have the primary key as a foreign key of the playlist entity. Let me show you. Inside these songs we have a playlist ID. Relations have created successfully. We created one to many and many to one. Now I want to show you how can you save a record with relation entities. Go ahead and create a playlist module. You can use with Nest CLI to create a playlist module, but I'm gonna use my notes playlists.module.ts, and I'm going to paste my playlist module. We don't have playlist service and we don't have playlist controller. I can create these two files, controller.ts. Let's create playlist.service.ts file. I'm going to copy my playlist service. We have to import couple of dependencies. Inject dependency, and we need playlist, we need a user, we need a song. That is good right now. Also need to get the injectable. We also need to import repository. I don't have any user, so import the user. We have service right now, and we're gonna create controller, or we can build create playlist function. I'm gonna create a new method. You can see that we don't have create playlist DTO. We are just creating the instance of playlist. I'm providing the name of the playlist. When you go to the playlist entity, you have the name property. Each playlist can have multiple songs. So I will get IDs of the songs from the request body. we are using the same logic in the previous video we used. Here I'm setting the relation with songs entity. I am creating the playlist. When you need to create a playlist, you have to provide the name, and you can set the relation for the songs, and you can set the relationship for the user. When we will implement the authentication, I will not find the user directly from the database. I'll get it from the logged in user. We have set the relationship with user, and finally we are saving the playlist. We don't have create playlist DTO. Go ahead and create a playlist DTO. We have used that logic. I'm going to create a new file, playlist dot, or you can say it should be new folder. DTO, inside the DTO playlist, create playlist DTO, create playlist dot DTO.ts. We are expecting the name, type should be string, and I'm getting the IDs of the song from the request body. That's why I specified the number type, the array of the numbers, and we have the user. It should be a number, it should be the ID. And finally we have to use the create playlist DTO. We have to import it, and now we have to build our controller function and the endpoint. Do we have a controller? Yes, we have a controller. Everything is good to go. I have specified the playlist with this endpoint. We injected the playlist service. We have used that logic, and I'm returning a simple playlist. In the response, we have to register the playlist module inside the app module, and it will also be treated as a feature module, just like we did with songs module. We have playlist module. Now I have to test the application. You can test it by sending the request. Do we have a user? I already created the user in the previous video. I can double check it, my users. You can see that we have 3 users. I would like to save the record for the second user with ID number 2. REST client. We have to create a new playlist. I can say create new playlist. We have to send the post request. Localhost colon 3000 playlists. Content type is equals to JSON, application JSON. Let's provide the data. I'm gonna create a new playlist with feel good now. I would like to save the song with ID number 6. Do we have the song with ID number 6? Let me double check it. Yes, we have the song with ID number 6, and this is our user. Let's say I'm gonna create with user ID number 2. It's not a valid request. Now it looks fine. We need to add a space here. We have a playlist, feel good now, and we have a one song with ID number 6, and we have this user. So this user has playlist feel good now, and it has only one song. You can double check it from the playlist. This is the playlist record. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to connect NestJS application with TypeORM and Postgres. NestJS provide multiple drivers to connect with database. If you want to use MongoDB, you can also do that. If you want to use MySQL, if you want to use Postgres, you can do that. In this video, I'm going to implement the Postgres with NestJS. TypeORM is an object relational mapper. You will write the code in JavaScript objects, and these objects or classes will be converted into database tables. If you want to write SQL queries, you don't need to write plain SQL query. You can write queries in the form of objects. First of all, you have to install a couple of dependencies. We need NestJS TypeORM package and Postgres driver and TypeORM. Open the package.json file and you have to install these dependencies. I'm going to add them here. Let me install all of these dependencies. We also need typing for NestJS. We have to install this package. I'm going to install as a def dependency. We already have this package types at node. We installed these packages NestJS TypeORM, Postgres and TypeORM. So now we need to import the TypeORM module into our root module. In our case, root module is our app module. So we have to call this method from TypeORM module, and you have to provide the connection strings or connection properties like type, host, port, username, password, database, entities, and synchronize. Whenever you will create a new entity, you have to register it here. For synchronize means whenever I will run the application, please delete the data from all the tables. Synchronize, please delete everything from the table, but do not use synchronize in production, otherwise you will lose the production data. Whenever you have to create a new entity, you have to add it here inside the entities array. So the for root method supports all the configuration properties exposed by the data source constructor from the TypeORM package. I have installed pgadmin. If you don't have, you can install the Postgres admin. I'm using pgadmin 4. You have to provide your password. Let's connect with server. We have to create a new database. Right now, I'm going to create a new database, Spotify clone. This is my user. Go to the app module, and we have to import the TypeORM module here. We have to install manually. It's not giving me this suggestion from NestJS TypeORM, and we need to get TypeORM module. So I'm gonna call a method TypeORM module dot for root. We have to provide the options database, which is Spotify clone host, it should be localhost, and we need to specify the port for Postgres. I think 45432 by default. Username, for me it's Postgres. You have to provide your password. For me, I think it's root. I specified the database name, and we have empty entities. Right now I don't have any entity, and synchronize set to true. It will create the database tables. Postgres, it should be username, not a user. So how can you verify we have successfully connected to type or M? You can use data source object in the app module. Now you can inject it, and I can log. Let's add private. You can log anything from DB name, let's say, and I can get it from the data source dot database. Do I have that property? Let me check it. Data source dot driver dot database. Let's test it out. I'm getting the error wrong driver. So I think I did not provide the type. Let's add the type of the driver, which is Postgres. Now we have made the connection successfully. You can see DB name, which is Spotify clone. You can also check the songs table inside the Spotify. Let me refresh it, and I would like to look at the tables. We have the tables. I don't have any song because we did not create any entity right now, but we have successfully connected to the Postgres database. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to create an entity. Entity is a class that maps to database table or collection when using MongoDB. You can create entity by defining a new class and mark it with an entity metadata. And inside the metadata, you can provide the name of the table. In our case, I'm going to provide the songs table name, an ID, which is the primary generated column. The ID will be generated automatically. It's an auto increment. And we have the title. I use the column decorator. For artist array, Postgres also supports array data type. You have to provide the column, and I'm using the var character. You have to say this column is an array type. You have to specify the array should be true. And we have a release date property or release date field in the database table. I'm specifying the column decorator, and we are saying this the type of this field, which is date. We also have time type in the Postgres. You can say we have the duration. I specified the date data type. In the Postgres, you can define the time. I don't want to save extra date field here. I only need time properties, time related metadata. And lyrics could be the long text. That's why Postgres supports text type. If you want to store a string with long content or long length. Entity songs, which is the name of the table, and you can say I have specified the description for each field. When you will create the entity, you also need to update the lyrics in the create song DTO. We did not add lyrics property in the previous videos. That's why I use the lyrics. It's an optional property. It depends on the user. Does user want to add lyrics or not? And finally, we need to register the entity to the app module, and then you can test the application. Let's try to implement it. Go ahead and create an entity. I can say songs or song.entity, songs.entity or song, whatever you want to call. Let me say what I called song.entity. .ts. Let's specify the class. I can say song. I can provide the entity, the name of the table, which is songs. Now we need primary generated column, ID, the type should be number, and we have the title field. Let's specify the title column. Title type should be string, and we have another column. This time we have the artist array. You have to specify it as a string array. Here I can say the var character, and the type should be array. And we have release date, duration, release date. It should be date, release date, type should be date, and we have duration, type should be time, duration, and the date. And finally we have the lyrics, type should be text, lyrics, type should be string. Now we need to test this entity. You have to register the entity in the entities array. Now it should create the songs table for us. Let me test it out from the pgadmin. Refresh the tables. I got the songs table with these columns: ID, title, artist, release date, and the duration. We don't have any record. So let's update the create song DTO, and I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna paste it here. Create song DTO. Let's add another field, the optional, which is lyrics. Everything is fine now. We have tested it. In the next video, you are gonna learn how to perform CRUD operation. We're gonna fill these methods: update, delete, find one, find all, and the create. This time we're gonna fetch and save data to the database. Let's perform CRUD operations. Type ORM sports repository pattern. For each entity, type ORM provides repository, and this repository has CRUD features like create record, update record, find record, and delete record. Repository provides the method. First of all, you have to register the type ORM module as a feature into the songs module. By providing the entity. Like these entities I would like to use inside the songs module, and it will provide the repository, songs repository here. Then you can inject the songs repository. To use songs repository, you need to import the type or a module into songs module, just like we did it here. This module uses the for feature method to define which repositories are registered in the current scope. We only need song entity. That's why we have imported or added the song entity. Now we can inject the songs repository into the song service, just like we did it as a dependency injection. Please inject the songs repository and the type of the entity, which is song, and you can import repository from NestJS type or M package. Now I told you songs repository provides CRUD methods to create, delete, update. Here you can look at that. Create, delete, fetch records from the songs table. Let's implement this create song method this time. We don't need to add a record in the local DB. You're gonna save the new song by using the song repository.save method. Let's implement here in the songs module. We have to import type or a module as a feature. Provide the song entity. I would like to use this entity into the songs model in songs module. Now you are able to inject songs repository into the song service. So I want you to inject the songs repository. Constructor pattern, songs repository, and I can provide the song type, which is entity. Now you have the access of CRUD methods. So song repository provides the save method, just like you learned here. It provides the save method for, first of all, we have to create a new song, and it should return a promise with song. So I just created, it should say create song DTO. The type should be create song DTO. So I just created the instance from a song class. I specified the title. I got the title from DTO. I got the artist from DTO, duration, lyrics, and release date from the DTO. And finally, you can call safe method this dot songs repository, and I would like to call this safe method and provide a newly created song, and it should return the object. Get rid of the songs array. I don't want to use it. We also need to remove everything from here. Now it's time to test this create method. Make sure you have called, yeah, it should use the await expression here. In the controller, let's look at issue here. It should promise and the song. Inject the repository. Inject repository, and we have to provide the entity which is song. So everything is fine. You can test without async await. By default it should return the promise. HTTP. Let's create a new song. We also need lyrics. I'm gonna send the request. Amazing. We have a song. You can verify from the database. You can see that I got the first record. This is the lyrics, duration, and the release date. Now it's time to implement find all. It's easy to implement the find all. All you need to do is provide the return type promise with song array, return this dot songs repository dot find. That's all you need. And in the controller, songs controller, you can also add promise. with song array. Let's fetch all the songs from the DB. I got the array. Right now we have only one record. Now we need to implement the find by ID. You can create a new method inside the song service, and it is taking the ID as a parameter and returning the promise with song. You can use song repository.find1 method. And in the controller we need to parse the ID as an integer and return the song in the response. Let me open the songs controller. We already did it. I'm getting the ID. All you need to do is return this.song.find1. Here I can say promise with song. Let's test it out by sending the request only based on ID. You can see I got the first record. If I try to fetch the second record, I don't have any record. That's why I got the empty. Let's implement the remove method. I'm gonna create a new method inside the song service. It's just returning nothing. Or you can say delete result. You can use that and return here. And we need to use this method into the songs controller. We have to call it this dot song service dot remove, and we have to provide the ID. We did not parse the ID or get the ID as a param. I'm gonna use param decorator and get it here ID. And it's returning promise with delete result. We need to test it out. First of all, let's create a new song. We have a song lasting lover 2. The ID of the song, which is 2. Now you can perform the delete operation. I would like to delete this record, so I got the delete result. We have successfully deleted. If I try to fetch all the songs, no, I think I deleted with ID number 1. So first record has deleted. and we need to use the update. Let's perform the update record. So we need update method. I'm gonna create a new method inside the song service. We don't have update DTO data transfer object. You need a new data transfer object for update the record, because when you update the record all the fields are optional. But I can get update result from type param. We don't have update song DTO. We have to create it. I'm gonna create in the DTO update song dash DTO.ts. So this time we have to copy everything. All the fields are optional. All I did, I copied the create song DTO and put the optional for every title, for every field. Is title should be optional, so I can say instead of empty it should be optional. It should also update it here, is optional. Is optional. Now it looks good. So we have to use the update song DTO. Now we need to implement the controller function, songs.controller. That we need to get the param and we need to get the body. We need to get the param and update song DTO, and I'm gonna call this dot song service dot update. The first one is ID and the second argument is update song DTO. We have to import it. The return type should be promise with update result. That's it. I have found the issue, which is this space content type. Let's try to send the update request. Duration must be valid representation. Now it looks good. So you can double check it from the database. This is the record with ID 2. We have successfully updated the record. Now we have tested the application. In the next lesson, you will learn how to implement the pagination. Now we're going to implement the pagination. I'm going to use external package to implement pagination in NestJS. First of all, you have to install this package. I'm gonna register it here, and we have to install it. And now I'm gonna add a new method inside the song service. This time I'm gonna call it paginate, and I'll use paginate method from NestJS type param paginate, and it will accept the pagination options like page, metadata, When you will fetch the record on the pagination, it should give me the items array, and we have this metadata: total items, item count, items per page, total pages, and current page. These are all the options inside the options object. And finally, it will return the pagination, and we have to provide our model, which is song. And we have to call the paginate with song entity. We have to provide the songs repository and the options. If you need to add a query builder like filtering or sorting, you can also do that. But here is our controller function. We use the param. Now we're going to use the query decorator, and it should name of the field, which is page. You can add a by default value, which is 1. And I applied the parseInt, and I have added the default value. And we have another field or another property. I'm getting it from the query params. This is the limit and default limit, which is 10, and I applied the ParseIntPipe operator. And finally, it should return the pagination with song entity. If limit is greater than 100, please do it 100. Otherwise, we have to specify the limit or add the limit. There is a paginate method we created inside the song service, and you have to provide the page and the limit. We're getting the page and limit from the query. So you have to test it by sending the query parameter page, which is 2, and the limit, which is 2. I want to see 2 records per page, and I want to see the page number 2. If you want to add the sorting, you can also do that by using the query builder. Please apply sorting on release date. I want to see the latest song on the based on date. Let's implement it, or you can implement by your own. First step, we have to create a new method, paginate. And we need these options. I can import all of these from the method. So we have the paginate method. Now we have to call it inside the songs controller. It depends on your use case, but I'm gonna call the paginate method in the find all. So I'm gonna replace my find all method to this find all. We also need query param. It's just getting the ESLint warning messages. We also need default value pipe. We need pagination from NestJS. That looks good. We can test it. This time I'm gonna send the request to fetch all the songs. It has applied the limit 10 and default value, which is page, which is 1 over the first page. Total items, item count, items per page 10, and total pages we have 1, and current page, which is 1. Let's add another record, new song 2. Let's add another record, new song 3. Let's add another record, new song 4. Now we have 4 songs. You can say I want to see the page number 1. This time I want to set the limit to 2. I want to see only 2 records per page. We have the items array. You can see we have only 2 records. There are total 2 pages. We are on the first page, and items per page 2, item count 2, total items we have the 4. I told you if you want to add sorting, you can also do that by using the query builder inside the song service. I'm going to add query builder here. And we have to provide query builder, not songs repository. We have to fix it. Query builder. Let's provide the query builder. Please create a new song with, let's say, a new 5 song, latest date. It should give this record first. Let's create it. Created a new song. I got a latest song only based on release date. It means it's working fine now. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to build one-to-one relationship between two models. One-to-one relation where A entity contains only one instance of B and B contains only one instance of A. Let's take an example. A user can become an artist, or an artist can have only single user profile. So there is a one-to-one relationship between user and the artist. We don't have an artist model or artist entity. First of all, you gotta create artist entity with primary key, and then you have to create the user entity, because we're gonna make one-to-one relationship between artist and the user. I'm gonna have ID field or first column, first name column, last name column, email column, and the password column for user entity. Now we're gonna add one-to-one relationship. Type ORM provides one-to-one decorator to add relationship between two entities. In the first argument, you specify the relation type. I'm telling type ORM, I would like to make a relationship with user entity. This is the type of the relation. You specify the relation entity type by following this syntax, arrow function. And this join column will create the reference key or a foreign key of the user entity inside the artist entity. So we will have a user ID as a foreign key inside the artist. And finally, you have to register the user and artist entity inside the app module. Now we're going to implement these steps. Let's create the first a new branch. So I'm going to create a new artist entity. If you like, you can use CLI command to generate a new entity. So I'm going to say artist.entity.ts file. I'm going to copy my code. There is nothing here. You already learned how to create an entity. And next we have to create a user model, a user entity. Go ahead and create a new folder with user or users. Let's keep it to artist. So I'm going to create a new entity, user.entity.ts. Paste the code. We have ID field, first name, last name, email, and the password. And now we're going to make a one-to-one relationship. I would like to store the user ID inside the artist model. If you want to store artist ID inside the user, you can also do that. It depends on your use case. Like, I want to make a relationship here. Let me do it here. We need one-to-one decorator. Specify the type of relationship by following the syntax. We would like to make a relationship with user. And here we will have the user and the user. And I also need a join column. That's it for now. Cannot find a module user.entity.ts file. So we have to import it manually. Now it looks good. And now we have to register these entities inside the app module. We created a couple of new entities. Please convert these entities into tables. I can say artist, and we have user. Our last step is to test the application, and I have to run my pgadmin. Let me connect with Postgres database. So it has successfully, let me check my schema, which is Spotify clone. I have to connect it. Inside the tables, we have the artist and the users table. We have the user ID inside the artist, and inside the users we have 4 columns or ID: first name, last name, email, and the password. Our application is running fine now. This is how you will make one-to-one relationship between two entities. Now we're going to talk about how to implement many-to-many relationship. Many-to-many relationship is a relation where A contains multiple instances of B entity and B entity contains multiple instances of A. Let's take an example. Many artists can publish many songs and multiple artists can belong to one song, or multiple artists can publish multiple songs. We have a multiple many-to-many relationship. Inside the artist, NestJS or type ORM provides many-to-many decorator. This will specify the target relation entity, and this is the inverse side of the relationship. And it will have the songs array, and on the song we will have the artist array. We have a many-to-many decorator, the target entity. In the song we have target entity which is artist, and the second argument specify the inverse side of the relationship. Inside the artist we have songs property, that's why I can access the artist.songs, and inside the artist entity we have song.artist, that's why I can access the artist from this song entity song.artist. That is the inverse side of the relation. When you set the cascade to true, it means you can create or update the record while creating a new song or an artist. I'll teach you the benefits of cascading. When you implement the many-to-many relationship, you need a join table. Many-to-many relationship always work with third table, which should be join table, and I rename it to songs artist. And this songs artist will have primary key of the song and the primary key of the artist as a foreign key. And we also need to refactor some create song DTO. Instead of using string, we are going to get IDs from the request parameter, IDs of the artist and IDs of the artist in the update song DTO. And then you have to register the artist entity in the songs module. That's because I want to access the artist repository inside the songs module. And finally you need to refactor the create method. We're gonna get artist. Here the first step, we are going to get these artist IDs from the request object or request parameter or the request body, and then we will find all the artists only based on IDs. And finally here we are going to set the song.artist equals to artist. If you have set the cascade to true, just like we have done it here, cascading we set to true, now it will set the relationship between songs and the artist. It will automatically create the record with third table, which is the join table. Here it will create a record. It creates records in the songs artist table by setting the relation with this one, song.artist should be artist. And finally we are going to save the song in the using song repository, and you can test the application. Now let's implement it first. So we have many to many relationship. I'm gonna add this relationship inside the artist. I'm going to do it here. This specify the target relation type, and we did not create the song.artist inside the song entity. Now we have the songs array. Let's import many to many. I'm also going to implement it here, many to many decorator. The target entity in our case, it's an artist, and it's going to take the artist. Let's specify the inverse side of the relation, artist dot songs, and we will have join table. I'm gonna name it to songs artist or artist song. Let's take it the songs artist. And finally, I'm going to specify the artist array. Duplicate identifier. Yeah, I don't need this type because I'm not getting the string array from the artist. Instead of, I'm getting the array of the artist from the request parameter. We added many to many relationship inside the song model or song entity, and we forgot to set the cascading to true. Here you can do it inside here, cascade to true. Now we need to refactor the create song DTO. I have to refactor it from, it should be number, and the first argument is an empty, and it looks good. Similarly, we have to refactor the update song DTO. It should be number, array of numbers. The first argument is empty. Looks good. Now we need to register the artist entity inside the songs module so we can access the artist repository inside the song service. I'm saying to type ORM, I would like to access the artist repository inside the songs module or the song service. That's why I have to register it here. And finally, we need to refactor create song. I can say inside the song service. So you can do it too if you want. Here we have to find all the artists only based on ID. And then we have to set the relation with artist and songs. So you can do it, but first of all we have to inject the repository which is artist. I can say private artist repository, and repository I can say artist. Let's get all the artists. You have to add async here. This dot song artist repository, find by IDs. I can use that method, provide the artist ID from the song DTO dot artist. Now I can set the relation with song dot artist. It should be artist. So we have set the cascading. It will create a relation, many to many relation with songs and the artist. Now it's time to test our application. REST client. Here we have to send the post instead of artist. We need to send the IDs of the artist. A user can become the artist, so we don't have any record in the artist and the user model. You have to create it manually. So I'm going to refresh. You can see we have the third table, which is songs. Artists is not artist. We have to fix it. Inside the songs entity, here we have to fix it. Artists. I'm going to refresh the table. Get rid of this table. You can drop it, delete or drop. Yes. Now we have song artist with song ID as a foreign key of the song model. Artist ID. We don't have any user right now. I want you to create it manually. Let me do that. I'm going to add a new record with ID 1. It should be Jane or Siagla. Siagla@gmail.com. I'm gonna add anything here. Password. Let's add another user. I can say Jane, and I can say Do. Jane@gmail.com. Password 12345. Now you can save the record. So we have 2 users right now. If you want, you can also add another user or artist. I can say Martin Garrix, martin@gmail.com 12345. Let me save the record. So these 2 users are the artists, but we need to make a relation inside the artist table. Let's add a new record with ID, and here we have to add a artist ID. Let me double check it. Yes, 1 and the 3. 1. We have to add another artist. 1. The ID should be 3. So these 2 are the artist. ID should be, here we have to set the ID should be 2. Now it looks good. So what I'm saying that a user with ID 3 is an artist. A user with ID 1 is also an artist. So Martin and Siagla are an artist, and Jane is just a simple user. So when you create a new record, I can say let's add a new song. So these 2 are all the artists. They are going to create they have created a new song. I can say You For Me. That is it right now. I'm gonna send the request. Sounds good. We have a new record, title This is the artist ID. This is the complete artist. So we have an ID1 and we have the relationship. Let me double check it from the artist and the songs. It just created a single record. It did not get the ID 1 and 3. I don't know what is wrong with it. Let's do it here. 1 and 3. You for me 2. Again, I am getting the ID only 1. Let's log the song dto.artist. One and 3, then why 1 and 3? It looks good. Maybe the issue with here console.log. So when you look at the artist record, oh, we have 1 and the 2. So 1 and the 2 instead of 1 and 3. Let's provide the 2. You and for me 3. Now I got the artist ID 1 and the 2. It will also edit a relationship here inside the songs and the artist. I'm gonna find. Now you can see that a song ID with 10 has 2 artists. These 2 users, user ID number 3 and user ID number 1.
In this video, you're gonna learn how to implement this sign-up functionality. A user can create an account in our application and we need to save the user in the database. First of all, we have to install dependencies. I'm gonna use bcrypt.js package to save the user password in encrypted format. I don't want to save the password in plain text like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have to save the password in encrypted format. That's why you have to install these dependencies. Let me open my package.json file. I'm going to add a new entry. Let me copy it. And I'm going to paste it here. We also needed to install the typing for TypeScript. I have to add the typing in the dev dependency. I'm going to put it here. So I'm going to run npm install. Please install dependencies for me. You can see 2 packages have installed, added new 2 packages. Now we have to create a user module and the auth module. We don't have a user module and auth module inside our application. I'm going to use Nest CLI to generate a new module. I can say auth. We have created a new auth module. You can see that. We also need to generate the service for auth. You can see that auth service has generated. We also need controller. I can say auth. An auth controller has created. It has also added the entry inside the controller's part. It has automatically imported auth module inside my app module. Here is the auth module. Now we have to create the users module. One more thing, we did not export the auth service yet. Here I can say I would like to export the auth service. It means whenever you will import the auth module into another module, like we have imported the auth module into app module, it means I can inject the auth service inside the app module. That is why I exported the auth service. Let's create the user module. I'm gonna create manually users.module.ts. I paste it. We don't have user service yet. We have to create the user service. Let's use the Nest CLI. A user service has created. We have to import the users module inside the app module. So we have the user service and we have the user module. I have also added the type or a module and registered the user entity because I would like to use the users repository inside my users module. I would like to inject the users repository into the user service. Now we have to register a new route inside the auth controller. We're gonna register the sign up and the login route inside the auth controller. We don't have a user DTO yet, but we also don't have a user service dot create method I want you to create the user DTU first. I can say I would like to add my DTOs inside the DTO folder. Create user.dto.ts file. I'm gonna paste my code. We are expecting the first name, last name, email, and the password from network request. This is the network data request object. Now we gotta create the create function inside the user service. It is saving the user inside the database. Do we have a user entity? Now we gotta do it inside the user service. Here we have to add the logic. We need to inject the user repository. I've already told you how can you do it. I have created the create method. What this create method is doing, remember we have installed bcrypt.js package. Let's import it first. I don't want to copy the code inside the constructor function. Now it looks good. We have to import it first, create bcrypt package. Here we are just injecting the user repository. We are generating a salt. It is nothing more, it's just a number. We need a salt to encrypt the user password. There is a hash method inside the bcrypt library, and we are using this hash method. It is going to return the promise. First argument would be plain text password. We are getting the plain text password from the network request, and this is our salt. And finally, we are just saving the user repository, user inside the repository, and we are deleting the password. It's an extra, remove them. I don't want to send the user password in the response. That's why I have deleted the user password. And finally, we are returning the user from the response. In the response, we have called the user service.create method here. Now it's time to test the application. One more thing, we have to refactor a little bit our user's entity. I'm gonna make it to unique. Should be true because email should be unique for each user. And I don't want to save the I don't want to send the password in the response. It is saying that when working with type or m, there might be cases where you want to exclude one or multiple columns field from being selected. That's why we have used the exclude. Now let's run our application, and we have to save the user. We're gonna send this request. HTTP. We have to send request to this route because we created this auth/signup route. We have to provide first name, last name, email, and the password. Now we're gonna test it out. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I have got the error. If user service is a provider, it is it the part of auth module? You should learn from the error inside the auth module. We have to import the user module because I am using the user service inside my auth controller or inside the auth service. It's users module. Here we are injecting the user service inside the auth controller. Everything is good to go right now. We have to test our application. What I would like to send the sign up request. Let's create a new account. I got the error 500 internal error, duplicate key value violate unique key. Do we have a user inside our database? You can say John12. Still we are getting the same value, same error. Query failed, error duplicate key value violate constraint. We have changed our data entity and the table. We have changed the database. Actually, I have added two new entries, unique constraint and the exclude. So we need to drop our schema, and let me do it. I cannot drop. We did not use migrations. At the end of this module, I'll show you how to use the migration. Whenever you need to update a database, you have to create a new migration. What I want to do, I want to disconnect from the database. Spotify clone. Now I would like to delete. It is used by some other. Let's use another database. I can say one. I found this is the shortcut to handle this error because we did not use migration. So I can say that. Now I got the data from scratch. Our application is running fine now. Let's sign up. You can see that it has resolved the issue. The issue was with database update. I got a user. When you go to the Spotify clone one, get rid of this one. Spotify clone one. And we have to go to the tables inside the users. We have a record. Email john12@gmail.com, and this is the password in encrypted format. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to perform login request. When user sent the login request, we have to verify the user from our database. We have to decrypt the user password and compare the user password. We're going to implement JSON Web Token Authentication. A user provides the credential like username and password to the server. Then our server will generate the JSON Web Token and send back to the user. It will have the header, payload and signature. Don't worry, I'll teach you everything. When client receives the JSON Web Token, if you are building front-end web application, you can save the JSON Web Token in the local storage. When user wants to receive protected route, he must need to provide JWT token in the request header, and server will receive the JWT token from the request header, and it will verify or validate the token. If token validated successfully, it will allow you to access the protected route. You will learn how we are going to implement JSON Web Token Authentication. We're going to use Passport Strategy, or Passport package. You have to install these two packages. I'm going to install it in my dependencies. We have to run npm. Let me hold on. We did not create a separate branch. Module number 6, lesson number 2. Now we have it. Npm install. We have installed two packages. The next step, we have to create a login route. I can create inside my auth controller. Let's create a new login route. We don't have a login DTO yet. We also don't have a login function inside the auth service yet. Let's create a login function inside the auth service. Auth.service. Here we have to create the login function, and we also need to get user service as a dependency. Let's create a new method. First of all, we are trying to find the user based on email. If user found, it should give me this user. Let's complete this step first. We have to find the user. We did not create the find one method. I can say that inside the user service, let's create a find one method. It is going to take the partial as a user, and we're getting the email, or we can, let's try to use the login DTO. If it did not find the user, it should return the unauthorized access. We have to find the user based on email. We don't have login DTO. Let's create a login DTO. Inside the auth DTOs, I can create a login.dto.ts file. So we have the login DTO. I got the email.
We also need to import login DTO. We also need to import user entity, and it should return the user. That's it. Now the second step is we have to compare the user password inside the auth service. The second step, we have to compare the user password. I have to import the bcrypt. Import star as bcrypt from bcrypt. Now I can compare the password with plain text password and user encrypted password. If password matched, then we have to return the user and delete the user password. If password did not match, we shall have to send unauthorized exception. That is it right now. We did not inject private auth service. Now I have called the DTO login method and provided the login DTO. Let's try to send the login request. REST client.http. We have created a user with John12. John12, run the application. Let's send the API request to login user. It should be 3000, not a 3001. We successfully got the user back in the response. Let's say I'm gonna provide the invalid email. I got error, cannot find user. If I provide the invalid password, I got password did not match and unauthorized. It's working fine now. But our goal is to send the JSON web token when user made successfully login request. It should send the JSON web token in the response. In the next lesson, I'll teach you how to create JSON web token and how to send the JSON web token in the response.
We have found the user on the based on email, and we have encrypted the user password. If user has logged in successfully, we need to send the JSON web token. And when you will apply authentication on protected route, you have to send the JSON web token in the header. We're gonna use NestJS JWT package and Passport JWT package. And then we will import JWT module. You have to provide a unique key. You have learned how to create the login function, and you have to refactor it right now. You have to send the access token. You can create JSON web token by using JWT service. This is the provider. You can inject it here as a service provider. Then I will move my constants into a separate file, auth.constants.ts, and you have to register the JWT module and update auth constant secrets. I also updated the expiry date of JSON web token. It will be expired after 1 day. We're gonna have JWT service. We are extending it from the passport strategy. Remember, I'm using the NestJS passport package, and we have passport JWT strategy. Here it is just extracting the token from the header. we are checking the JSON Web Token expiry date or expiry validation or expiry duration. Here you have to provide your secret key, which we have saved. And then finally, we're gonna have validate method. It is returning the user ID and the email. When you apply the auth guard, JWT auth guard will call this validate function. You have to register the JWT as a provider. Then this is how you will implement authentication. You gotta create a guard. It's like a middleware in Express.js. If you wanna implement role-based authentication, you need guards. We have JWT auth guard. It is extending auth guard from the passport. If you wanna add your own custom logic, you can do it here. This is how you will make your route protected, by using the JWT auth guard. And finally, you have to send the authentication request. Like, first of all, you gotta login route will give you the JSON Web Token. Then you can access your protected route. Like, this is the protected route. Profile is a protected route. Only authenticated user can access this profile route. So you have to provide the validation token, which is this one, JSON Web Token. And the authorization barrier, it's a scheme, and it will allow you to access the route. So let's implement it first. First of all, we have to install a couple of dependencies. Here, Passport JWT, NestJS JWT, and Passport JWT strategy. I also need def dependency, which is typing of TypeScript. Let's do it here. And we have to install the dependencies. These packages have installed. Now you are able to use JWT module. Let's use inside the app module. We have to register it. We will move the constant into separate file, but right now I'm gonna do it in this way. JWT module.register, and this is the secret key. And finally, we have to refactor our auth service. If everything is fine, then we can use auth or JWT service. You have to add this return type. If password matched, generate a JSON Web Token or create a payload object. I'm gonna create a payload object. Now we are just adding email and the user ID inside the payload, and it is generating the JSON Web Token. Let's create a separate file for the constants. You can say auth/constants. .ts. Let me refactor it here. One more thing, you gotta register the JWT module in the auth module instead of app module. That was a mistake. So this is our authentication module. We have to register it here. Auth constants.secret. And you have to provide sign-in options. We have expiry date, which is 1 day. So we have registered the JWT module. Now you have to create JWT strategy. I can say JWT strategy .ts. It's nothing more, it's a service or provider. You can inject it. Injectable. Export class JWT strategy. Passport strategy. It is going to provide the strategy. Passport JWT. Now we have to call super constructor, and you can extract the header from auth header as a barrier token. And we have to provide the ignore expiration, check the expiry date, secret, which is our secret key, and we will have the validate function. Whenever you apply the auth card, this validate method will be called. Our next step is to register JWT strategy in the auth module. I have to register it here, JWT strategy. Now you have to create the guard, which is JWT guard.ts. Export class JWT guard. It is also a class or service provider. That's why I'm using the injectable, and we have to extend it from the passport from the auth guard, which is from the NestJS passport package. Make sure you say this is the JWT. If you want to extend this JWT guard, you can do this. Our final step is to apply the auth guard to the public route. Let's say I wanna protect this route. I did not create it yet. Let's say get profile. And it is going to take request. return request.user. Should be decorator. Now we have to, let's do it without guard. npm run start def. Our application is running now. Let's send the login request. You will receive the access token. I'm gonna copy it and I'm going to paste it here. Access token. Now let's access the profile. /profile, because we created the profile route in app controller. I'm going to send the request, cannot access the profile. I did not add the route. I can access the profile route. I got the 200 status code. It means route is working fine. If I apply the authentication guard, I can say use roles or use roles, use guards. Yep. I can mention my guard, which is auth guard. If you have worked in Express.js, it's nothing more, it's like a middleware. This auth guard function will run before executing the get profile function. This function runs before request handler, which is get profile. Oh, it should be JWT auth guard, JWT guard. Not this one auth guard. Let's rename it to JWT auth guard, not a JWT guard. JWT auth guard. It looks good. Let's try to access the profile route. Status 401, which means you did not provide the access token. Please provide the access token if you want to access this private route. So you can provide the access token by using this format. I pasted the token. Awesome. I got the user ID and the email. I have applied the auth guard and this JWT strategy method will be called. First, they are going to run the constructor and then they are going to use the validate function. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you how to implement role-based authentication. What is role-based authentication? If your application has multiple roles like artist, manager, user, accountant, CFO person, you can have a different functionalities for each role. In Spotify clone, when you look at the Spotify clone, only artist can upload a song. If you are a user, like, let me show you with the help of Spotify, web.spotify. Like, if I go to my profile, I don't have any feature to upload a song. Only approved artist can upload the song or delete the song. In this way, you can divide your application into multiple roles. We have create songs endpoint. I would like to restrict this endpoint for other users. Only artists should access this create song endpoint. We don't have artist module, we have to create artist module. Then we're gonna implement the artist module into import the artist module into app module. We have to write a method find artist on the based on user ID. Then we gotta add a logic here inside the login method. We will save the artist ID in the payload object, and then you have to create a new payload type. And finally, you need JWT artist guard. We will have a separate guard for artist. We are extending the JWT. Remember, I told you if you want to customize or add a logic in the guard, you can do that. It's just returning a super constructor. And here we are using the handle request method. This function will check if you have artist. If you are an artist, then it is going to return the user, otherwise it will throw the exception. We have to refactor the validate method in JWT strategy. We need an artist ID. Then here you will have to apply JWT artist guard on the create song endpoint. You can do that as well, or you can follow me. Let me implement it. Let's create the artist module. Here we have the artist module. It has already imported into my app module. This one, the artist module. We also need artist service. Next generate service, and I can say artist. You have to import type ORM artist entity module.for feature, because I would like to use repository here, artist repository. We have to provide the artist as an entity. So we have the artist service, and we also need artist controller. Artists, I can use CLI next generate controller artist. Now we have the artist controller. Now we're gonna create the find artist method. I'm gonna copy my code inside the artist service. Let's do it here. We need to import a couple of dependencies. We have to find the artist on the based on user ID. Our next step is to refactor the login method inside the auth service, we have to add artist service, inject it. We need to add a artist ID inside the payload type, inside the payload. If password matched, find if user is an artist, then we need to add the artist ID into the payload. But I can say, because I can save the artist ID in the payload object, user.payload.artist ID should be, it is saying that you don't have artist ID in the payload. You can create a payload type inside the types, payload.type. I can say types.ts. Now I can access it. I can define the payload type. It should be user ID. We have mentioned the artist ID is an optional property. Now we need to have JWT auth guard. I told you how can you implement it. We already implemented the auth guard. Let's say I'm going to create a new guard. Inside the auth, I can say artist JWT guard .ts, export class artist JWT guard. Extends auth guard JWT. It's a service. That's why I have to use the injectable. It's a service provider. If I will write the can activate, you can see that I got the code. All I need to call the super constructor, super.can activate, and provide the context. Yep, everything is fine. You also have handle request. Now you can write your logic here. If there is an error or there is a no user, then you have to throw the unauthorized exception. If everything is good to go, you have to return the user. If there is an artist ID, then we should return the user. Get rid of the extra arguments. I'm not using them. When you apply the artist JWT guard, it should call the handle request, and it will extract the user and try to check the artist ID from the user. If you want to log the user, you can also do that. I will show you what will
happen inside the user. We created the JWT artist card, JWT auth card, JWT artist card. Then we have to refactor a little bit validate method in the JWT strategy. We can add the artist. It should be payload type. Now it looks good. We have the user ID, payload.email and payload.artist_id. And finally, we have to apply the JWT artist card on your protected endpoint. In our case, we have the songs create endpoint. We have to protect it for other users. All you need to apply JWT artist card. And inside the songs controller, I can restrict this endpoint from other users. I can say that JWT artist JWT card. If you want to log in the request, you can do that. Let's try to do it here. Request decorator and request. I think it should be request. It's not a request. This one. Request. NestJS common. And then we have to access the request. Why it's giving me the error? I have to do it here. And request. Now it looks good. I can log request.user. Let's start the application. I got the error. So the auth JWT strategy. JWT strategy, what I did wrong. Oops. I forgot to add. I forgot to add closing parenthesis.
if you go to the artist table, you will not see any record because we don't have any artist record. It's an empty. If you go to the users, how many users we have? I have only single user. Now I would like to make the artist. What I can say, what is wrong? Is auth module is a valid NestJS module? Artist service. I think we have to import the artist module here inside the. Are we using the artist service? Yes, we are using the artist service. That is why I need to import the artist module, and inside the artist module I can say I have to export artist service. I wanna teach you how to handle errors. You must familiar with error handling. Our application is running now. First of all, we have to create a new artist. I can say let's sign up a new user, or I can say that sign up artist. Let's say that it should be, let's say Martin Garrix. Martin Garrix. We have registered a user which could be an artist. So if you want to make this user Martin Garrix to artist, you have to update it manually, but I did not create the endpoint, but you can do that. I taught you how to do it. Let's first of all, the ID is 2. I'm gonna open all the artists, and we have to add the entry. This is user number 2, and finally you have to save it. Now Martin is an artist, so I have to log in as a Martin Garrix. I can say sign up artist or login artist. Get rid of first name and the last name. Let's send the login request. It should be login. I got the token. Now if you check the profile, it should have the artist ID. You can see that this is the artist ID. This is the user ID. This is the artist ID from the artist table. This one. So it's working fine now. When you have to create, I have to get the token again. Let's save the token. The token will be deleted after 1 day. I can say that artist token temporary. If I try to create a new song, it should give me the unauthorized because you are not an artist and you did not provide the authorization token. Authorization BEAR. Now I can say we have artist which is 1. Martin Garrix has an animal song. Let's say they want to publish this song. I have the artist. Now it's working fine. This is the user ID, email, and the artist ID. User ID, email, and the artist ID. So we got this one, artist, and the ID colon 1. We have successfully created the endpoint. I can say request.user. Let's create a new song from Martin Garrix. Say love again. So this is the request.user, user ID, email, and the artist ID. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to use or how to enable, how to create two-factor authentication. You're gonna learn how to implement two-factor authentication. If you don't know about two-factor authentication, you can read this text. A user enters the username and password on a login page. After successful initial authentication, the system sends you the one-time password or one-time token for the verification. A user may provide the one-time code generated by the Authenticator app and send to the system. Then system validate this token. If token has validated, then you are able to authenticate. Then you are able to access the routes. We're gonna use third-party package to implement two-factor authentication, Speakeasy, and we need a typing. First of all, I would like to show you the demo. How two-factor authentication works, I already implemented in my development project. I can show you the demo. First of all, you gotta log into the user. I got the access token. We're gonna create a new endpoint to enable the authentication. This endpoint will enable the authentication for the user and it will create a secret key. Let me show you. I'm gonna provide this text. I provided the token. Now I got this secret key and I got this response from the Speakeasy package base32. I saved this base32 string to my database table for the user table. A user has this record. Now I got this secret key. If you have Authenticator app, Google Authenticator, you can place the secret key. I have enabled the Google Chrome extension. I want you to do it. When you look at Chrome Google Authenticator, you have to enable this extension. Now I got this authenticator. If you have Google Authenticator on your phone, or you can install it, all you need to do is to add a new app. You can also generate the QR code with this OTP path, OTP auth URL. You can generate QR code by using this URL, but you can add manual entry for testing. SAM profile, this is the SAM user, the name of the user, this is the secret key. Now I started getting a unique one-time password. So I have to copy this password. Let me do it again. It's going to be removed after 1 minute. I copied it. It's going to be removed. Yep. Now I have to provide this token to validate the user. I'm going to provide it here. We also need to have updated token. So copy this one and I have to validate the token. Yes, we have to add a new token because it will be expired. Now you can see you are verified. The token has validated. Now this user has enabled the two-factor authentication. If you send the login request, you see this message, hey, you have enabled two-factor authentication. You can implement this logic on your front-end application. Please send the token at this URL. Please send the one-time password token from your Google Authenticator app. On the front-end side, you can send request to this endpoint and provide the token. That's a complete flow of two-factor authentication. Let's start implementing two-factor authentication. We have to install a couple of packages. We need a SpeakEasy package. We will use this package to generate secret key or validate the token one-time password. We also need typing. Add it as a def dependency. Let's run npm install. Packages have installed. The first step, you have to add two new columns inside the user entity. .entity. I'm gonna add them here. By default, two-factor string should be null. And it's a boolean property. By default, I have set to default to false. Two-factor secret could be empty, and this is the boolean value. When you run the application, it should create two new columns for the user property, for the user table. Our application is running now. Let's refresh the user table. I have the 2FA secret and enable 2FA, which is a boolean column. Now we're going to create a new method inside the auth service to enable the two-factor authentication. First of all, maybe we need a type. I can add my type here, enable 2FA type, or you can create an interface. We have the type, and then we need a method. You have to create a new method to find the user only based on user ID. If user has already enabled two-factor authentication, we have to return the secret key. If user did not enable the 2FA authentication, then we have to generate the secret key. This is we use the secret key. And we're going to use the base 32 secret key. And finally, we have to update the 2FA key for the specific user. And then you have to return the secret key in the response. We gotta find the user. If user already enabled the secret two-factor authentication, we have to return the saved 2FA secret. Otherwise, we have to generate a new secret, and then you have to set the secret for the user. And finally,
you have to update the user. I'm gonna copy the code. Let's do everything inside the auth service. I have to create a new method, import speakeasy. We also need to import 2FA enable type. We don't have a method find by ID. Do we have a method find by ID inside the user service? Not. We have to create the find by ID method. You can also do the secret key or enable two-factor authentication here. User dot, let me first add a new method inside the user service. Let's go to our next step, user service. Here we need this method. I'm gonna copy this method. Now we have the find by ID. It is going to accept the ID. So we have to provide the user ID. You can enable two-factor authentication to true, and finally you can call user.save method, or no, we need a repository to save it. We also need another method. It will update the secret key and enable the authentication. You can create a new method inside the user service. Let me import the update results. We have completed the enable two-factor authentication. Now it's time to test it. Let's create an auth endpoint inside the auth controller. I'm gonna use the guard, JWT auth guard. If you don't need any body, you can create it as a get endpoint. I can say that JWT auth guard. I just imported missing imports. We have a login user, sign up artist, login user. Here I can say enable two-factor authentication, profile, auth, enable two-factor authentication. Let me double check that. Enable to FA. We also need to provide the authorization token. So we need to get the token. I got the access token. Provide it here. Let's send the request. I got the secret key. That's amazing. What is the name of the user, which is John? If you have Google Authenticator on your phone, you can install it manually. I'm gonna add a new profile, which is John user. Add your secret key. It is generating one-time password for 1 minute only. We have also saved the key into the users table. Let's fetch all the users. Here we have the secret key and it has enabled two-factor authentication. Our next step is to validate the one-time password token. Let me open it. We have created a new user or registered a new user in the Google Authenticator. It is generating one-time password. We have to take this token or one-time password and try to validate with our application. We're gonna implement this logic. First of all, you may need another endpoint. Validate to FA. We are also using a JWT auth card. We are getting the request. Here we will have a method validate to FA token. It is going to provide the user ID, the logged in user ID, and we also need to get the token validate token DTO. We will create validate token DTO. I'm gonna create a new endpoint inside the auth controller. I created the post because we need to get the token. You can also use the get the token params. JWT auth card. Let's create the validate token DTO. Inside the DTO, I can have validate token .dto.ts. Now we have to create a new method to validate to FA token. Here we need to create this method. It is going to accept the user ID, the token, the one-time password, like this one. This one. And we will find the user on the based on ID. And then we have to get this secret key, which we saved earlier. And then you have to provide the token. And we have to mention encoding, which is base 32. If token is verified, where is that? If token is verified, then we have to return verified to true. Otherwise, we have to return verified to false. You can also wrap your code inside the try catch block.
I'm gonna copy my complete code and I'm gonna paste it here inside the auth service. The code is complete self-explanatory. Now we have to test it. We already created the route inside the REST client. I can use that and I'm gonna paste it here. I can say validate to FA token. Validate to FA. Let me double check my controller. Validate to FA. It's a post endpoint. And we have to content type application JSON. Let's provide the token. Let me get the token. John user. Amazing. We got the verify to true. If I provide the invalid token, I got the verify to false. I got the verified false because token has expired. There is a new token. We successfully enabled two-factor authentication validated with token. You can also add disabled authentication logic, or you can have this feature. Let's implement it by creating a new function inside the auth service. It's nothing more, just disable the authentication or set this value. We need to have that function inside the user service because we have repository inside the user service. I can say that so we have this method disable to FA. Now it's time to create a new route to disable the authentication inside the auth controller. I'm going to create a new endpoint here. JWT auth card. There is a typo here, spelling issue for the auth card. JWT auth guard. Everything is fixed now. Let's try to send disable authentication request inside the auth controller. This is the get endpoint. I can have that. Let me paste it here. Disable authentication, disable 2FA. It should be disable, not an enable. So it has disabled authentication. You can double check it by login. I got the token, and let me check it from my DB. You can see that it has disabled false, set the false. One more thing you can do, if you disable the authentication, you can delete the secret key, or you can use the existing secret key. Let me do it. Yeah, we have to disable or delete the key. Inside the disable, validate token, disable, I can say to FA secret to set to false. Or you can set the null value. Let's try to do the null value. Let's enable the authentication. I got the secret. Double check it from the DB. We have enabled, and we have a different secret key. I don't want to save the secret. I don't want to change the secret key. You should not change the secret key. Maybe it depends on your use case. If client disable the 2FA, maybe he has to scan the QR code again. Let's disable it. It looks good. We have empty 2FA, and it has set to false. I also have to add this property into my notes. If user has enabled two-factor authentication, we have to customize a little bit logic for the login method. We have to send the link to user, this one, validate to FA token, this one. If user has enabled to FA and have the secret key, then you have to return this type. Go to the login auth service, go to the login method. Here I can add a logic. We have to add return type, new return type.
this one. Let's try to access the login function by sending the login request. We have enabled two-factor authentication. It should give you the link, not an access token. We have to log in the user. Where is the login user? Here we have. Let's double check it. We have empty 2FA. That's why I got the access token. Let's enable it. We enabled the two-factor authentication. Let's send the login. Now I got the link, validate to FA. Please send the one-time password or token from your Google Authenticator app. You can implement this logic on the front end. On front end, you can send the request to this URL and you have to provide the token. A user has to provide the token. So we have completed the two-factor authentication. In this lesson, you're gonna learn how to implement API key authentication. Each user will have its own API keys. When he wants to access authenticated route or protected route, he has to provide the API keys. When you need to control the number of calls made to your API, you can check from your API keys how many times API keys has hit. If you want to identify the usage patterns in your API traffic, you can do with the help of API keys. API key authentication is typically used in scenarios where multiple users or applications need to access an API. You can read this text, you can read the complete flow. We're gonna use this step. We're gonna generate API keys. We can create and store API key for each user. We have to create an API key strategy survey, just like we did for the JWT strategy. And we have to register API key strategy in auth module. And the step number 5, validate the user by API key and apply API key authentication on protected route. I have to use external package which is UUID to generate API key, and we will have API key column in the user entity. And then when we have to create a new user, what you have to do, you gotta set the API key which is UUID. By calling this method, it will generate a unique key. When you create a new account, it should give you this API key. And next step, you have to create API key strategy. When you provide the API key, it is going to call this method, the validate function. And inside the validate, you have to call validate user by API key, and you have to provide your API key. If user is validated, this is how you will provide the API key authorization barrier. This is my API key. We're going to use external package Passport HTTP barrier to apply this strategy to validate API keys. Finally, you have to register as a provider API key strategy. This is our method to validate the user based on API key.
If user validated with the help of API key, this is our endpoint. Here I can say I want to access the profile only based on API key, or you can create in the auth controller. Use guard, auth guard, you have to provide the barrier. It means I want to apply API key validation or API key authentication on this route, and I don't want to send the user back password back in the response. That's why I deleted the user password. And you can send the message authenticated with API key. This is the user. This is how you will provide the API key when you make the authenticated request. I want you to implement this complete flow. If you stuck, you can follow my video. Let's install the package first. Let's run the application. You will get the error because we have 2 to 3 records in users table, but it will find null value for API key. We did not set the constraint API key should be null. If user has signed up, we can have the API key. Or if you set the null label to true, you can have a separate function to create the API key for the user. It depends on your use case, your company, or your business logic. I'm expecting the null value error from the type ORM. We are using this database. We have all the users. You can see I got the error. Relation user contains null value, which is API key. You can fix 2 or 3 ways. You can set API key value manually, but I don't have API key column. There is a concept we didn't use the migration, but I found the hack to use to resolve this issue. I can say Spotify clone 2. Let's change the database. Run start def. It will take some time to create all the tables. Database does not exist. Let's create a DB. Restart the application. The application is running fine now. We have this database, Spotify clone 2.
So we have the API key. Now we need to add the API key when you create a new account. I can do it inside the user service or auth service. Do we have the sign up function here? I think inside the users. Yes, we have the create function. I have to change a little bit logic. I did not create a new user, so I'm gonna do it here. We have to import this package. We are getting the error user.password. Delete this one. We got it. We got the API key. Yeah, I can say saved password. I have updated user DTO to user password, and we have saved the password, and we have deleted the saved password. Now we have to test it by sending this sign up request. Open the REST client. I'm gonna send the request, sign up user. So it has generated the API key. It looks good. We have encrypted password. It's fine now. Our next step is to create API key strategy. We have to install this package. I'm gonna copy the same code and create a new file, API key strategy, inside the auth API-key strategy.ts. I'm gonna copy the code. We are using the passport strategy, and we are providing this passport HTTP barrier auth strategy. We have to import or provide API key strategy inside the auth module. Register it, API key strategy, and we have to validate the user based on API key. I can create a new method. I also need to find user based on API key. Let's add a new method inside the user service. Now it looks good. Let's create a new controller function into the auth controller.
It means I'm telling to auth or NestJS application, I would like to validate this route only based on API key. NestJS passport. Everything is good to go right now. We have to test the application, run the application. First of all, we have to create a new account. I changed the email John13. We got the API key. I'm gonna store the API key John13. Now we have to provide this API key to access the profile route. Access profile. We have a get endpoint. Get HTTP auth/profile. Authorization basic. Here we have to provide the API key. It's not a basic, we are using this scheme, barrier scheme, BEARER. Now I got the user back in the response and it has authenticated with API key. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to debug NestJS application using VS Code. If you don't have launch.json file in .vs code folder, you can create it. Let's create the launch.json file. If you go to the debug, I'm gonna create a new folder .vs code, and you can have launch.json file. Let me copy these configurations. So I have to start the application in debug mode. NestJS has a script in package.json file. Now you can start the application by running npm start run start debug. You can see that our debugger has started. Now I want you to attach a process. When you go to the debug, now you have to attach it. You can put breakpoints. Let me do here the auth controller. I'm gonna put breakpoint. Let's try to send the API request. It has stopped at this breakpoint, so I can see what is inside the request. I have request body, request client, request.user. You can also watch on a specific property, the request.user. You can see that I got the API key, email enable to FA secret. This is a great way to debug the application. You can find errors very easily by using debugging. If you want to debug the complete flow, you can do that into the app strategy. What I was API key strategy or API strategy? Yep, we have the API key strategy. I'm gonna put breakpoint here. Let me put the breakpoint here, and I would like to put the breakpoint here. Let's send the request. You can see that it has first
called this validate method. It is going to find the user only based on API key. It has found the user. Now it is going to execute this line, return user. It has added the request.user. You have returned API user from the API key strategy like this one. NestJS has stored user inside the request object like request.user, like this one. And finally we have deleted it. You can step over it, go to the next line. If you need to step into a specific function, you have to use this one, step int. If you want to go out from this function, you can press step out. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you the concept of migrations. Migrations is like a version control for your database. You can manage your database changes by using migrations. Migration is a file that contains a set of instructions for creating, modifying, or deleting database tables. Whenever you make changes in your entity, you have to create a new migration. If you want to go back to the previous changes, there is a command for revert. You can use that command. Once you get into the production, right now we are building our application in development environment. When we push the application into production, you will set the synchronize to false. So you have to manually update the changes for your entities. That's why I have set the synchronize to false. In production, you will not set the synchronize property to true. Migration is just a file with SQL queries to update database and apply new changes to an existing database. I got the simple definition of migration. It's like a version control for your database. You will keep track of your changes toward your schema. First of all, you have to move type ORM configuration into a separate file. These are all my type ORM configurations. Now you don't need to write your entities manually. When you have to create a new entity, you add a new entry for the entity. Now you don't need that. I have added the regular expression for this path. We also using the JavaScript because we're gonna use migration. I found it's easier to work with JavaScript when you are working with migrations. When you build the project, NestJS will generate the dist folder. This dist folder, I can provide that path. This is the JS file. We're gonna provide this type of file. I have set the synchronize to false. We have created a new data source. When you write the script to migrate in package.json file, you have to provide the data source file, this data source, and this data source has a data source object, this data source object. Step number 2, you have to refactor type ORM config into app module. You gotta provide data source options, this data source options, and then you have to write the script for type ORM, generate, run, and revert. We're gonna use all these scripts. We will add a new column in the user entity, and then we will generate the migration based on this column. This is the name of the migration, add user phone, where we have stored the migration. Here we have specified the path.
there is a DB folder, and inside the DB we have migrations directory. And finally, you will run the migration. When after creating the file, you have to run the migration. If you want, you can implement these complete steps, or you can follow me. I'm gonna create a new file inside the DB, create a new folder inside the root directory, DB data source.ts. I'm gonna paste this code. My database is, which is Spotify clone 2. So I have to delete everything. Here we have to provide a data source options, this options object. I have completed this step number 2. Now we need to add couple of scripts. There is no logic here specifically. You can copy these scripts. First of all, please build the project, generate the JavaScript files, then we are using the type or npx and -t. I'm telling to type or I have stored my database configuration inside this file. If you have to go back or revert the changes, you will run this command. I'm gonna copy this script and paste it here inside the scripts. Now let's try to add a new column. User.entity. I'm gonna add a new column here. Type is string. Now finally we have to run the migrations. npm run migration generate. I'm using this script. Here you are specifying I want to store migration in this file, migrations, and this is the name of the file. It will also add the timestamp. First it is going to build the project, then it is going to execute this command. Meanwhile, I have to start it from the scratch. I don't want existing database, so I would like to delete my database. I'm also going to delete this one because we have set this synchronize to false. We have to add changes manually. That's why we are using migrations. A new file has created inside the DB. Inside the migrations, we have this file. This is a timestamp and the name of the file adduserphone.ts. So we have to create a new database. I can say Spotify clone. Now I wanna add all this stuff like inside the data source Spotify clone. Let's generate the migrations. I can say that my migrations, you can choose any name or init. It is going to take all these entities and creating the SQL files, SQL queries for all these entities, because right now our database is empty. We don't have tables. Now you can see my migrations. If you check the database, you will not see any table because we did not run the migration yet. Now we're gonna run the migration. npm run migration run. Now it is going to execute these queries, these, creating all the tables and all the relationships. We have the migrations. There is no record inside the migrations. I'm going to delete this migrations and this migration file. Let's create it from scratch. It has created all the migration. Now we have to run it. Everything is good right now. It has executed the queries, and now if I refresh my tables, you will see all the tables. We have songs, users, but if I go to the users, I will have font property. I don't want font property. Let's edit a user entity. I'm gonna remove font. Now let's generate the migration. I can say removed font. You can see that it has created the migration file removed font. It is going to drop this column. Now we need to run this migration to update changes in the database. Let's try to check the column. There is no font column here. This is how the migrations work. This lesson, I'm gonna teach you the concept of data seeding. Data seeding is a process of populating a database with an initial set of data. When you create a new column inside here, when you create a new column in the user entity, let's say I would like to add a new column, and here I can say this could be the phone number. But when you run the migrations, the phone number will be empty in the database. So you can load your initial data by running the seeds. Applying seed data to database refers to the process of inserting initial data into the database, usually when the database is first created. Let me show you the demo of seeding. You are going to learn how to create the seed service, and we have a seed method inside the seed service. We are running type param queries by using transaction. Here we have placed all my seed data. When my application bootstrap or loads, it will create a new user, a fake user, and it will save into the database, and then it will create the artist and save artist into the user, into the database. We are also have a seed data for playlist. First of all, we're going to create a new user, then we're going to create a new playlist, and we have assigned a relation between playlist and the user. So we're going to save couple of data. When you run the application, when application will be completed, you can verify from your database. Let me show you. In your users table, you will see a new user will be created. So these are all the users. These are all the users I created with fake data by using the seeding. I also have a playlist. It is going to pick the random name for a playlist. Rap playlist, world playlist, or country playlist. I also have a seed for artist. You can see that. Now my application is running now. When you look at the users, you will see another users, a couple of another users. If you look at the playlist, you will find one more playlist. You can also look at the artist. You will have more artists. This is how you can increase your development workflow or testing workflow. Now I want you to implement it by looking at the documentation I created for you here. I don't want any column. First of all, we have to install another package to generate the fake data. In next step, we have to create a seeds folder inside the DB. Seeds, I can data seed.ts file. I have created a new file. Here we're gonna do initial seeding. You can create a separate function for each entity, like you can create a separate function for seed songs. I did not create this seed songs method here. You can create that. If you want to look up more documentation of Faker package, you can find from the official documentation page. It is giving me the error. Entities, source, playlist. Here I can find the entity.
Now our next step is to create a new seed module. I'm going to use type ORM to create a new seed module, and then what we are doing here, we are generating the encrypted password. I use the same password for each user. Here we are creating the user. I got UUID from API key and I got repository from the manager. We will call this seed data in main.ts file. Seed module has created. We also need a seed service. What I can do, I'm gonna copy this code and create a new service inside the seed module. Seed.service. If you want, you can use CLI to generate service. We also have to import or register as a provider. Seed service. Cannot find oh, it should be seed data. Seed should be, I can say this seed data. Seed data. Error should be gone. We are making connection with our database. Here I got the manager from the query manager and I called this seed data. And finally we have started the transaction. If any query has failed, it is going to roll back the transaction. So our final step, you can read this text if you want to learn more about what is query runner, what is transaction. Here you have to call the seed method here whenever you want to save a data in the database. If you don't want to save a new fake data, you can just disable these two lines. But let me show you the demo. I'm gonna start the application. It is going to run these methods. Seed user, it is going to create a new fake user, seed artist and seed playlist. Let me show you the current look of my schema. I'm using Spotify clone database. Let me refresh my tables. I would like to see all the users. There is nothing here. I don't have any user. You can create many users if you want. You can use Faker package to generate 20, 15, 50, 55 records, and then you can provide into the repository, user repository. It will create all these records, but I use a single record. I just want to show you the process. You can manipulate with your own use case. One more thing, I could not find the official package or official documentation or in type or seeding. I have implemented my own strategy. Now my application is running. You can see I have a couple of new users. You can see I have a couple of new artists. I think I will have only single artist. Yes, but if you look at the users, it has picked
a random first name, random last name, and the email and the password and the API key it has generated. One more thing, if you want to look at the playlist, I will also have a one playlist, electronic music song. That's how the seeding works. Whenever you create a new entity, I would recommend you to create a seed function. Whenever you run the application, it is going to create a new data. But I'm gonna comment this code. You can enable the seeding here. If you want to make it more super productive, you can create a console command in NestJS. I'll teach you in the advanced concept. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you the concept of configurations. We're going to create custom configuration file with the help of NestJS config. If you see our main.ts file, I have mentioned the port number manually. If you want to have a separate port for development project or for production environment, you can specify in the environment variable. We don't have any env file in. If you have worked with Node.js, you will have separate env environment file .env file for development, and you will have separate .env file for production. One more thing, if you look at our type ORM configurations, here we have type ORM configurations. I have specified a username manually, password manually, database manually. I also specify the host manually. What if you want a different environment variables for production? Let's say you want to deploy the project to AWS or Heroku. You need a separate env environment variables for production level. But we did not implement that logic. Now we need to do it. If you want to read what is configuration, you can read this complete text. I have explained configurations. You may need a database setting for development and production. You may have different API keys for production and API keys for development. You can have multiple environment files for production and testing. NestJS provide config module. We're gonna use this package. I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna paste in my dependencies section, or if you want to install manually, you can do that. I have to do npm install. In the next step, you have to import config module in the app module. This config module will have config service, and we're going to use the config service to access the environment variables. Let me show you how can we do it. Package has installed. Now we need to import config module into the app module. Get rid of these extra dependencies. We have to import it here. Let's import config module. So here we have config module. After importing config module, you have to provide the path of your env file. Here you have to provide the path. We don't have any env file. Go to your root directory and create two files. The first one for .env.development for production level. I can say .env for production. This one is for development and this one is for production. If you want to have a separate port for different environment, you can do that, but I'm gonna keep with 3000. For production, you can place it here. So we have created the env file. So how can you load this env file? We have to set the path in the app module. Here I have to provide the options, configurations. I can say env file path. It can access the array. The first one is .env.development. and .env.production. One more thing I would like to mention, we have used the config module. Inside the config module is using .env package. If you Google the .env, this package is used to define environment variables for different environments for development and for production. But by default, NestJS config package is using the env. We have used this load env property. So you have to make it global. Let's say I would like to import env module into my auth module, into the artist module. Let's say I want to use API keys from env.development file to artist module. You don't need to import config module. You can use config service automatically. But if you make it global, when you want to use config module in other modules, you will need to import it as it's standard with any Nest module, or you can make it global. I have set it to global, so I can use config service without importing the config module. Now we have to create the custom configuration file. You have to create a new folder inside the source folder. I can say config. Let's create the configurations.ts. Here you have to place all your configuration. You have to define configuration inside the env file, and this configuration.ts file is going to fetch or add validations for environment variables inside the configuration. So config module is going to use this configuration.ts file. It is going to extract all these values from config.ts. Let me show you how. We have to load our configuration file, custom configuration file. I can say load. You can have multiple configuration file. You can have different configuration file for database. You can have different configuration file for app settings or user profile settings, something like that. But I'm gonna keep it simple. Let's use a simple configuration file. We have to import the configuration. Now our next step is to test the env variable. We have created the port and we have defined or getting the port from .env, and here
Now let's say if you want to access this port variable, I'm gonna do it for testing purpose. Don't do it in production. Inside the auth service, let's say I can define a new function, get env variable. You can call any function here. Here, how can you use the configuration.ts file? How can you get this port into your auth service? Like, we have to inject the config service. We have to inject the config service. Config service. Remember, I did not import the config module into the auth module because we have set it to global in the app module. So we can use config service. Config service.get, parse it into as an integer. You have to provide the name of your key, which is port. When you open the configuration.es file, we have specified the key, which is port. So how can you use this function? Let's say I'm gonna create a controller function for testing. Don't do it in production. I just want to show you the demo. I can say test get env, or you can say test env variable. It is going to return this .auth service calling the get env variable. That's it. Do not do any fancy stuff here. Let's start the application and we have to test this route. Now we need to test it. I have to send the request to this URL, this endpoint. We have to send the get request. You can say test env. /auth/test. Amazing. I got the port value, which is 3000. It's working fine now. Now if you check the main.ts file, we have defined the port into configuration. We are using the port value manually. I would like to use the config service here. I want to get the port value from the config service, and I would like to use it here. This is how you can do it. You can get the config service instance by calling the app.get method and providing the config service class. It is going to give me the instance config service. Then I can use the method here. So you can do it here. Config service, you can import it. Now I can get the port value, service.get. Let's parse it as a number. Here I can say the port, which is key. Get rid of this. No, I'm not using seed service. We have our application is running fine now. Let's send the test
test request. I got the port 3000. We successfully configured the port in the main.ts file. Now we also need to add our secret key inside the env file. We are getting the value from the auth constants, but I don't want to get it from the auth constants. I would like to add secret key inside my env file. I have to place it here, secret. Now I would like to use this secret. We are using this secret inside the app module, inside the auth module, not app module. Here we are using the auth constant.secret, but I want to get it from the config service. I want you to think about it. How can you add, or how can you get the value from config service? We also need to add a property in the configuration. I'm going to do it here. And this is how you will get the value from config service. We have to register this module as a async, and it is going to return the dynamic module. So you have to follow this pattern. If you want to configure dynamic module is a feature that allows you to dynamically configure and register modules at runtime based on dynamic conditions. So we have this dynamic value. So what you also have to inject the config service. You have to import the config module. This use factory is used to inject the config service, and we are getting the value here. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to replace my auth module with this code. Import config service and config module. Imports. I don't want to use the auth constant. Get rid of that. We have to import config module. We also need to import config service. That is it now. We have specified the secret inside the configuration. Did I define the secret in the production? I think I did not. If you want, you can do it. env.production. Let's restart the server. Our application is running successfully. It means we successfully configured the secret key. You can test it by sending the API request. I have to open it here. REST client. I can send this sign up request. I sent the login request. We have to send the sign up request. User has created successfully. It's working fine now. Now our next step is to configure the DB configurations, database configuration. I'm gonna add the configurations inside my env file, development file. If you want to add a separate env file, separate configuration for database, you can do it. You can say that DB configuration. My database is ntest. Now we have to define the values inside the configuration.ts file.
I'm gonna copy the same code, or I need these values. Now we have to update or refactor the manual values with config service. So I'm gonna create a new type orm async config object, and then we're gonna use inside our type orm module. Let's refactor it. You have to create it. This is the same process. You have to create this module or register this module as a dynamic. I'm gonna use the same configuration when defining the type orm module. I'm gonna do it here. You can import type orm config options. We also need to get config module and config service. Type orm module options. I got the DB host, DB port, username, DB name, password, entities, and synchronize set to false. Here we are going to get it from the process.env. I'm gonna copy that code and I'm gonna paste it, or you can say replace this text host. Inside the app module, we have to register it. Type orm module this time. Type orm async config. Get rid of data source. Wrong driver. I think something is missing. Postgres. We have to use the for root async in the app module. I think that is why it is showing me the error. You can see that application is running fine now. It means we have successfully configured the database. We have successfully configured the settings. It's working fine now. In the previous video, we have created the environment variables. We have set up the DB configuration, DB port, username, password, and database name. If you want to add the validation, if you want to validate these environment variables, you can also do that with the help of class validator package. To implement the validation, you have to create the env.validation.ts file. We did not add node env inside the development or production.env. I have set the isnum, which is enum. Here I have defined the validation for port, db host, username, password, DB name, and the secret. We're gonna use class-based validator, class validator package. That's why I created the class. And we will have the validate method. It is going to accept the config object with record key value pair. First of all, we're gonna use plain to instance from class transformer package. Plain instance converts a plain literal object to class based constructor object. You can learn more about class transformer by looking at the document. So class transformer allows you to transform plain object to some instance of a class. You can look at the documentation of class transformer if you want to learn more about it. And you have to enable this property to true, and we have to provide the environment variable which we have created the class, this one, environment variables, and we have the config section, config object. I'll show you what is inside the validated config. Now it should be the instance of a class. If error comes, you can send the error back, otherwise you have to return the validated config. And then you have to provide this validate method inside the config module. We don't have node env, you can create inside the environment variable. Let me do that first. .env.environment. I'm gonna copy that. In the production, I'm gonna copy here. Now you have to create a new file inside the root directory. .env.validation.ts file. We will have the enum for development environment. It could be development, production, test, and provision. Now you have to create a class to validate the environment variables. We have port, DB host, username, password, and the secret. Now we have to implement the logic for validate function. It should return the validated object, validated config. So I got the instance of the class. We have provided the environment variables. Here, let's say if I would like to log the config, I can say please log the config. And here I would like to say please log validated config. Now we have to perform the validations. There is a validate sync method, you can use it. Let me import them. I'm going to import them here. If error comes, we need to throw the error, otherwise we need to return the validated object, validated config object. So we created the validate function.
Now it's time to register it inside the app module. I'm gonna register it in the config module. Here there is a validate. We have to import the validate. You have to import it manually. It's not giving me the suggestions. You can say validate from it should not be .env, it should be env.validation. That's why I'm not getting the suggestion, because this is a TypeScript file, it's not an environment file. Now I should get the suggestion for validate. Let me import it from env.validation. Do not import it from the class validator package. I would like to test this application. You can see that I have the config object. Inside the config object, I have the property port, secret, node env, db host. We defined these properties inside the environment file .env.development. I got the db name, all these couple of things. Now you have environment variable, which is the instance of a class based object. In environment variables, I got all this port, all this stuff. I'm gonna comment this out. What if I set the wrong value in the development file? Let me test it. If I set the db port should be string, let's say that, it should give me the error. I have to restart the application because I have made changes in the .env.development file. I did not set the validation for db port. That's why I did not get the error. Let's say I'm gonna do it here. db port. I can say the type should be number. I have saved the application. I have to restart it. You can see that I got the error. Property db port has failed the following constraints is number. Let's replace the DB port. We have successfully implemented the validations for environment variables. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you how to increase the speed of module reloading. What do I mean by module hot reloading? If I change anything here in any file, it will take too much time to reload the application. If I'm going to log something here, now my application is running first time. It will take some time. Let me show you the problem and what problem we're gonna solve and how we're gonna solve that problem. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to increase the speed of NestJS project reloading. If I make changes in any file, let's say I'm gonna delete this code, it will take some time to reload the application. I would like to increase this speed with the help of Webpack. You can see that it's taking too much time to reload the application. NestJS provides a way to increase the speed of your hot reloading. You can see that it's still calculating the changes. It's still calculating, waiting for the file changes. I think it has took 30 seconds to load the application. Let's increase the speed with the help of Webpack. First of all, you have to create a new file, webpack hotmodulereloading.config. You have to create this file inside the root directory. And I'm gonna copy this code because I'm not going to teach you Webpack in this course. And step number 2, we have to make some changes in bootstrap function. I can open the bootstrap function in the main.ts file. We have to add the code here, if module.hot. Then you gotta do this process. It is asking me which module I'm going to talk about. Let me check it from my project. Yes, I need to declare module as a variable. I would like to declare it here. I can also add that part into my documentation. Now our third step is to add a script to use Webpack instead of default configuration to run the project in development mode, we have to refactor the start dev script. I would like to change it, and let's do it. This time we're gonna run the project with Webpack. Cannot find run script Webpack plugin. Do we need to install it? Oh yeah, we need to install it. Make sure you installed it as a dev dependency. So I need to uninstall it. Now we need to install it as a dev dependency. Let's run the project. Webpack is building your sources. Project is completed. Let's try to send the API request, but it's still running. First time it will take some time to initiate the project. Now project has completed. It's time to send the API request. I'm gonna send API request to root URL. Let's say I would like to make some changes. I can say hello world. I saved the application. Now you can see that it took 2 to 3 seconds to reload the application. Updated modules, you can see that it also logged the message updated modules. So I'm gonna remove this line. Application has started again. I found it's very helpful when you are building a project in development environment. We're gonna use Swagger package to document the APIs. If you don't know about Swagger, it's an open source software framework that enables developer to document and design the RESTful web services. It provides a set of tools and specification for defining the structure, endpoints, and data models of an API. We will have Swagger specification, Swagger editor, and Swagger UI. If you haven't looked at the Swagger, let me show you the demo. This is the example of Swagger documentation. You will have all the endpoints, what these endpoints are doing, you can look at. As you can see that we have profile route, we have all these routes available. You can also create a section for each route. I'll teach you how to do that. So I just want to show you, this is the overall view of Swagger documentation. So we have to implement it. First of all, you have to install a third-party package, which is NestJS Swagger. Nest has created this package. Let's install this package, or I can add into my package.json file. Let's install it. Swagger package has installed. Now we need to configure this Swagger module in Bootstrap function. You have to do it here. You can use document builder from a Swagger module. You can have to set the title. Title should be Spotify clone, the name of your application, and you can write the description for your application. You can set the version, and finally you gotta call the build function. And then we will create the document with the help of Swagger module, and you have to provide your application instance and this config module, this config setting. And here we're gonna mount the Swagger document at /API route, and you have to provide the application instance and your document. I'm gonna copy the same code and I'm going to place it here inside the Bootstrap function. You gotta do it here. Let's import Swagger module. I'm not getting the hints for Swagger module and document. Let's import manually. Cannot find a module NestJS Swagger. Why? I think I have to install it manually. npm install NestJS Swagger. Now the error is gone. Now we have a Swagger dependency.
Here we have the NestJS Swagger package. You can write the name of your title application, and you have to write the description, version, and finally we got a call the build. And we are creating the document, and we have set up the Swagger module. It's time to run the application. Oh, there is an issue. It was an extra parenthesis. Application is running now. Let's try to test it. I can go to the localhost colon 3000/API. Now we have the title of the document and the description. We have all these routes, but we did not add the tags. I'll show you tags in the next video. Let's try to send the request to the root URL. So I got this response: hello, I am learning NestJS fundamentals. If I execute this endpoint, I got the port with 200 status code. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to document this signup route. If you look at the signup route, I don't have any schema yet. It's not displaying the schema. What type of parameters do we need? Do we need first name? Do we need last name? I also want to show the description or the purpose of this signup route. First of all, you have to add the API tags to the auth controller. Let's convert all these routes into auth section. We're gonna place the login route into auth section, enable to FA and validate to FA. Let's do it first. I'm gonna open the auth controller. Here I can say API tags. I can use the auth. My application is running now. You can see all the routes are placed inside the auth section. One more thing I would like to add in the auth controller. We have to decorate the signup route. The next step, we have to add the API operation and the response. I'm going to use the API operation. We need to get it from the Swagger module. It will return the user in the response with 201 status code. This is called please register a new user. Make sure it's running now. Let's refresh. I cannot see the signup route. I think it is taking too much time. Oh, I found the error. API response. We need to get the API response. Yes, we have the API response. Let's restart the application. Now you can see that we have the register user. We have specified it here. Somebody which is registered new user, and you can see the response. It will return a user in the response. Let's try to test it. If I provide first name, nh, last name, sh, sf, and we have to provide email, sn@gmail.com. Let's provide the password 1 2 3 4 5. Let's try to test it out. Internal server error, because let me look at the error. Entity metadata not found. No metadata for a user was found. I found there is an issue with type ORM and a webpack. If you use webpack hot reloading, like we have used webpack package to reload the application fast, type ORM does not work with this configuration. Like this one, we have to replace it, and you have to register all the entities manually, but it can work with migrations. There is no problem with migrations, but you have to replace it here. We have to import couple of entities. Application is broke now. I think I have to restart it. Application is running fine. Let's test it out. I'm gonna create a new user. A user has created successfully. You can see that with 201 status code. When you look at the sign up route, if you check the schema, it is not displaying me the schema. What do I mean by schema? Here I cannot see the login DTO. I don't have create song DTO. I don't have create user DTO. It should display me the schema. Let me run the application. My application is running now. If you look at the schema in the sign up route, you will see the empty create user DTO. You can fix it with the help of API property. You have to tell Swagger, hey, this is the API property I wanna see in the Swagger document. Let's add API property in the user entity. We have to do it here. Please provide the first name of the user. Let me import API property. You have to do the same thing for last name. You can also add example like what could be the data type look like. I'm also gonna add API property for email. Let's do it for the password. My application is running now, but I cannot see the schema value. I cannot see
properties here for my schema. You have to register NestJS Swagger plugin. You can do it in the Nest CLI. I'm gonna copy the plugins, open Nest CLI, and I'm gonna do it here. Let's restart the application because we have modified Nest CLI. Let's refresh the application. I cannot see my schema. I have to register the plugin inside the compiler options. That was the mistake. Restart the application. Now you can see the schema value: first name, last name, email, and the password. It will also show you the schema value for login DTO. Here we have the user, example value, email, ID, API key, playlist. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to test authentication in Swagger document. We have to enable barrier auth. It's a scheme. You can do it in main.ts file. You have to add this function. Nest Swagger module provides this function, add barrier auth. This is the type HTTP, scheme is barrier, format should be JWT, name is JWT. You can add the description, JWT token, and I would like to provide in the header. This is the name. When you need to use or apply on the controller function. One more thing, we also need to update the secret key in the JWT strategy. I don't want to use auth constant.secret. I have to get it from the process.env secret. This get profile is our protected route. If you want to apply authentication or if you want to protect or apply authentication of Swagger document, you have to use the API barrier auth, and this is the name we use, JWT/auth. Here, this one. Like create songs endpoint is also a protected route. You can also apply authentication on that in the songs controller. These are all the protected routes. Only artist can access update endpoint, delete endpoint, and create endpoint. So you can apply authentication on these routes as well. But I just want to show you the demo. In the app controller, we have this protected route, get profile endpoint. Let me show you in our Swagger document/API. Here we have login route. We don't have any authentication section. Let's implement it. First of all, let me write documentation for login route inside the auth controller. It looks good. Now we have to enable the authentication. I'm gonna copy the code and paste it here. Now we have to apply JWT authentication. We also need to update the secret key in the JWT strategy. I don't want to use auth secret from the auth constants. Let's get it from the environment variable. And this is, we have to use, I'm telling to Swagger, hey Swagger, this is the protected route. Application is broke now. Restart the application. I found an issue when you are working with Webpack code module reloading. Do not save the application if your application is in error format. If there is an error in the file, do not save the application, otherwise it will break the Webpack code module reloading. Now it will take some time to restart the application. Application is running now. I have to refresh my page. Now you can see the authorize. If I try to access the profile route from here, it should give me the error unauthorized. So you have to log in to get the access token. I'm gonna send the login request. Password does not match. What was the password? 1 2 3 4 5 6. I have got the access token. Now I can use this token and I'm gonna provide it here. This is the name JWT auth. You can see that. Authorize. Now by enabling this JWT auth here, the Swagger will use this token just like we saved here. Let's access the protected route. You can see that I got the user ID and the email. It has already attached authorization barrier and the token. If you have all protected routes in the controller, you can also add API barrier auth here for all controller routes, but I have only single route is protected. This is the public route. That is why I did not use the API or auth barrier auth inside the controller for a controller. So I applied separately API or API barrier auth. You can also define the tags for songs controller. I want you to do it. You can apply authentication on songs controller protected route. Like create is a protected route. You have to add API or auth barrier decorator here. It did not create the API tags because my application has broken now by using this code. Restart the application. My application is running now. I can see all the songs related route. You can also do it for the playlist, API tags. You can see the playlist section. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you how to install MongoDB using Docker Compose. If you don't have installed MongoDB on your machine, you can install it manually or you can install with Docker Compose. I have already installed Docker on my machine. My Docker is running. You can see that here is my Docker is running now. But we don't have any project right now to use with MongoDB. I don't want to install MongoDB in my previous project. We're going to create a new project to play around with MongoDB database. I want you to create a new project. I can say nest new, and we need to provide the name of your project. I can say nmongo production NestJS project with MongoDB, and I want to ship it on production level. You have to choose your package manager. I'm going to use npm. It will take some time to install the dependencies. My project has created successfully. All the dependencies have installed. I'm going to go to my project. I'm going to open the project into my VS Code. Let me run the project by using npm run start dev. Let's commit init, and I would like to create a new branch. I'll store this code into this branch. To connect with MongoDB, we will install this dependency or this package in the next video, or you can install it here. We need NestJS Mongo's package, and we need Mongo's separate package. This is the magic we need to implement. We're going to use Docker Compose to start MongoDB driver. I'm going to create a new file in the root directory. I can say docker compose.yaml. You have to define your version. I can say 1. You have to define the services. You need to define the service MongoDB or MongoDB, the name of the service. You have to provide the environment. I can say MongoDB database, and we need to provide the name of the database, which is test. We also need to provide the image.
We need to get the local latest image from the Docker repository, Docker Hub, or you can say, let's define the port. I'm gonna copy the same code. I don't want to make mistake. That's it. Or you can change your database. I can say Spotify clone. Now you have to start MongoDB driver. You have to execute this command, docker compose up my project. I'm gonna open my project into root directory and let's execute this command. I think already allocated. I think my already project is running on 2701 docker compose. Let me stop that project. Here we need to stop it. Let's try it again. Now it is going to start the MongoDB. I'm also going to use external tool. It's a graphical user interface, MongoDB Compass. You can install it. You can play around with GUI with MongoDB database. This is the GUI MongoDB Compass. You have to have a new connection. You can have a new connection. It is going to ask me the host and the port. I can say localhost, and this is the port 2701 because my MongoDB is running on this port 27017. So I'm gonna connect it, and you can create a new database, Spotify clone, and you can have the collection which is songs. You can see that I have interacted with MongoDB database and I created a new database. So our MongoDB driver is running successfully. In the next video, I'll teach you how to connect NestJS application with Mongos or MongoDB.
In the previous video, we have installed these two packages, Mongos and NestJS Mongos. If you would like to connect NestJS application with Mongos or MongoDB, you have to create a new module in the app module. You have to create it by calling the forRoot method. This forRoot method is similar to mongos.connect from the Mongos package. You can read the connect package from the official documentation. What I want you to make sure your MongoDB is running. My MongoDB driver, MongoDB is running with the help of Docker. I use Docker compose up. Here it is running, Docker compose up. Now we have to call this method mongos module.forRoot in the app module. Make sure you have this database, Spotify clone. If I run the application, let's see what will happen. npm run start dev. Mongos module, because we did not import it, let's import it with the help of VS Code. I'm gonna save the application. You can see that Mongos package has installed. It has also initialized the Mongos core module dependencies. It means we have successfully connected to MongoDB. If I will write the invalid port, let's see what will happen. I'm getting the error Mongo's module unable to connect the database. So it means we have configured the MongoDB with NestJS. But if you look at Mongo Compass, I think I don't have Spotify clone database. It can work without creating the database. If I create the database, it will work. I can create the name of the collection. Now we have Spotify clone. It looks good. Now we're gonna create schema using Mongo's model. In Mongo's, everything starts with schema. Each schema maps to MongoDB collection and defines the shape of the document within the collection. Schemas are used to define the models, and models are responsible for creating and reading documents from the MongoDB database. So we're going to create the first schema. You have to create a new folder, songs. Here you have to create the schemas folder, and you have to have a schema which is songs.ts file. We will use this song document when we will inject the model into song service. You can use the decorator schema, NestJS. Mongo's module provides schema decorator. This prop represents the property in the collection. We will have songs collection, and inside the song collection we will have these fields: title, release date, duration, and the lyrics. Yep, the schema decorator marks a class as a schema definition. It maps our song class to MongoDB collection of the same name, but it will add s at the end of the final Mongo collection name will be songs. And prop decorator defines a property in the document. And finally we will have schema factory. It will return the raw definition of schema. I logged on song schema and I got this result. Schema object, we have these properties: title, release date, and duration, and couple of metadata for each field. This is how you will create a schema. I want you to implement it. So I'm going to implement here by creating a new folder. Inside the songs, we will have schemas. Here I'm gonna create a song schema or song.ts file. I just pasted my code. We have defined 4 fields. I got all these properties from our previous project, which we worked with param and Postgres. I got title, release date, duration, and lyrics. I set this data type for duration string. I couldn't find a time field, time data type in Mongo's. So you can validate manually duration by using third-party date plugin. So we created the schema successfully. This lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to save record in MongoDB database. We're gonna save record in MongoDB collection. Right now, we don't have a songs module. We don't have songs controller. We don't have songs service. We're gonna create all these stuff. And then we're gonna create post endpoint inside the songs controller. You have learned how to create the post endpoint, how to create network request object or data transfer object, DTO.
And then I'm gonna use song service. Song service has create method to save the record in MongoDB collection. And finally, we will create song DTO object inside the create song DTO.ts file. And here I would like to inject the model. Remember, schema will act as a model. You can use schema to generate a model. So I'm telling, please give me the model, the name of the model, which is songs, and I would like to use here, I would like to inject it as a dependency. Remember, I have created the type in the song schema file. I got the song document, and this song model provides CRUD operation: create, read, update, and delete. It is similar to type ORM repository. It will be treated as a type ORM repository. And finally, we have a safe method in the song model, and I am going to call the method here. It is going to return the promise. And finally, we have created the songs module. We have to inject the song model just like we did with type ORM repository. If you will not do that part, you will not be able to inject song module here. That's why you have to register it as a here. I'm telling to NestJS, I would like to use song model in the service or in my provider. And then you can send the request to this URL to create a new song in the MongoDB collection. I want you to implement it. Let me implement it for you. Let's generate controller songs, generate service songs. It has created the songs module. It has also updated the entry in the app module. You can also see the songs controller. It has also updated the songs controller inside the app module. You can see that. Now we have songs module. Inside the songs module, we have songs controller and the song service. Now it's time to create a new endpoint. I'm gonna copy the code inside the songs controller. We just injected the song service. Right now this create method does not exist in the song service. We also don't have create song DTO. Let's create song DTO. I'm gonna create a new folder DTOs, and I'm gonna create a new file, create song-dto.ts file. That's it. I already taught you how to create a method in the service. Let's refactor the song service, add a new method. We have injected the song model. Make sure you provide the name of the song model. Here we are injecting the song model, and I called create method from song model. And finally, we have to tell NestJS, I want to use this song model in the songs module. So please make it injectable. And now we have to run the application. I have to import song dependency song. It looks good. We have to test it. I'm gonna create a new file to make API request. I can say api.http. Let's send the API request. You can see that a song has created. We can verify from Mongo Compass. Here is the record inside the songs collection. Let's add another song. So we have another song. It should display the second song, but I cannot find out. No, I can see the second song. We have two records in MongoDB collection. This is the document. If I don't set the title, what will happen? You will see internal server error because we have set the validations inside the song schema. These properties are required. Title is required, release date is required, and duration is required. In this lesson, you're gonna learn how to implement find and delete method. We will create two endpoints to handle find and delete request. Let's start implement it. I have already taught you how to implement CRUD or REST-based API endpoints. Let's create a method find to fetch all the records from MongoDB collection. It is going to give me all the documents. Now we have to create a route to handle the request. Our application is running now. Let's send the API request to fetch all the songs. We have to send the get API request. We don't have any record yet. Let's create a new song. I have created a new song. I'm gonna create another song. Now we have two songs. Let's fetch all these songs. We have successfully implemented the find all method. Now it's time to implement the find by ID. I'm gonna create a new method find by ID in the song service, and there is a method find by ID in the song model. You have to provide the ID. We're gonna get the ID from the request parameter. Let's create a new route. Now we are going to send the request to fetch song only based on ID. Find one song. We have to get the ID. I'm gonna send the request to fetch all the songs. Now I'm gonna copy the ID and we need to provide the ID here. So I got the single record only based on ID. You can also implement the delete endpoint. I'm gonna create a delete function inside the song service. Song model provides delete one method and you have to provide the ID. Mongoose works with underscore ID. If you have worked with MongoDB, the ID stores in this underscore ID format. If you are using or have used Postgres or MySQL, in MySQL or Postgres you save the primary key or primary ID with this ID without underscore. Now we have to create a delete endpoint in the songs controller. We have to get the delete method. That is it. Let's create a new song because we're gonna delete that song. I'm gonna get the ID and now we have to delete the song. To send the delete API request, delete song. You can see deleted count is 1, acknowledged true. It means we have successfully deleted the song. You can double check it by sending the API request to fetch all the songs and you can see new song does not exist here. You can also implement the update functionality I already taught you when you were learning type or mcrud operations. Similarly, you can implement the update operation. First of all, you have to define update function here. Song model provides the update method. You can use that method. And then you gotta create a controller to handle the update request. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you the concept of populate. If you wanna make a relation or a reference between between two collections, remember in MongoDB, collection will have documents. In MySQL or Postgres, you will have tables and columns. So if you want to make the reference or relation between two collection, you can do with the help of populate. You have to implement the concept of populate. I have this use case or scenario. Each song must belong to one album and each album can have many songs. I want you to implement it. If you want to do that, you can Google Mongo's relation or check the official documentation. This is our album schema. We did not create the album schema yet. I'm gonna teach you how to do that. Or you can create the album schema just like we did the song schema. It is going to take the array of the songs because each album can have many songs. That's why I created the array of songs, and you can have multiple types. It's an array. I got the types from Mongo's package. Here you will see type from the Mongo's, and I'm telling that the reference is songs, because when you created this song schema, you have defined a class for class song. By default, the collection will be songs. You can also double check it from MongoDB Compass. Let me show you. I'm telling you, I would like to make a reference with songs collection. Let me do that. Inside the Spotify clone, we have the collection name, which is songs. I have added the reference here. And finally, you also have to add a relation for the album in the song schema. I'm creating a property and type should be Mongo's object ID or MongoDB object ID. Here I'm getting defining the reference album.name. It should be albums, and we have the album. And finally, you gotta create album module, just like we did the song module. And I'm saying I wanna use the album model in the album service, or we will be able to inject the album model to perform CRUD operations. And here I have injected the album model in the album service, just like we did songs model inside the songs service. And I created a new method. We will have a create album DTO, and here we will have find albums. This is how you will implement the populate. Let's say you want to display all the songs on the front end against each album, then you need this query. I'm telling to MongoDB, please give me all the albums. Please give me all the albums. For each album, please also give me all the songs. This is how you gotta do it. And when you are trying to create a new album, you gotta provide the title and the songs. It should be the IDs. And we have create method to create a new album and find all albums. And you also have to refactor create song DTO. You can implement it. I want you to do it. I already taught you all of these steps to do that. First of all, we have to create album, nest generate module, albums, or I can say albums, and nest generate controller, album, and nest generate service, albums. Nest generate module, albums, nest generate controller, albums, nest generate service, albums. I don't need spec files. I'm gonna delete them. Now you have albums module, albums controller, and album service. It has also added the entry in the app module. Let's create a new folder schemas. I have to create a new schema. I can name it to album schema.ts. We will also need a DTOs. Now I'm gonna copy album schema and I'm gonna paste it here. That's it. and I also have to refactor the song schema. We have to add another property. One thing I forgot to add, it should be a MongoDB property. I forgot to add prop decorator for the lyrics property. We need to get the types from object ID from Mongoose. We also have to import the album from album schema. Everything is good right now. Let's create. We have to update album module. Actually, we need this line. I'm gonna copy everything. We don't have DTO. Let's create that. Create album DTO. Now we have to define a controller. We already created the controller. I can say should be albums controller, album service. And we also need to refactor the create song DTO. I have found the error in the album service. Get rid of the song. Let's import it here. If I save the application, we also have to refactor in the song schema. Everything is good now. What I want to do, I would like to create the album first. Create album. We have to send the post request by providing the data. It is going to asking me the name of the album, title of the album, let's say dance, and I would like to provide the array of the songs. I want to save, let's say, these two collections. these two collections. Inside the dance album, I'm also going to save this document or save the song inside this album. Let's create a new album. I got the error, song validation failed, duration is required. OMG, I forgot to add the albums here. Now you can see that I got the dance album with these two songs. Now we have to fetch all the songs. I'm gonna test the populate method, populate functionality, find all albums with songs. This time we have to send the GET request. Let's fetch all the albums. You can see that I got the albums array. This is the first album, and we have all the songs against each album. This is how you can make a relation or reference with collections or with Mongo's models. In this lesson, we're gonna prepare our application for deployment. I'm gonna teach you how to deploy NestJS application at Railway. You will also deploy your Postgres database at Railway. We're gonna deploy our application, this one, the Spotify clone which we were building. Our application is using Postgres database with type ORM. I'm gonna teach you how to deploy the complete application at Railway. First of all, you gotta create a new project. Make sure you deploy your project at GitHub repository. I did not deploy the project yet. First of all, we have to do a little bit configuration. We have to set our environment variable. When I will run the application in production, it should run this production.env file. If I'll be working at development environment, I want to work with local Postgres database. I don't want to change in production level. So we got to configure a couple of settings. We already created the .env.development.env.production, but it is not configurable. When my project is running in production mode, it should pick this production file. I've already written down the validation in env validation for node environment, but I did not set in the configuration. Let me do it. I can say node env, and I can get the value from process.env. process.env.node.env. Now this variable is available for the config service. I've already provided you the NestJS deployment Railway starter.git project. You have to open it and run npm install to install all the dependencies. Now we have to configure the env file path in app module. get rid of this stuff. I don't want to do it. Configure. Get rid of this middleware. Get rid of this data source. Here we have to update our path. What I can say, please get the value from process dot env dot node env, or you can say get the path from the current working directory, and you can provide the name of your file. Current working directory and slash dot, here we need to do dot env dot development or production. We have to remove this one. Please get the working directory and find the env.production file or env.development file. We have to set the script, or we have to set the development environment in our package.json file. For the dev, I can say I wanna mention node env to development. We have to do it. Here we have to set the production value. When you run the application with production, how can I test it? In the main.ts file, maybe I can use that. Or what can I do? Say, yeah, I have the access to config service. I can say console.log config service.get. I can provide the name, which is not env. Let me parse it to string. Let's see what will happen. You can see that it's working fine now. My application is running in the development environment. If I run the application in production environment, when you see the production.environment, I didn't set the database configuration, so it will not work. My application will be crashed. Let me show you. You can see that my application has crashed. An instance of environment variable has failed. Yeah, it is showing me the validation error. DB port does not exist, DB host does not exist. If I copy this configuration, what will happen? Now it should run the application. You can see that my application is working fine now. But we will replace these configurations with Railway Postgres configuration. I have everything in the master branch. Let's create the GitHub repository because Railway will be asking for GitHub repository. Let's create a new repository. I can give any name. NestJS deploy to Railway. If you want, you can create private repository. I'm gonna make it public. We have to add origin. It is asking me to create push as a main branch. Let's do that. So I got the main branch, everything inside the main branch. Let's try to check it out. So I have everything in the main branch. Now we have env.development, we have env.production. You should not push your env.development or env.production to the GitHub repository. Because we wanted to set it to the git ignore do not add .env files. If I add .env, update git ignore, we have to push the code. I try to add .env in the git ignore. Edit! I try to add env in the git ignore and it was not working. I also removed the cache for env.development and env.production file. Removed envs. Now we have to push it. Oops. Envs. Let's push the code. Let me delete this file manually. I'm also going to delete env.production. Now we gotta pull the code. Everything is up to date right now. If I try to push, you should not see env.production and env.development file. So we have pushed the source code to our GitHub repository. You gotta say deploy from the GitHub repository. Here we have to configure our repository. I can say deploy NestJS app to. I can say now it is going to deploy the code. It is building and running env.production. No, it is trying to building the project. Now you can see that our project has deployed. If you want, you can see the log. What is going on here? I got this error. Instance of environment variables has failed in the validation. That's an issue. We have to configure our environment variables. Our application has crashed now. We have to set the environment variables. First of all, I have to create a new database. It's very easy to create a database in Railway. Just right click and find the database. I'm gonna have Postgres. Now you can have the Postgres. When you see the connect, here you can find your database option. I can say this is Postgres, and you can update your env production file. Env production. Oops, I deleted that files. We need to get back our development.env file. .env.development, and I also need to get production env file. Now I'm gonna copy my database in the production. Let's do it here. Database, this one, and we need pg host, this one, and we need password. I want you to use your own password. Do not copy my password. username, it should be Postgres. It's working fine. You also need a port. Everything is good to go now. Now I want you to copy these env file, your production env file, and open the NestJS deploy to railway project. And in the variables, you have to set your environment variables. That's it. I'm gonna update my variables. Now it is going to redeploy the application. Now redeployment is in progress. It will take some time. My application has deployed. Now it is going to start. Let's look at the deployment logs. Amazing. I was logging the production in the app module, or I think I was doing in the main.ts file. You should not do that. It's working fine. It means we successfully deployed our application. So how can you test it? Maybe you are thinking about it. How can I test this application? Right now we don't have any domain. Let's generate a domain to test the application. If you want to refactor, you can change that. I can say Spotify clone production. Now we have this domain name. I'm gonna open it. It is going to give me the nothing here. Don't worry, when you try to access the API routes, it will take some time because we have set the domain name. It is going to take some time. Now it's working, I think fine now. After 30 seconds, my project has reloaded. Now we're gonna figure it out. I'm gonna send the API request to test the application. It is working fine now. But what will happen if I try to create a new user? Let's say I want to perform database operation. I'm sure it is going to give me the error. Let's create a new user. Jane Dawn Jane at gmail.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm gonna send the request. I got internal server error. You can check the log. What is going on? Users does not exist because my database is empty now. We did not implement the migration. Remember, you have seen in the data source we have set this synchronize to false, but do not use synchronize to true in production. What we have to do, we have to run our migrations to perform changes. We have to add relations because I done that. I've done it. I think I don't want phone migration. You can delete that. Now I have to execute these queries. These queries will create tables in our Postgres database here. What we have to do, we are going to run the migrations. I got this issue. We have to migrate the database in the production. So we have to use a migration. Make sure you are using the password process.env.password, not a db password, because we have defined the password in our environment file. We have to run the migration. I'm gonna run the script npm run migration. I would like to create all my tables. That's why I just provided the name init. So I got the undefined process dot. I'm doing the log for node environment. I'm also doing the log for db host. I'm also doing the log for db password. You can see that I got the development value. It is working fine, but when you look at the env.development, I'm using the database for the local host like Postgres local instance. Here I'm using the Railway Postgres instance. So I have to tell to NestJS build command. Under the hood, they are using generate command is using NestJS build command, this one type ORM. But I wanna say please run the project in the production. If you want to run the in migration in production, you have to tell NestJS project. You can create a separate script for build for production or separate script for build in the development environment. But you can do quickly by using say that export node env. Here I want to set the node environment variable to production. Now you can see development environment should be in the production. I'm going to run the migration. I've also logged the node environment. It should give me the production by default. If it logs production, it means it is going to run the production env. This one. You can see node environment is production, but I got db host is empty, undefined, and password. I figured it out the issue. I have to install .env package, and here we have to use the .env package. It is not getting variables from env because we were using the config module for configuration. After installing config module .env package, you have to import it here .env/config. Now you should be able to access these variables. So I'm gonna run the migration. Before running the build, you have to set the node environment. Do you want to run it for production or do you want to run it for development? But if you want, you can create a separate script, separate build script for production and development. I still got the error. Production. It's not getting the value. I think it is not finding the .env.development file. So there was an issue. It is not loading the env from the .env.development.env.production. If we will have simple .env,
Then .env package can get variables from the file. But right now it is not getting it. So you have to provide the custom path. I just did a little bit configuration. We have to import the path. We have import the path. So we have to use this syntax, require this one. All I have to do is provide the env path. Now it should work. It should get the values. So I'm gonna create the migration. Cannot read property. Path is equals to path. But I got still undefined. Let's log env path. Oh, it is getting the value from db, but my file is located at root folder, so it is not here inside the db. If I try this one, I tried to work with this env.production with custom path, but it is not working. All I did, if I change .env, it will work. Let me show you. Get rid of everything. Now if I copy that and create .env file in the root directory, it will work. I found there is an issue with type orm. Now I'm gonna paste my code. For production, you have to adjust NestJS build. When you try to run the migration, you have to update the changes here. I found this is the way you can implement it, but there was an issue with custom file path. So now it will work. I'm gonna run the migration. Now I can see production and my container name, which is my db host, and my password. Now migrations has been generated successfully. It's time to run the migration. We gotta run this command npm run migration run. Should be run. You can see that it is running all the queries, creating tables in the railway Postgres database. Now you can understand, you can use this env for type orm build, use it for type orm migrations, because in the app module we are using the configuration of config module. We are not loading this env file, we are loading environment development env.production file, but you can use this env for migrations. Now we need to double check it.
we have to deploy our code. Now it will take some time to redeploy the application. The application is running now. I got this secret key, the database host, and the password. Now we're gonna run it. /API, open the Swagger tool. You can also double check it from Postgres database. I have only migration table. It should give me all the tables, but something went wrong here. Inside the migration, the record is empty, table is empty. Unique key, primary key, what is going on? Oh, I have two migrations. Get rid of this file. Get rid of all these migrations. Let's generate the migrations from the scratch. I'm gonna name it to init. Now migration has generated successfully. I'm gonna comment this code. Now you have to run the migration. Everything is good to go. All the queries have executed. Now you should see the data in the database. You can see I got artist, playlist, songs, and users table. We have these columns. If you want, you can run the seed from app module. I think we were doing seeding in main.ts file. You can enable this code. Application is running now. Let's create a new user. Amazing, we have created the record successfully. You can also double check it from the Postgres database. You will have the user here, but I created this user from this one from seeding because I think my seeds are running constantly. I think I enabled that seed. In the app module, we gotta disable it, otherwise it will generate more users. I'm gonna remove them. Now you have to see constantly a new data. I can say disable seeds. Now it is going to redeploy the application. So this is how you can deploy NestJS application to Railway. In this module, I'm gonna teach you how to do unit testing, integration testing, and end-to-end testing for NestJS application. Before getting started on testing, I want to teach you some of the basics of Jest, because we're gonna write a lot of mock functions. We're gonna write a lot of spy functions. You will learn how to create mock implementation of service, of a controller, of a repository. If you know the basics of Jest, if you know mock functions, if you know spy function, then you can skip these 3 lessons. If you want to refresh the knowledge of Jest, you can continue this video.
Jest is as you if you don't know about Jest is a popular JavaScript framework. It is developed by Facebook. You can use for testing JavaScript application. You can use Jest with React, Vue, Angular, and Node.js. These are all the functionalities of the Jest: asynchronous testing, code coverage, snapshot testing, mocking, and spying. We're gonna use a lot of mocking and spying with NestJS. That's why I'm gonna teach you these two concepts in more details. You will learn how to do measures and test suites and test running and assertion. Before creating the Jest project, I want you to open an empty folder. We're gonna start it from the scratch, and you gotta create package.json file. I can say npm init -yes. Please create the package.json file for me. I got the package.json file. Now I'm gonna copy that, and let me replace that. Here what I wanna say, we need to install the typing of the Jest. We need to install the Jest as a dev dependency, and I created the script to test the Jest. If you want to run the Jest in watch mode, I'll teach you how to do that. You gotta run this script. So please install these two dependencies. I'm gonna install them. It's going to install the dependencies. Let's create a new file. I'm gonna name it to some.js file. We're gonna test this function. We're gonna write test cases to test this function. In the third step, we have to create some.test.js file. I'm not using TypeScript here. I just want to show you the basics. That's why I want to keep it more simple. We have to import the sum function from the some.js file. I have to write the test case, add 1 plus 2 equals to 3. Now we're gonna write the test case. You can use the test. It should give me the result 1 plus 2 equals to 3. So we're gonna call this function. It's going to take the callback function. I can say expect. It's not giving me suggestion because it is taking too much time to install the dependencies, because I think my internet connection is slow right now. So we need a function. Sum.toB3. We have to call that function. It is going to take 2 arguments. If you look at the sum.js file, you will see 2 arguments, a and b. The first argument I'm going to provide 1, and this second argument I'm going to provide 2. Let's try to test it out. It's still working. npm I -t jest. My both packages have installed Jest and the typing of the Jest. Now you can write the test case. I've written the test case. You can run it, npm run test. I would like to run it in the watch mode. --watch is not supported, so you have to write the watch all.
Now you can see that I have to update the script for the watch all. Now we have to select the pattern. I would like to run the sum.test.ts file. Right now we have only a single file. It's going to execute this file. The test has passed now. If I write the invalid value, I save the changes. It has started automatically and I got the error. Expected 4 but received 3. You can play around with multiple matchers function. Let's say 1 plus 4 or to have been called, to have property, to have returned with, let's say, 5. You can play around with multiple watches. Received has type number. So this is not a right matcher function, so I can say it should be 5. This is how you will write your first test case. Now I'm gonna teach you the concept of mocking. We're gonna play around with mock functions. Auto mocking in jest refers to the automatic creation of mock implementation for imported modules or dependencies during testing. Let's create the mock functions. You can use the mock function to track the function calls. If you want to remove the dependencies, we're gonna do in NestJS testing, we're gonna remove maybe the implementation of service, implementation of the service. Then we will have mock implementation. We can simplify the testing and control behavior. When you do the unit test your code, let's say if your code is dependent on 5 dependencies, let's say if your class is dependent on class B, class C, or class D, let's say, and you want to do the unit testing. Let's say this is the class A. Now class A is dependent on, let's suppose, class B, class C, and class D. Now class A, let's suppose, has 2 function or 1 function. If I want to test the a function from the class A, when you do the unit testing, you test the individual parts. You test the individual functions. To test the individual function, maybe the individual function of class A is dependent on the function of class B, function of class C, and the function of class D. Then we have to write the mock implementation for the class B, class C, and the class D. I'll teach you in the later videos. Now we're gonna create mock function. This is how you will describe, or you can group all your test cases into a group. Describe, I want to write all the mock function examples in this section. It is similar to the test. You can define the it or the test. It is referring as a test. So it should create the basic mock function. Let's create a new file, mockfunction.spec.ts file. I have created the test.js file, but you can also create the spec.js file. The concept is same now. Now we have to write the mock function. Here I can say I will provide the write mock function examples. Here this section will have the mock function examples.
let's write our first test case. It should create a basic mock function. Should create a basic mock function. You can create a mock function by using the just function. I can say this is the mock function. Just provide is a fn. Now we have the empty mock function. If you log the mock function, you will see this is the empty function. Let's try to do it. Run the script again to run the test in the watch mode. This time I'm gonna add the pattern for the mock-function.spec.ts file. It is going to ask me the pattern. I can say mock. Now it is going to run this file. If you see the log, you have a function, a mock function. If I call that, you will see there is nothing here. We have undefined function. If you pass the argument, it is going to still give me the undefined. This is the empty mock function. If you want to return the value from the mock function, you can also do that. Return value, mock return value. Now let's say I would like to return the 4. Now if I call that function, it should give me the value of 4. I can write the matcher functions on it. Mock, I call the function to be, the value should be 4. You can see our test has passed now. If I add the invalid value, which is 3, it's going to give me the error. Expected 3 but received 4. If you want to, remember I told you can also keep track the calls of the function with the help of mock. How many times this function has called. Mock.calls.length to be, we have called only 1 time, so it should give me the length is 1. If I call the function 2 times, mock function dot to have been called, let's say I'm gonna call that function and I'm expecting the 4. It should give me the error. You can see that received 2, expected is 1. Here we have the error. It should give me the 2 because we have called this function 2 times. If you want to keep track of the calls of the function, how many times you have called the function, you can also do matcher on that. Here I can say expect mock function to have been called. It is checking that did you call the function? Yes, we already called 2 times. This is how you can return the value from the mock function. You have learned how to create the basic mock function. Now you're gonna learn how to create a basic mock function with arguments. We did not create a function with argument. We just created a basic mock function, then we have returned the value. here I can say it should create a mock function with an argument. Let's create a function const mock song function, and you can say song mock just dot function. It can have create song DTO. Let's say that mock create song. And this function will have this argument, but I also want to write the implementation. You can do that as well. Right now we did not return the value. If you want to return the value, you can do this stuff. It is going to return a song, title, animals, and ID. Or you can animals and ID, which is 1. Let's say that if I am expecting on that, it should give me the same object, animals, ID which is 2, or ID which is 1. If you want to test the object, you can use this to equal expression. Make sure you have called that function with argument. Create DTO is not defined. Title should be animals. Create DTO is not defined. I think it will not work. We have to write the implementation here. I just want to show you the another alternative path. It's a callback function. It's going to return the create song DTO. Now you can look at this one. Now my test has passed. Now if I will write the ID, it should give me the false. It should give me the false value, or it has failed because I am just returning the ID. But you can pass this test if I return the object, use the spread operator, and ID which is 1. Let's try to check it out. Now my test has passed. Now if I provide the another value lower, in our application this function like create song function does not exist here. We don't have a create song function, we don't have NestJS project, we don't have repository, we don't have service controller. That's why this is how you can create the mock implementation. You can also create a mock function with mock implementation. We used callback function here, but if you want to use this mock implementation, you can do that as well. It should create a mock function with an argument with mock implementation, this one. I don't have prettier file. Let's see. Single quotes to true, because I use this prettier formatter. Now my code has formatted now. We're gonna use the same approach. Const mock create song just dot function. I have defined the function mock create song dot mock implementation create song DTO. It's going to return the object create song DTO and the ID, which is 1. Now I'm gonna run the matcher to test the code. My code has passed now. My test has passed now. You can implement the same stuff by using the callback function here, or if you prefer the mock implementation, you can do in this way. Now I'm gonna teach you how to create a mock function, and this function should return the promise. All you need to do is call the mock result value. We use the mock return value. You can do that with the help of mock result value. Let's say I would like to create a new function. Let's create a new test case. It should create a mock function with promise. Ultimately, it is going to return the promise. Fetch song data, or you can say that fetch all the songs from the DB, or you can say the network request. Now we got to return mock return or mock result value. Let's say fetch songs. I got the array ID 1 title lover. Now I would like to call that fetch songs dot resolves dot to equal. If you wanna apply assertion on promises, you can call the resolves property, and then I can apply these expressions to equal this one. Make sure you gotta call that function. Now my test has passed. If I write fetch, I'm gonna call the fetch functions dot resolves dot to have length. It should have 1. My test has passed. If I write the 2, it should give me the error because we have only one property in the songs array. I got the error. I'm gonna call it with 1. This is how you will do the mocking. You have learned the feature auto mocking, which is mock functions, but we did not talk about the spying. And you can control the behavior, and you can assert on their usage during testing. You can create the function spying on spy. You can spy on a function by using the jest.spyon. It allows you to create a spy or a mock function for an existing object method. If you want to spy on existing object, you can do that. If you want to spy on existing class, you can do that. Now we're going to spy on an object. We have an object, spy on a method on the object. Let's imagine we will have the song repository and we have the create method. What I want to do, I want to spy on the create method. I don't want to use this implementation. I want to use my fake implementation. In under the hood, just will tell you I called this function, but I have used your implementation, this one, instead of using this original implementation. Let's spy on. I want you to create a new file, spy on demo.spec.ts. Let's create a song repository and we have a create function. Let's imagine we have a find function. Let's imagine we have the find one function. I want you to add this spy on these find and find one. But first, let me do that. Find one will accept the ID. Let's imagine the ID. Now let's create a function. So I created the test case. It should spy on the existing method function, object method. So you can create a function on the spy on. So this is how we will spy on the function. It should also give me the tooltip create. If I log the spy function, let me show you what is inside that. I have to run this file. I want to spy on. It's going to run this file. My test has passed, but this is a mock function. If I call that, it should give me nothing because it's an undefined. What if I call the function spy and I'm gonna call it not an ID. Let's provide the title. Or let's say if I call the function of this song repository, you will see the magic. I have called this function. Now this function is spying on this function. What will happen if I log spy dot mock dot calls? It should say I have been called with this argument array. it's an array mock.length, which should be 1. It is saying I've been called only one time by using this one. If I call song repository.create, let's say title new song, now the length should be 2. You can see that. If you want, you can spy on the function spy.toHaveBeenCalled. Now my function has been called. Expect spy. You can also say that to have been called with title should be lower. It is fine now. If I say lovers, it should give me the error. You can see I got the error. You can also track the how many times this function has called to have been called times. It's going to give me the 1. I'm spying on this function song repository.create. Similarly, you can spy on the find and the find one. You can also spy on a class. I'm going to create a new class. We have, let's say I'm going to place the class here. We have save method in the artist repository. I want to spy on this function. But you can also write the implementation just like we did it. We can have our own custom implementation. I call this method. Now you can see that to have been called times, to have been called with. At the end, you can also restore the mock. But I would like to do this one. After each, please restore all the mocks. This is a hook. After each, it is going to run after all the tests in this section, in describe section. Now we're gonna copy that test case and paste it here. We have created a new instance from the artist repository, and I call just.spy on. I want to spy on the save function, but I also want to add my implementation. It is going to return the create artist DTO, or it is going to return, you can say that I would like to return the object create artist DTO, and I want to add the ID. Now you can see that spy, it is going to call this function artist.save. What is here? I called spy name and it has returned Martin Garrix and with ID which is 1. And how many times to have been called? Yes, expect or to have been called with name. We provided the Martin Garrix. Spy dot, and I don't need to do that because we are doing it here. Expect spy dot mock dot calls dot length. How many times have you been called? I think I did it one time. Artist.save. Everything is to have been called with 2 times. Also called artist.save, and I also called it manually.
Now it looks good. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you the concept of unit testing in NestJS. When you do unit testing, you test the individual component of your application. Individual component means individual function of a controller, of a repository, of a service. We have song service. I have attached the starter kit project. You have to open it and run npm install. You gotta install all the dependencies. We have this song controller. When I'll be talking about unit testing, I mean I have to test individually this function get song, get songs, create song, and update song and delete song. But you notice the song controller is dependent on song service. Here we need mock implementation of song service because I want to test individually this song controller. But when we will do end-to-end or integration testing, when you will test the end-to-end, you will integrate all of your services, all of your classes, all of your dependencies. You can verify your unit of code such as functions, methods, or classes. With the help of unit tests, you can find the bugs earlier. You can improve the code quality. You can do faster debugging. You can refactor code very easily. Now, when you run the source code, when you run the test for songcontroller.spec file, NestJS already created this spec file for us. If you run that, it is going to say, hey, when I look at the song controller, I saw dependency there, song service, but when you are creating the testing module, here we are creating the testing module on the fly, and NestJS will compile it. When it will compile, it will instantiate all the dependencies for the testing module. Here it is saying I'm dependent on song service, but you are not providing any song service here. You are not providing any provider, let's say you are not any provider song service. So it will give me the error. Because we are doing unit testing, I don't want to include song service here. I want to test individually these components, but I'll teach you how to create the fake implementation of song service. Here we are getting the controller from this module and it should be defined. This is the first test. npm, you can run the test. They have created the script for testing. I'm gonna use this one, npm run test. Watch. Let me provide the pattern for song controller.spec. Now it is going to watch this spec file. You can see that test has failed now. Here, have you included song service in the provider? No, we did not. If I will add the song service, but still getting the error. Now the song service is dependent on the song repository, but we will include all these dependencies in integration testing. But I want to test the individual components, so get rid of the song service. I got the error, so we need a fake implementation. We got to create the mock service for the song. Here is how you can register a mock service with the help of mock implementation. You have to register the song service and you're gonna provide the song service provider. Here you have to use the use value property to create the fake implementation object or the service. You will have the get songs method inside the song service. Here I created the mock function and it is going to return the promise with this record. Let's try to check it out. When I will open the song service, we will have these methods. Get song is returning a promise. Get song is also, you have to write the fake implementation or mock implementation of this song service. We need providers, song service, song service. Here we have to write the fake implementation. Get songs. You can create a mock function. All you need to do is return a promise with a value. Let's say ID is 1, title, let me check the song model or song entity. We have one property which is title, dancing feet. Now I have the mock implementation of get songs. Now you can write the test case. Make sure you get this service if you need. I think I don't need that. You can see that now my test has passed. Now I'm gonna write another test case. It should fetch all the songs. Or you can wrap your code inside the describe. Fetch all the songs. Here I have to write this one. Or you can say, if you need to write multiple test cases for get songs functionality, you have to do it in this block. Now we have to call the function songs await controller dot get songs. It's going to call this method get songs. You have to use the async keyword. Now we have to write the matcher. It is going to give me the array of the songs to equal. Now we're gonna copy this one. A test has passed. Now get song should fetch all the songs. Now I'm gonna copy all of the code for mock implementation for the methods of controllers. It should add the create song DTO. It should have the update song DTO. What we have done so far, I created the mock function with mock implementation. Remember, it is getting the ID as an argument. Now it's going to return the promise. Here for the create song, it is accepting the create song DTO. I create the ID, which is a unique key, and I have separate the create song DTO. It's returning a promise. Similarly, we have done for the update song. We created the mock function with an argument update song DTO returning the promise. In song service for the update, it is returning the update result. So make sure you have this affected one and delete song. What is an error? Oh, I have to restart the project. Now we have a fake implementation of delete song. Now let's test this function get song by ID. I'm gonna copy that, get song by ID. You can provide an ID which should be anything. Get song, yes, ID could be anything, or I can provide a unique key, a UUID. You can see the test has passed now for get song ID. Now I'm gonna copy the create song. Let's test it. We have created the new song by using create song DTO. We have to provide this create song DTO, and song.title should be run away because we are giving this argument. Here create function is giving me the create song DTO with ID. Or you can also write another matcher to equal ID should be a UUID and title should be run away. You can see that my test has passed now. Similarly, we have to do the same thing for update song. We are creating the update song DTO by using the update song DTO object. I would like to update the title. It should be defined and affected should be 1. Update song, you can see update song has passed now. Now we have to perform testing for delete song. I just provided the ID. You can provide any ID. You can see that delete song has also passed now. This is how you will test your controller, unit testing for controller. In this lesson, we're gonna test our service. We're gonna write unit test for service. When you run this service, you will get the same error because in this song service, we have a one dependency which is repository, this song repository. We have these, so repository will have these. We have to write the mock implementation for find method, find one or fail, save method, and create method, update, and the delete, because our service is using these methods from the song repository. So if you run the test for song service.spec, you will get the same issue. This is the default implementation from NestJS project. They are using the provider. Right now we don't need any controller here. We are doing unit testing. We are doing individual testing for each function. Let's run the song service. It is going to find the song service.spec.ts file. The test has failed now. It is dependent on the song repository, but I did not provide here. I did not register it. So we have to create the fake or mock implementation for song repository. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this code. We need these. Get repository and get song. I have created a two objects, song array, one song, and the song array. This is how you will create the mock implementation for the repository. We have to get the repository token. Here I can do that. One thing, make sure you provide the song service. I forgot to do that in the controller. Let's test it. So everything is working fine now. Now we're gonna test the service. We have to import it. Get repository token. I'm telling to NestJS, this is my fake or mock implementation for the repository. Song service. For the find, it is going to return the array. We use promise.resolve mock implementation. For the just, I'm getting the options as a find one options. You can import it from the type rm. We also need to import create song DTO. It is returning a promise with one song. It is going to return the promise with a song, newly created song, and save method is just a simple mock function. It's not doing anything. And update, we need to get update song DTO. We have written the mock implementation, and it is returning a promise with one song. For the delete, it is returning a promise with affected. But maybe for the update, you can give this response affected 1. Now we have to test it. If you need a repo, you can get the repo. Yes, we may need a repo. I can get the repository by using get repository token. Let's test the method from the song service. It should give me the song by ID. We're gonna test this method, this one, get song by ID, this one. It is using find one or fail, and it is using fetching the song on the based on ID. So what I have done, I created a new song. I got the song on the based on ID. It should be UUID. So I'm gonna spy on this find one or fail. What I have done, I called this method get song. In under the hood, this method, this spy will be spy on find one or fail. It is saying, hey, you have called find one or fail from the original repository method. And it has been called with this one. This is how you can write the unit test. Now we're gonna write the test case to create song. I created the song and I'm gonna expect it with one song called one time, and you can say called with title lover. Let's copy the update. Let's copy the delete. Everything is passed now. For update, I think inside the song service, what we have done, update result. So we have to fix it. Mock repository, it should give me the affected and the one. Result dot affected equals to affected one. Test has passed now. If you want to spy on delete method, how many times I have called delete method, if you want to track the calls, you can spy on that by using the spy repository on delete method. I have been called this one time and it is affected one time. I got the, it means affected means one record has deleted successfully and it has been called with UUID. That's all for unit testing with service. Now you're gonna learn the concept of end-to-end testing. We're gonna do end-to-end testing for our NestJS project. End-to-end testing is a software testing methodology that focuses on testing the entire application flow from start to finish. Now we're gonna integrate all the song controller, repository, song service, everything. You can do API testing in end-to-end testing, validation of the user flow, improve user experience. Now we're gonna start doing the end-to-end testing. First step, we have to add the script in our package.json file. They have written the script for end-to-end testing, but they did not add the watch. That's why I just added the watch or detect open handles. I have written this line or keyword to handle the errors. If you will not add this line, this word, it will give you some type of warning messages. The first step, we have to register it, the type or a module in the song end-to-end test. Here we have the end-to-end test, this one. This is the end-to-end test for our generic application. Let's run it. npm run test, find the script, test e to e, and the watch mode. Let's provide the pattern app. It is going to run this spec file. This is end-to-end testing for app module. Going to create NestJS application and initialize it. Here it is going to test our root URL. Under the hood they are using the super test, request from the super test, making the API request by calling the server. This is the endpoint and it is expecting the 200 status code. Test has failed. Got expected 200 but got 404. But I would like to add the test case, end-to-end testing for our song controller, song module. Let's create a new file. Here inside the test, I'm gonna name it to songs. I can call it songs dot e2e dot dash spec dot ts file. It is just an initial code. You can copy that from the app dot e2e testing. I got this one. Describe, it should be songs. Import couple of dependencies. Type or a module. Make sure you have created the database for testing. I created that with the test def. And synchronize that to true. You have to register entity manually. It will not work with regular expression. At the end of each or at the end of all test, when all the test will be finished, it is going to drop the schema. We will have the song module. It is not getting the path, I think so. We have to do in this way. Song, find song entity. Same thing here. There is I got the testing module. That's it. Now we have to run it. Here you have to provide your username, password, and the localhost port in the name of your DB. It is going to run this file. I got the error. Your test suite must contain at least one test. Alright, now we're gonna test the code. First step, after each test, we have to clear the repository because we're gonna interact with database. In the describe, this will be run before all and we will have after each. We have to clear everything from the song table or song repository. This clear method will delete the records from the table, but it will keep the schema. This function or this hook will run after every test. Make sure you import the super test. I'm gonna write the test case for delete, or not a delete, for create. I just created a new method, create song. We have the song.title, song.repository, and it is going to save the song in the real database. Right now we don't have mock implementation for the song repository or the song service. It is going to save the record in our real database. We are using the testdef. If you don't have testdef, you can create it. I have set the title, get the repository instance from the app.get, and called the save method. Maybe you need to add a wait expression. Because we are returning a song with promise. You can do in this way. It will automatically get this promise with song. Let's write the test case. Before fetching these songs, make sure you have the record in the database. That is why I created a new song with create song. First, you gotta save the song in the Postgres database with title animals, and then you have to send the API request to this URL.get. And here I'm checking the status code should be 200, and the request body or the results body should have length 1, which should have one record. It is an array. It is going to give me the array in results.body, and I have created a one song, so it should be there should be one song in our database, so that's why I converted into an array. After that, when this test will be completed, it is going to call this method clear the repository. You can see our test has passed now. If I write, let's say 201 or maybe 400, it is going to give me the error. Hey, I'm expecting 200. You can see I got the error. So getSong endpoints has tested successfully. Now we're gonna test getSong by ID. First we have to create a new song. Then I have to send the API request. Make sure you have to send the ID. I created this song because after each test it is going to clear the repository. It is going to delete all the records from the songs table. Create a song. Then it's going to, you have to provide the ID. First I have created the song, then we have to test it. Make sure the body should equal to this song. I'm gonna save the application. It should pass. Two test has passed now. Now we're gonna test update songs endpoint. Make sure you have to import it. It should be it. Create a new song. And you have update song DTO. I would like to update the animals to wonderful. Sending the API request. This is how you will send the data. If you want to send the JSON object into the request body, you can call the send method. I want to send it as a update song DTO. This one I want to update the title, which is wonderful. Status code should be 200 and affected should be 1. It means our record has updated successfully. And let's do this for post. We have this is our create song DTO. We did not create this song right now. I'm gonna use the create song DTO, provide it as a request body. The status code should be 201 and the title should be animals. 4 test has passed. Now we have to test the delete song endpoint. Let's create the song first, and then we have to provide the ID which record you want to delete. Status should be 200, and the affected body should be 1. It means record has deleted successfully. This is how you will write the end-to-end or integration testing with database or the NestJS application. NestJS version 10 has released now. I'm gonna show you how to create new projects with NestJS version 10. Version 10 is very fast. They have integrated the Rust compiler. They have integrated the Rust to compile the source code. NestJS. If you Google the version 10, you will find the blog post from the owner of the NestJS. They have released version 10. In the version 10, you can compile the code in a faster way. Like, it will also improve the hot reloading. You can do development in the more faster way. To start a project, you have to add this command. We're gonna use this options. This one, we will add these options into Nest CLI. They have also introduced a new feature. This time you can mock the entire module instead of provider and controller. These are all the new features in the NestJS version 10. But the main feature is improving the compile code, speed of the compiler. But let's create a new project. First of all, you have to remove or uninstall NestJS CLI, because you will have the older version of Nest CLI. I'm using Mac, so we need to add the sudo keyword. Instead of install, first we need to uninstall the Nest CLI. I have already installed Nest CLI. Can I check the version of this package? I don't know. Let's try to look at that. I have 8.11.0. I have the latest version, but it will generate the NestJS 10 project, nest new, and we have to provide the name of our project. I can say WebSocket implementation. Let's do it again. Nest new, the name of the project, WebSocket implementation. I would like to use the npm. It will take some time to install these dependencies. My project has created. I can look at by going to this directory. I would like to open this project into my VS Code editor. If you check the package.json file, you can see we have the Nest version 10. Now what I have to do, we have to compile the code faster. We have to run the project without this command, this one, swc speedy web compiler. First we have to run it without speedy web compiler. You can look at the time for running the project. When you will have multiple modules, you will have multiple controllers, and you added the testing functionality, your application speed time will be slow, your development time will be slow. So let's make it faster with the help of these two options. I want you to add these options into NestCLI. NestCLI.json. I'm gonna add these two options to my compiler. These two options. Builder, I would like to use the swc and type check. Let's run the project. You can see that I got the issue failed to load swc CLI and swc core. We gotta install these two packages. Let me execute this command. Install it as a def dependency because I want to improve the project running time, increase the development time. So packages have installed. Now we need to run the project. Now it can take the swc. It can use this builder and type check. Our project is running. The project running time has increased now. If I save something in our application, let's say in the app controller, in the app service, hello world from NestJS version 10, I want to save the application. Successfully compiled. This is how you can improve this, implement or improve the development time, the project running time in development environment. In this module, we're gonna work with WebSockets. When you want to implement real-time application like chat web application, real-time web analytics, live streaming, online gaming, then you need WebSocket. We have worked with HTTP server in HTTP, where client sends the request and the server responds. But if you're using WebSockets establish a persistent connection between client and the server, and you can have ongoing communication. The best example is Facebook Messenger. You send a message to your friend and your friend replies, and you reply to your friend and your friend reply. This is how the bidirectional communication works. In under the hood, they have implemented the WebSocket protocol. They are using the WebSocket technology. If you need to make persistent connection, then you need WebSocket. You want to implement a real-time feature like live updates, live score, live streaming, then you need WebSocket. Here is chat application can be built with WebSocket, collaborative editing tools, real-time analytics, online gaming, and the live streaming. NestJS also provides WebSocket module. You can use that, but it also provides two approaches. Do you wanna work with Socket.io or you wanna use the WebSocket? You can get the details from their official documentation. But in this video, I'm gonna implement the Socket.io. You gotta install these two packages. I'm gonna open my package.json file. Let me add my dependencies. I think I already installed these two dependencies. I don't need to do it again. You can do it manually by running npm install and first install this dependency, and then you have to install these dependencies. Our next step is to create the events module. We will have the gateway. A gateway will be responsible for handling the events. You will have the events module. A gateway is nothing more, it's a class with provider. You can inject it as a provider. Here we need this gateway. We're gonna create the events gateway. It's nothing more, it's a class. Here you have to decorate with WebSocket gateway. I'm allowing any origin. You can use any specific origin if you want. Here I'm trying to implement the own module in it. When any client connected to my application, this event will be triggered. This is how you will register the event, by using the on function. I can also get the socket ID. I can also log that has it connected or not. This is how you will create or register a new event subscribe message. And we will have a function new message. You will have the message body. You will get the data. If someone sends message or fired an event from the client side application like React, Angular, Vue, or any kind of front-end application, this function will be called. But make sure they have called this event with message key, this key, and it is going to log the data. You can read this text here for every detail. Let's create events module. We have created the events module. Now let's create the gateway. You can see we have the events module. Gateway will be registered as a provider. You can see in the events module, we have WebSocket gateway by using this decorator, and we have one event. If you want, you can add the codes. And we also need to establish a connection. I need to check
make sure you imported server from socket.io library. You have to import it manually, otherwise it will not work. WebSocket get WebSocket server. Now we have this handle message, subscribe message. When you need to register an event in backend application or the NestJS application, you will use this subscribe message decorator. And what I would like to do, I want to get the data, or you can have client, but I like the data. I don't have any payload option, but I'll use the message body decorator instead of use this one. Message body data should be type any. I'm not going to return anything right now. All I want to log the message. I can say message received from the client, and this is my message, or I can log the data. So far we have registered the event when any web application, like any front-end application, has connected to our WebSocket server. First they need to connect on our host. Here we are provided, but right now we're gonna run the project on localhost. So any front-end application should connect with localhost colon 3000, and then he can establish a connection between with this application. When any front-end application establish the connection, it's going to call the own module in it. But right now I don't have any own module in it right now. It will log this message, implements own module in it. That's it. After module loaded, or this file is this class is loaded successfully, then we can log the message. When connection established, this event will be triggered, and it is going to call with socket ID and the connected its boolean value. Now we have set up the WebSocket server and we created our first event, which is message. You can have multiple events. Here you can also perform the DB operation, like if someone sends a message, you can save the message into database. In the next video, in the next lesson, we're going to consume this event from our front-end application. We will have a simple basic front-end application with index.html, and there would be JavaScript in the index.html file. Now it's time to consume the application, consume the event or send message from the front-end application. When you run your server, let's say npm run start dev. Now my server is ready to listen this message event. It's waiting for someone to send a message by using this event key. So all you need to do, you gotta create a basic index.html file. You can copy that code or you can create manually. I can say client. Here I will have index.html file. One more thing, you will see events gateway subscribed to the message event, to this message. So it means we successfully created the event. I'm going to copy the code. I'm using the socket.io library, where we are creating the socket.io instance by providing our application path. In our case, we have NestJS application is running on port 3000. We have registered an event. It's trying to connect with our application, with NestJS application. When it will be connected, it is going to log this message and emit this message to the server. Here I'm going to open the server, this one, events gateway.
We have registered the message event. This is how you can emit the event. I'm telling to socket IO, please call this function. That's it. And we also registered a couple of events. If server sends data back to the client, we have to register it. We have to catch the data here. That's why I use the onListener. If exception event trigger, it is going to call this method. If our backend application disconnected or stopped, it is going to call this event. It is going to trigger this event. Now right now we're not returning anything here. Let's try to test it. I'm gonna use open live server, go live. When you open the index.html, you will see this. It is going to open my project into live server. Please check the console for message reply. Inside the console, you will see you have connected successfully. When you open your backend application, this message is received from the client. So client has sent this message, or you can say I am the client. I'm gonna reload the application. It has automatically reloaded. You can see I am the client. So it has also connected. One more thing, you will also see this socket ID, and it means connected successfully. First it is going to log this message, console.id connected. We have emitted this message event. It's going to call this function. Now we are not returning anything. That's why this event is not triggered. Let's try to return something. I'm gonna return some value. Let's say some value from server. Let's see what will happen. Our application reloaded. Let's try to test it out. Message received from the client. But I did not log. What message have you received? You can see message received from the client. On the client side, we sent this message. I'm the client. It has received. But it is not triggering this event. I cannot see anything here. Let's say if I'll try to log something. Hello. I cannot see this hello message in my console. It's not triggering. So that is why you need observable. WebSocket also provides the observable. You can say I would like to return this observable. WebSocket response, and I can have any type. Here we have to convert the object to observable. That's why I'm going to use the of operator from RxJS. I can say event. You gotta provide the name of the event, which is message, and the data. Here you can return anything from the server. Message returned from server. Hello. You should see this message here because we are listening on the client side. You can see event message received from the server. If I will refresh our application, you will see this one, message returned from the server. Hello. If I stop my application, it is going to fire this or trigger this disconnect event. You should see the disconnected. This is how you will create bidirectional or real-time chat application with WebSocket. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you how to set up GraphQL server. We're going to use Apollo server, NestJS Apollo package, NestJS GraphQL package, GraphQL, and TS Morph. You can read the documentation of these packages. I'm assuming you must know the basics of GraphQL. I'm not going to teach you the basics of GraphQL, what is GraphQL, and why do we need GraphQL. I have attached a starter kit project. You have to open it and run npm install. I have already installed all these dependencies. I don't need to install them again. All I need to do is to install GraphQL packages. I'm going to copy all of these packages. The packages have installed successfully. And now the next step, we have to register the GraphQL module. I'm going to open my app module and I would like to import GraphQL module here. We need to import a couple of dependencies, Apollo driver config. I'm telling GraphQL, hey, I want to use Apollo driver, and I will have .graphql file where I will place all my schema definitions in the GraphQL file. This file will have the TypeScript typings of GraphQL and output as a class. Don't worry, I'll teach you how can you generate the typings. We are using for root to register the GraphQL module. The Apollo driver config specifies the type of the configuration options being provided. So Apollo driver, this property sets the driver used by the GraphQL module. In this case, we are telling NestJS, hey, I want to use Apollo driver. We will place all of our GraphQL schema in .graphql file. The extension should be .graphql. If you want to generate TypeScript definition from your GraphQL schema, you have to specify these definitions. I'll teach you how to do that. And we are just combining the path. We will have GraphQL.ts file inside the source directory. This property specified that the generated TypeScript definition should be outputted as a class. This means that the generated code will be represent the types as TypeScript classes. Now our next step is to create a schema file. Inside the song folder, I'm going to create a new file, song.graphql. Here I will place all of my schema file. We're going to have a query. Let's define a song type. We will have ID, and the type of ID is required. This means it is a required property. It should not be null. And I'm going to add a string variable or string type field, which is title. The type of the title is string, and I'm also going to add a new query type. Here I can say I want to fetch all the songs, and you can say the type should be song, and it is going to return all the songs. Our next step is to generate the typings, which is TypeScript definition file. We need a GraphQL definition factory class. Here we are instantiating or creating a new object from GraphQL definition factory. There is a generate method to generate the typing.
you have to specify the type, which is I'm using the regular expression here. I will have all of my schema file in the .graphql. That's why I use the type definition path. And I would like to create all the TypeScript definition in the GraphQL.ts file. It will save it as a class. Let's create a new file. Generate typings.ts file inside the root directory. Typings.ts. Now all you need to do is to execute this command. npx ts node generate typings. It is going to generate the GraphQL.ts file with this definition. You can see that a GraphQL.ts file has created. We have a class which is song, and we have a abstract type which is iQuery, and we have this type. So we will use these type definition when we will creating resolver functions, when we will resolve queries against your schema files. Now I would like to run the application. Is everything fine now? Let's test it. My application is running now. Let's send the request to localhost :3000, and you will have playground at this GraphQL endpoint. When you go to the localhost :3000, you will see the playground. This is how you will perform GraphQL APIs. You will test GraphQL APIs by using this playground. Let's say I'm gonna send the API request, GraphQL API request. I'm gonna fetch all the songs. I wanna see the ID and the title, but it is going to give me the error. Hey, you are not resolving this query, because it's returning null. It's getting the validation error because we don't have any resolver to resolve this query. This one. In the next video, I'll teach you how to create mutations and how to create queries. We're gonna fill our song schema. Let's complete our schema. Let's create a new query to fetch a single song. When you try to fetch a single song, you must need to provide the ID. So ID should not be null, and it should return this song in the response. Let's write a new query. It should give me the song, and I would like to fetch the song on the based on ID. ID should not be null. Now we're gonna write when you query in the playground, you gotta follow the structure song and you have to provide the ID. In this case, I am providing the 1, 2, 3 as an ID. Now we're gonna define mutations. We learned how to fetch data with the help of query, but I wanna write the data. So to mutate the data, you need a mutation. So let's define a new mutation. I'm gonna have create song. It will accept the create song input or create song input, and I don't have any type, so that's why I'm gonna define the input create song input. I will have the title field and the type should be string. It should not be null. So I can say the type of create song input
it should be create song input, and it should not be null, and it should give me the song in the response. Now I want to write the mutation for delete song, or you can say update song. I would like to update the song only based on ID. The first argument, it should be ID, and the update song input, we will have update song input. It should give me the update result. This is not an empty field, that's why I use this exclamation mark. And input update song input, title should be string, but I did not mention it to required property. If you will have multiple fields in song, let's say a user will have, let's say a song can have date, or you can say date, release date, or publish date, or artist, something like that. But I cannot set date required in the artist required field, because it depends on the user. A user can update the title or whatever he wants to update. Now I don't have any type for update result. Let's define a new type, update result. It will have affected, and type should be number. Do we have int? Yes, int. Similarly, we will have a type for delete result. Delete result, and type should be int. Now we're going to define mutation for delete song. I can delete only based on ID. Here I can say delete song. I don't need to put anything, and it should give me the delete result. That's it. So we did not resolve these queries and mutations. In the next video, we're gonna write resolver functions to resolve these queries and mutations. Let's test it out by generating the type. One more thing I wanna show, you can create a script to run the typings. I can say in the package.json file, let's define a new script. Here you need to define the script, generate / typings, ts node generate typings. This NestJS project already installed ts node as a dev dependency. You don't need to install it again. npm run, I can say generate typings. It will generate the typings or types in the graphql.ts file. I found an error. Unknown type create song input. Did you mean create song input or update song input? Oops, I have to fix that. Everything is fine now. Let me see my graphql.ts file. We have a type for create song input, type for update song input. We have types for mutations and update result and delete result. When you see your playground, you have to look at the queries and mutations. We have queries and mutation. When you try to fetch, let's say I wanna query for songs ID, let's say I'm gonna provide invalid ID. Let's try to fetch the
title and the ID. I'm gonna send the request. It should give me the error, hey, you are not resolving. That's why we need resolver. I can use NestCLI to generate a new resolver. I can say song. It's going to create a new resolver. Resolver is nothing more, it's a provider like a service. You can inject it as a dependency. Here you can see that inside the providers we have a song resolver, and it also created the song resolver.spec file and song resolver. We have this resolver decorator. Now I'm gonna resolve these queries. I'm gonna open song.graphql. Let's resolve this query. I also need song service. So constructor private song service. Let's import it. I have this. I need a query decorator. Here I would like to resolve this query, songs. I can say get songs, return this dot song service dot get songs, and you can also mention your return type. I can get it from the song entity or song GraphQL type, this one. Make sure you are using the async here. What is saying? Unable to resolve the signature of method decorator when called as an expression. Or we need to get the query from NestJS GraphQL. Now it looks good. Let's try to test it out. Let's try to resolve this query. I would like to fetch all the songs. You can see that we have a song. I already created a song. If you don't want to see the title, you can say I only want to see the ID. But I have single song in my database. Now let's resolve the query to fetch a single song. I can say song async get song. It should give me the song with promise. This dot song service dot get song. You need to provide the ID, but I can get the ID here. I can use the args from the Nest GraphQL. I can say the ID. ID is string. Let's provide the ID here. I have saved my application. Let's try to resolve this query. I want to copy this ID and let's fetch a song. ID should be this one, and I'm expecting the title in the response. Failed to fetch, please check your connection. I think my application did not start it. Now I have to send the request. I got my record, which is song, on the based on ID. If I provide the invalid ID, let's say, you will see the error, invalid input syntax for the type. The ID does not exist, same here. Now I'm going to provide the correct ID. I got the record. You have learned how to resolve queries In the next video, I'll teach you how to resolve mutations. Now you're gonna learn how to resolve mutations. In the previous video, we resolved our queries. Let's resolve these mutations: create song, update song, and delete song. Now you need mutation instead of query. We also need create song DTO as an args, or you can say create song input. You can also do that. You can also get this typing from graphql.ts file, and I just called this function. It's not finding source.graphql. We have to do it manually. Now it looks good. It is taking some time to restart the server. Let's create a new song. I'm gonna write mutation, create song input. We have to provide title, the name of the song, which is follow me. I wanna see ID and title in the response. You can see a new song has created. I can fetch all the songs and you can see follow me. It means we successfully created this. We have successfully resolved this create song mutation. Now it's time to resolve update song mutation. I'm gonna copy this one. Update song. We need to get update song input, update song DTO, or you can use update song input from graphql.ts file. I also need to get update result from GraphQL. It is saying I'm getting the error. Update song. If I get this from param, let's see what will happen. Now it looks good. Because this .update song, it's returning the update result from param. When you look at the update song, you will see the promise with update result. I imported update result from param. Let's try to update the song. I'm gonna write mutation, update song. We need the ID. I'm gonna copy this ID. Let's place it here. And we also need to provide update song input. I would like to update the title, updated song. Let's fetch all the songs, and you can see the updated song. Similarly, we need delete mutation. Let's resolve it. I'm gonna copy it here, delete song. We have to get it from the type param. Let's try to delete this song. Mutation, delete song. We need to provide the ID. I'm gonna copy this ID. Let's see affected. Delete song successfully executed. It should delete the song. Let's try to fetch the song based on this ID. You will see there is no song here. You can see there is no song. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you
how to handle errors in GraphQL. Let's say I want to fetch all the songs, but instead of returning all the songs, I have to return the error. You can do simply by throwing the error, or you can say, let me do this in this way. I'm going to comment this line, throw new error. I can say unable to fetch songs. Let's try to send the GraphQL request. It's still working. My application did not reload yet. Let's wait. Now it has reloaded. You can see unable to fetch the songs. I got the error, internal server error. If you check the Apollo documentation, we are using Apollo driver. Apollo driver is saying you can use the GraphQL error class and you can provide your own message. Apollo documentation is saying they also provide built-in error codes like parse field, GraphQL validation field, bad user input, bad request. We're going to use this error, bad request. All you need to do is to throw the error and you're going to provide your message and the code. So let's use the throw the error, new GraphQL error. I got this GraphQL error class from GraphQL package. Here you can see that. Now first I have to say unable to fetch the songs. You have to provide the options. You can provide the code. You can say server error or what type of message you want to use. It depends on your use case. I can say internal server error. Let's try to test it out. I saved the application. It will take some time to reload the application. Application has reloaded. Let's send the request. And I got the error, unable to fetch the songs, and I got internal server error. This time you can see GraphQL error, unable to fetch the songs. You can also see the message. I got the error at songresolver.getSongs. You can also check the error stack. Get songresolver.getSong. We have the error at this function getSongs. This is how you can send the error in GraphQL. If you want to use your own custom message, you can also do that. You can provide your custom message, your custom code, and your custom extension. You can also set the HTTP status. If you are working with HTTP API, you can also set your HTTP status code and some type of headers. In this module, you're going to learn how to apply authentication in GraphQL. We have implemented authentication with REST API. Now, I would like to implement Authenticate GraphQL APIs. In the previous module, you learned how to create GraphQL APIs with NestJS. I'm gonna pick the same example project just like we did with authentication in REST API. I have provided the starter kit code. You have to open it and run npm install. When you install all these dependencies, you can run the project and you will get this error. Let me run the project. Because there is no GraphQL file, there is no GraphQL extension file. When you open the app module, you will see the GraphQL setup. We have a GraphQL module. I'm creating a GraphQL module by using the Apollo driver
Just like we did with in the previous module, I'm using the context. I'm just returning a simple request, mapping the request into request. It's nothing more. I'll teach you more about when we will protect resolvers. So I've already taught you all of these stuff, like we created the auth service, we have a login method. Here we have a JWT guard. I taught you how can you do that, what type of implementation we have done. We have passport strategy with JWT, it's validating the user. And we have DTO, login DTO, everything I have taught to you. If you don't know about all of these functionalities, you can go back to the module number 6 on authentication. You can watch the first 4 lessons on authentication or first 3 lessons on authenticating NestJS APIs. You will get the error, no definition found, no type definition were found, because we don't have any GraphQL file. I just did the GraphQL setup. First of all, we're gonna define the schema. We don't have any schema. What I wanna do schema in auth folder. Let's create auth.graphql. What we are going to do, we're gonna create the user type and we're gonna define query, and we will have mutation for sign up mutation, and we will have login mutation. First of all, let's define a user type. The first argument is ID. It should be required, not null. First name, the type should be string. I can get this value from the user entity. You can open the user entity on the right side. First name is required, last name is also required, and email is also required, and password is also required. So we need these properties, these 5 properties. I'm not going to play around with playlist, something like that. Let's make it more simple. We defined a user type. Now I'm going to define a mutation, sign up. It is going to take the sign up input, and the type should be sign up input. We did not create it yet. It should be required, and it is going to return a user back in the response or sign up response. We did not create this sign up response type. Now let's define a new type with sign up input. When you sign up, we are telling you need to provide, hey client, you need to provide the first name, you need to provide the last name, you need to provide the email is also required, password is also required. Now let's define the sign up response. What you want to send in the sign up response, you can send a simple email. It depends on you. I'm gonna send a simple email. Now we're gonna define query. We have a mutation. Let's define login query. I can say login. It is going to take login input. Inside the login input, and it is going to return a login response. We did not have these type yet. It's a required. Let's define an input. I'm gonna define input here, login input. We need email, type should be string. We need password, type should be string. And we also need to define login response. I want to send the access token. You can double check it from your auth service or user service. We have a login. In the login, we are just returning the access token. Here you can see that access token, the type is string. We're gonna follow the same convention. The type is string. It should be required. We created the login mutation. That's it. Let's try to test it out by running the mutation or running the typing command npm run generate typings. It is going to generate the TypeScript definition file. TypeScript definition file has created. You can see GraphQL.ts file. We have all of these typings. We have created or defined our schema. In the next video, I'll teach you how to resolve queries and mutation. We're gonna work on signup mutation first. In the previous video, we have created this signup mutation. Now we need to resolve this signup mutation. We don't have resolver inside the auth module. Let's create a new resolver. We have to provide the name, which is auth. Auth resolver has created. You can check inside the auth module. We have auth resolver, we have spec file, and we have auth resolver. We have to resolve our signup mutation, which is signup. I'm gonna open the auth GraphQL here. I want you to do it. It should be signup user. I'm gonna define a new function, and it is going to return a signup response. You can get the typing from GraphQL.ts file. And one more thing, we need to inject service, user service and auth service. We need both of them, user service and we need auth service. We have a create method. Let's get the argument. I can use the args. We need to get signup input, and I can say signup input. You can also get the type signup input, and I'm gonna provide signup input. Everything is fine. Now let's try to test this signup mutation. I'm gonna run my application. My application has started and I got the error. Signup defined in resolver but not in the schema. Oops, there is a typo here. Sign up. We have to generate the typing again. npm run generate typings. Everything is up to date. It is taking too much time because I'm using NestJS version 9 because I built this project in module number 6 by using the NestJS version 9. That is why it's very slow. I have to, oh, let's restart it again. My application has started. I'm gonna send request to the localhost :3000 and /GraphQL. If you check the docs, we have a sign up mutation. Let's create a new user. First name. Make sure you have database in your Postgres. Let's provide the last name. Let's provide the email. Let's provide the password. I got the error. Because I did not select any field here. I would like to select the email because I can only access the email. I think I already created a user with this email. Let's use new one. There is an issue reading password. Let's try to check the error. Password is invalid. Why? Let's try to log sign up input. What it is getting. Or do we have sign up function here inside the auth service dot? No, we gotta use the user service dot create. Let me check in the auth controller what we are calling, what we are using. User service dot create. That is it. I'm getting the undefined. Maybe there is an issue in auth GraphQL. Let's check it out. Oh, sync up input. My god, sign up input, sync input, sign up input. Let's run the project. Let's update the fix it. Sign up input. We also need to update it here. Sign up input. Run the project. Let's test it out by sending the request to create a new user. Sign up input. We also need to update that. We have created a new user. A user has created successfully. You can see that we got the object. Let's log in
I want you to implement it. I'm gonna copy that. We need to get the query from NestJS GraphQL package. We also need to get login input and the login response. We have a typo here, ACC. Oh, I need to run the typing again. Let's run the project. Let's try to send the login request. I'm gonna copy use email and the password. I need to get the access token. We have successfully logged in because I got the access token. In the next video, I'll teach you how to protect resolver. We're gonna create a new protected field which is profile. Only authenticated user can access this profile. We have created auth card, this one JWT auth card. We have to use this auth card into our resolver. I'll teach you how to do that, but I want you to think about how can we implement or how can we apply JWT auth card. We have completed the sign up and the login functionality. Let's say I want to protect resolvers. When we were building the REST APIs, if you look at the app controller, I can say this is the protected route. Only authenticated user can access the profile. And here we also getting the user from the request object. But you are thinking about how can we protect the resolver. Let's say I want to write a query profile and type should be profile. We don't have any profile type. Let's create the profile type. The type should be string, the field should be string, and here we have the user ID. Let's generate the typing. When we resolve this query, only authenticated user can access this profile. We should not allow anyone to see other person or other people profile. How can you do it? When we were building the REST APIs, we used the JWT guard. We have created this guard and when we applied this JWT auth guard on our protected route, just like we did in the app controller. This is my protected route, the profile route, and I have applied the auth guard by using the use guard, JWT auth guard. Maybe you are thinking, how can we do into GraphQL? I'm telling you, you also need guard. You also need JWT auth guard. I want you to implement it. You don't need to change anything in the JWT strategy because we were using the passport strategy. If you are not sure, if you don't know about how did I implement the passport strategy, you can look up the authentication section. I think it's section number 6 or module number 6 or 7, and then you can get the lesson for passport or JWT authentication. it has generated the typings in the GraphQL.ts. We have the profile class. Now when we resolve this query, I have to say, hey, this is protected route. Let me show you. I'm gonna run the project. To access the protected route, a user or client must need to provide authentication token. The user can get authentication token by executing or sending the login request. And this login request gives the access token in the response. Let's wait for the application. My application is running now. Let's send the request to the localhost /3000/GraphQL. Here you can provide the authorization HTTP header. I'm gonna send the login request. I got the access token. Here you can access the profile route. You have to provide the token here. We did not write the resolver for the profile query. Let's resolve it. Inside the auth resolver, let's resolve auth query or profile query. Get profile. It is going to give the promise with profile. And here is the question: how can you access the profile, or how can you access the current logged in user? Like, we need to send current logged in user. Actually, we need to send the user ID, the current logged in user ID, and his email. We are returning the promise. That is why I got this issue. Let's return new promise and resolve, return, resolve this object. I just created the fake promise to pass this test. Oh, I have written the profile in the mutation. Let's change it to query. Restart the application. Now we're gonna send the request. It's still running. Now we're gonna access the profile. I got the profile, but only authenticated user can access this profile. So we need to apply the auth guard. How can you do it? Let's create a new guard. I'm gonna copy that guard and create a new guard, and I'm gonna say GQL auth guard .ts. Here, instead of JWT, I can say GraphQL auth guard. And now we need to do a little bit logic.
we need to use the can activate function, because in GraphQL we need to get the execution context, and we need handle request. It is going to return a user, and you can import authentication error. When you look at app module, you will see this request. I'm just mapping the request from REQ request. Here I got the request from the context. Here you can see that, and I call the super constructor by calling this execution context host, because in GraphQL you need to get the request object from the context. If you have worked with GraphQL before, each resolver will have 4 argument. Here you will have 4 argument: parent, I think root, context value, and info. You can get the documentation from Apollo server resolver. Here you can see each resolver has 4 arguments: parent, args, context value, and info. Args, you can see args, and I'm gonna log everything: parent, console.log args, console.log context value, and we also need to log the info. Let's see what is inside this stuff, but make sure you apply the guard. Use guards. I can say GraphQL auth guard. Now this resolver is protected. It is secure now. Don't worry, I'll teach you everything what is going on here. Let's send the request. Here you can see the log console. There are a lot of stuff here. Parent is undefined. There is no parent for this query. Args is an object, but there is nothing inside the args. There is a context value. There is the request object, and inside the request object you can find your user. Here is the user. I found the user. This is the user. This object is currently logged in user. If you look at the JWT passport strategy, here we are saving user ID and the email. That's why I got the user ID and email. What I can say, I can only return context value dot request dot user. I don't need to use the promise here. It's just returning a simple profile.
I'm gonna send the request. This time I got the original user ID and the email. Let's sign up a new user. I'm gonna create a new user, Linda. Let's save the email. Now I got the user. We have successfully signed up. Let's log in. I got the access token. Now I can use this access token here. I want to access the profile of this route, or user wants to see his profile. I got this user. Now let's debug the application. I'm gonna put a couple of breakpoints here. What is going on here? Let's look at. I have already set up the VS Code folder. Inside you have launch.json file. If you don't know how to debug the application, let me teach you. I've already taught you. There is a script in the package.json file for the debug the application. You can say npm start. Please start the project in debug mode. My application is running in the debug mode. Now I can start the debugging by pressing on this attach button. I've put a couple of breakpoints here. Now it has started. I can debug my application. I can also put breakpoint here or here. Now I'm gonna send the request. It has stopped at this auth card. And first of all, it is going to run the can activate function. We are getting the GraphQL context by calling the create, and here I got the context object, and inside the context you can see we have the handler function, we have the args property. The first one is object, and we have a request. We have this request, and we have field name, which is GraphQL field, which is profile. You can see the field nodes. This is how GraphQL run under the hood. This is my string or the query, GraphQL request, and here is a name, something like that, profile, which is profile. Let's step over the code. You will see the context. Inside the context we have args, context type GraphQL. Now I'm extracting the request object by calling the get context. So I got the request. Inside the request you can see that this is the request. We have this endpoint slash GraphQL. This is the body. We have the query, and we have the variables. Let's jump to the next breakpoint. There is no error,
and there is a user, you can see that, and it is going to return the user. Now you can access the user inside the context. Parent is null, which is undefined. We don't have anything in the args. Now you have the context value. You can also do debugging here. Context value dot request dot user. You can see I got the user. And we have the info. Info is related to information related to query. If we need to access the path, parent type, field name, something like that, schema, then you can use the info. Validation error, we have directives, include, skip, deprecated, query type, GraphQL object type. We have the fields, login, profile, all this information related to GraphQL schema and the query inside the info object. Now we are going to just return the current logged in user. That's how the authentication works under the hood in GraphQL. If you need to implement real-time application, you have to build a real-time functionality like chat application or notification type application. Then you use GraphQL subscription. If you have worked with API, REST APIs, we used WebSocket and Socket.io for real-time application. But we are building GraphQL APIs. If you need real-time functionality, then you need GraphQL subscription. I'm gonna build or implement GraphQL subscriptions with NestJS project. First of all, you have to install dependency GraphQL subscriptions, and then we will install the subscription handler. Just like query and mutation, you need to define a new type, subscription. I have created the song created field. It means when a new song is published to Spotify application, the Spotify application will send the notification to all users. We want to implement this feature. When you define the type, subscription, we defined it here. You have to write the resolver to resolve this field. We need a PubSub module from GraphQL subscriptions, the package we have installed earlier. Here, it is going to listen for song created event. This resolver is listen for song created event. Here we are resolving this field, song created. When you run the application, you should go to the localhost colon 3000/GraphQL. I'm gonna run the subscription song created. We have ID title. I have started the subscription. You will see the subscription is listening. It's in the listening mode. Our next step is to publish this event. When we will publish the event, you have to send the payload, which is a new song. And I have created a new song. Here we are publishing an event. Here it is going to, now the subscription is already running here, you can see, and now it can receive, it has received a new song. If you want to implement this subscription, you can do it. Otherwise, you can follow me. I'm gonna implement it. You have to install package GraphQL subscription, and we have to install the handler in the app module. Install subscription handler. Let's define a new type, subscription in the song GraphQL. I'm going to define it here. Song created, it is going to return a new song. Now we need to resolve it. Resolve the song created field inside the song resolver. We need to import PubSub at the top of our resolver. You can import it from GraphQL subscriptions package. Now we're gonna resolve this subscription song created. I can do it here at the bottom. We need to get subscription from NestJS GraphQL package. Let's try to import manually from GraphQL subscriptions. We need PubSub. Let me run the application and then I will be able to start the subscription in the listening mode. The PubSub async iterator, we are telling to PubSub module, or the PubSub module is saying I'm listening for this song created event with this label. This is an event. I'm listening for an event with this label song created. My application is running now. Let's run the subscription. When you check the docs, you will see subscription with song created. I'm gonna start the subscription song created. When a new song will be published, it is going to give me this record, the song object. Now it is in the listening mode. When we will create a new song, it means when artist in real world Spotify application has published a new song, Spotify application will send the notification of this song to all users. New song, I can say new song. I need to get ID and the title. A new song has created, but I cannot see anything here because we did not publish the event when we will be creating a new song. Here we have to publish this event, this one, song created event. So you can do it as well. I'm gonna copy my code and let's do it here. This is how you can send message to the event by using the song created label, and we have provided the payload. Make sure you use the song created property name, otherwise it will not work. Let's create a new song. I have created a new song and it is saying I could not connect to WebSocket endpoint. Please check if the endpoint URL is correct. Now it's in the listening mode. Created a new song. Now I have got a new song because we are publishing a new song and it has received it here. Let's say I can say the name of the song. You can choose any name. I have created a new song, or artist has published a new song at Spotify web application. Now the Spotify application has sent the notification to all users who are subscribing to song created event. That's it. the concept of subscription. In this module, you're gonna learn how to test GraphQL APIs. We have already tested our REST APIs. We're gonna use the same logic to test GraphQL APIs. We're gonna do mocking the same way just we did in the previous module. When you see song resolver.spec file, you will see this default code. When you run the test by using this command npm run test, you will get this error. Hey, you are using a song resolver, but your song resolver is dependent on song service. You have to import it, but we are doing unit testing. So when you are doing unit testing, you have to test individual parts of your code. You have to test individual functions. If this function is dependent on some other functions or some other dependency or some other classes or some other services, you will create a mock implementation of the dependency. I've already taught you the mock implementation when we will be testing song controller. This is how you will create the mock implementation of song service. We will have these methods inside the song service. In get song, create song, we are just creating the mock implementation. I just copied this code from the song controller spec file, and I have updated the create song DTO to create song input and update song DTO to update song input. And then you will test your functions. If you want to test your get song function inside the song resolver, you can do that. I'm applying the await expression on get song and I got the song. Here I'm doing expectation, checking, asserting or expecting value. It will pass. This is how you will test create song. Create song will be passed, update song and the delete song. Let's execute it, or you want to execute by yourself. I want you to do it. Let's select the song resolver. It's going to run the song resolver.spec file. You can see the error. Hey, your resolver is dependent on the song service, but you did not import the song service. Let's fix it by mocking the service. I'm gonna copy the same code and paste it here. We don't have song service. Let's import it. It's not giving me the suggestion. I have to import manually. I got the song service. We also need to get the create song input and update song input. I think it will not get this path source./GraphQL. Let's add the complete path.
You can see our test has passed now. Now we're gonna write the test, unit test for a songs query. It should fetch a song. First of all, I need to apply await expression or get songs. It is going to give me this song because we are using our mock implementation inside the get songs. It is going to return this object or this array with a promise. Here we are just resolving it. Unable to fetch songs. I got the error. Let me check my song resolver. What is inside the song resolver? I think I'm throwing the error. That's why I got this error. Let's comment this code. And I would like to return the song service with get songs array. It is going to give me the array of the songs. We are just using this get song method, but we are using this implementation, this one. It will call the get songs, but it will use our own implementation, this one. This is how you can fix the bugs with the help of unit testing. Our test has passed. Now we need to test a single song query. We have created the song. Actually we need to test this one. We need to test create new song resolver. We're just creating a new song and we are expecting it. Because create song will give me the ID, and whatever we passed here, the object, it is going to return the same object here. The test has passed. Now we need to test update and delete. It is giving me the error, update song a unique ID. We are not expecting the ID in the update song. There is an issue, I think. It is going to give me the ID. Let's look at the update song resolver. Let's look at the update song. Update song. I think I have to change the order. First I need to get the ID. I need to place the ID, and then I need to get the update song input. You have to rearrange the order. Now it should work.
Let me look at the song service. ID it's giving you are not using the update song TTO title, but let's restart the application. The error is gone now. Everything is fine. Our update test has passed and our delete the song test has also passed. It is returning the affected. That's why I use the affected here. In the next video, I'll teach you how to do end-to-end testing GraphQL APIs. This lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to do end-to-end testing with GraphQL APIs. In the previous lecture, we tested unit tested. We tested the individual function of resolver. Now we're gonna do integration or end-to-end testing. We're gonna test exactly the API by sending the HTTP request or queries from the HTTP module. This is how you will test the songs query. And it is going to give me the result. I'm using the request package to send the HTTP request. If you are working with GraphQL, there is only single endpoint, which is /GraphQL. It will be same for each query and mutation. Now I'm trying to fetch all the songs and I got all the songs. This is how you will test the end-to-end testing. I already taught you how to set up the end-to-end testing file when we were testing the REST API in the previous module. So before each, we're gonna create testing module. This is the same. Before all, we're gonna create new database. I have the test database. It will drop after completed all the test. And after each, we're gonna delete everything. After each test, we're gonna delete everything from the songs table. That's why I'm using the songs repository.clear method. And after all, we're gonna stop the application. We're gonna use this method to test. It's a helper function to perform our testing. Nothing more, it's just creating a new song. And this is how you can test a root endpoint. It means our testing is working fine. Let's implement it. There is no script for end-to-end testing for the we have an end-to-end test, but I'm looking for a watch mode testing. That's why I'm gonna add a new script. It will run end-to-end testing in the watch mode. Let me run the end-to-end test in the watch mode. It should be E to E, E to E. Right now we have only a single file, which is app.e2e-spec.json. If you run this file, let's say app, it is going to run this file. I'm gonna copy the source code and let's create a new file inside the test folder. We will use this test folder for end-to-end testing. Let's define a new file, song/e2e-spec.ts. I have copied the source code. This is the default code. we need to add a type ORM setting before all the test. We need to create a new database. Let's run it here. We need to import couple of modules. We need a song module and song entity. Let's get it. Type ORM module. We also need to import type ORM module. Actually, I'm gonna copy everything and paste it here. Now we have before all. We also need, let's define, it should be song resolver end-to-end test. We need after all and after each. After each test, you need to clear the songs table, and after all the test, you have to close the application. I'm also going to use this helper function. I already taught you these basics when we were testing the REST APIs. That's it. Our setup is complete now. Let's run the test. This time I would like to run songs file. Let's try to run the song file, song.e2e-spec. Our test has passed now, and you can see this test is running fine now. So we have successfully done the setup. Now it's time to test the query. We need to create the song first, because there is no record in our database table, which is songs. There is an empty here, there is no record. So I'm just trying to write the query to fetch all the songs. I created the query data object. I'm providing the query, and I'm sending the query in the HTTP request. When you test the API, GraphQL API, you will get the data or the response in data object, and we have the songs. I'm just expecting the songs array. Let me run the application in development so you will understand it more deeply. Application is running now. Let's try to write the query to fetch all the songs. If you write the query, or you can do without query. I'm gonna write query, and I would like to fetch all the songs, ID and the title. So you got the result in the data object, and we have the songs array. One more thing, if you write the name of the query, you can also do that. If you have experience in GraphQL, then you will know what I am doing. I just gave the name of the query. get songs. You can also do that. It will work fine. There is no issue. Now we're gonna test a single song query. This time, first step, I created the song and I created the query object. Now we need the variable. This is how you can define the variable in GraphQL. So I'm providing the variable ID here. You can exactly query in your GraphQL playground. Let's say this is a new tab. I can give you the name of the query, get song. Let me copy that, get song. Now I created the get song query and I'm expecting the ID as a variable. Here I'm providing the variable ID. This is how you will set the query variables. This is another way to fetch the get song query. I already taught you this method. It will work fine. You gotta provide the ID and here you can expect the name. It will work fine, but this is another alternative way of doing this thing. If you have an ID, you can provide the ID here. ID. We don't have any record, that's why I got the error. Now we're gonna test it. You can see our test has passed now because first we are creating the song, then I'm providing the ID variable from the new song object. You don't need to change anything here. You can also do expectation for assertion check for the status code here instead of calling this one. That's why I'm expecting the 200 status code, and it is going to give me the response data and the song, and I'm checking on the based on new song. Both are same. Now our next step is to test the create song mutation. It is the same way you define the mutation. I give the name create song mutation. Instead of ID, I'm expecting the create song input. We have created the variable and I'm getting the create song input. We have title, and here you can provide the values for your variables. If you want, you can do the exact same thing from your GraphQL playground. Let's say I can say I'm gonna create a new song. I just pasted the mutation. If you run, there is no query variable for create song input. Let's define it. You have to provide the title. I can say lover song. You can see the lover song. Now I can provide the ID here. Let's test it. Here I provided the ID, so I got the song object. There is a data object and we have a create song object. That's why I used create song here. Create song dot title should be animals. Our test has passed. Now we need to run update mutation. Similarly, just like with create mutation, it is expecting two arguments, ID and the update song input, and we are providing the ID in the variables and update song input here. It is going to return the affected with integer. Now we're gonna copy this delete mutation. Delete is expecting only the ID and it is going to return the affected. I defined the delete song mutation and here I'm expecting the value which is 1. Our tests have passed query, and we also need to test delete mutation. Delete mutation test has passed. This is how you will do end-to-end testing in GraphQL. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you the concept of caching. Apollo server provides caching on the server side. You can implement it. Caching is a process of or method of storing copies of file or data in a temporary storage location or cache to be accessed quickly. Like you want to store the data temporarily in some type of in-memory, built-in memory. You can store the data maybe for 30 seconds or 60 seconds or a 1 minute. It's called caching. What is server-side caching? You want to store, let's say you want to fetching the query results. You have a query and user is fetching the query constantly after every 10 seconds, after every 20 seconds, or after every 10 seconds. In that case, you need caching. You don't want to send the request backend server to DB server again and again. So it will increase the massive traffic load. You are thinking, why do we need caching? If user is fetching the query after 3 seconds again and again, you did not implement the caching, your application will send the request to the backend server DB server and it will fetch the data from that server again and again. It will decrease the performance. So the help of caching, you can improve the performance of your application. You can avoid unnecessary requests to server because the data will be fetched from the cache immediately. You can reduce the bandwidth, which will be benefit to user. You can reduce the massive DB loads. With the help of caching, you can handle massive network traffic requests. Yeah, you can decrease the service calls. So that was the basic fundamental concept of caching. Now we're gonna implement the caching in NestJS project. NestJS already using Apollo service, Apollo server, Apollo package. So we're gonna install the package, install this caching module, Apollo server plugin response cache. This plugin helps optimize the performance of GraphQL queries by caching the responses. This plugin will help us to cache the response and serving the data from the cache instead of executing the same query repeatedly. Our next step will be register the caching plugins. When you install this plugin, you can register it as a plugins array. I have set the default maximum age, which is 5 seconds. I'm saying, hey Apollo, you can keep the data in cache for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, you have to refresh the cache. You have to refresh the data. And then you need to create a directive, cache control scope private or public. You wanna fetch the data publicly or you wanna save the data privately. Private represents a cache control scope where the response should be cached privately. If you want to fetch the authenticated user, something like that, then you need to set the private. Represent a cache control scope where the response can be cached publicly. This directive will have max age, scope, and inherit max age. And you can apply cache control directive on field definition. You can apply on a field like title field in a song type. You can apply on object, interface, and union. The max age is an optional argument of type int that represents the maximum age of the cache control in seconds. How long the response can be considered of fresh and cacheable. You can read this documentation of max age I've written down for you. Private and public scope, this will be used for parent. Let's suppose your query is dependent on parent query, then you need to use this one. You can also set the cache control set cache hint in the resolver by using this line. Our next step will be apply the cache control directive. I am applying it for title field inside the song type. Cache control, maximum age for 30 seconds. I'm saying to Apollo, hey Apollo, you can keep the title field record for 30 seconds in a cache. If user is fetching this title field constantly after 20 seconds or after 10 seconds, then it will fetch from the cache. If user needs to fetch record after a minute or after a 2 minute, it will fetch the data from the DB server. But it depends on you, on your case, on your use case. But 30, 60, and 40 are the recommended values based on Apollo documentation. Apollo server uses in-memory cache by default. We are going to use in-memory cache, but you can also configure it different backend like Redis or memcached. You can also apply cache control directive on a complete type. Let's say if you have a scenario where you need to fetch all of the fields from a specific type, then you can add here cache control directive, maximum age to 40 seconds. I just gave you the basics. When you implement in real world scenario, in real world large application, you will know your use case better. Now it's time to implement it, or you can implement it by your own. Let's install the plugin first. Plugin have installed. Let's import it in the app module. Now we're gonna register the plugin into plugins array. When you are creating GraphQL module, you can register it here. So our third step is to creating a cache control directive. I can do it here. It will have max age, scope, inherit max age, private. If you want to dig into more deeper, you can look at from the Apollo server documentation. When you Google Apollo server caching, this is the document you gotta read. If you want to dig into deeper, what is max age, what is cache control scope, you can read this document. This is the implementation of caching in Apollo server. If you want to do Redis setup, you can also do that.
We have created the cache control directive. Now I want to apply the cache control directive on our field. Right now I have only one single field, title. I'm assuming that my title field is going to be fetched after 10 seconds. I have a query in that use case. Like, client is asking title field again and again. Let's try to test it first. My application server has started. Now I can say I want to access the query of the songs. I want to fetch the title. You can see it's working fine now. Let's fetch the title again. Now it is accessing the title field from the in-memory cache. One last thing, you can also apply cache control directive on a type. Here I want to say I have only single type, that's why I want to use it for only demo purpose. In real world application you will have a different use case. Restart the application. My application is running now. I'm gonna access these songs. It's still working fine. If I try to access the song, we need to provide the ID. Let's fetch the ID. I'm gonna copy the ID and let me paste it here. Now I would like to access the ID and the title. Let's access the title only or the ID. Now the data is going to be cached. I can access it easily. It's working fine. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you the concept of data loader. Why do we need data loader? We have this schema. I've already found example project regarding data loader. We have a user and we have a post. There is a relationship between user and the post. When you send the GraphQL request to fetch all the post, and you also want to the owner of this post who has created this post, under the hood, GraphQL, your application will send a new data request to the database. A new request to the database to fetch a user for each post. This will decrease the performance of your application because you're gonna do lot of database request. Here your output will look like that. If I will show you here, let me show you with the help of example. I'm gonna send the request. It is going to take 3 seconds because I have set this delay for the 3 second. We have, how many posts we have? We have 3 posts. You can look at the schema or our database. I'm not using any database here. So here is the data. We have a 3 post. inside the post we have a user ID. When you look at the user service, we have all of these users. Every time, let's say I log the message fetching data from DB, let's example, you can say that getting user ID 1, fetching the user ID 1. This is the, you can imagine this is the database request. Every time it is going to fetch the post. For each user against post, it has to fetch the record from the database. You can imagine if you want to load 50 posts and you have to send the API or backend DB request for each user separately. So what data loader will do, data loader will batch all of the users. It's going to wait and say, I can send you request here. What data loader will do, it will say, I will get all of the IDs of the users like 1, 2, 3, and then I will fetch all of the users for all posts. And then if you need any post, if you need any user against each post, you will fetch from the cache or from the data loader cache. Data loader maintains cache also. Did you get the point? Let's say I'm gonna add, I have 4 users inside the post service. I'm gonna add post 4, title post 4 something, and user ID which is 4, this one. Application is running now. I'm gonna send the request to fetch all the post. Now I got the 4 post and it has sent the DB request to fetch a single user. What we can do, we can say I wanna fetch, if we are using data loader, please fetch all the users. It's batching all the users from the DB and maintains a cache, and next time our application will fetch the user from this cache. I've already implemented the data loader in this project. Actually, I found the source code on the internet to explain the data loader. It's a simple source code, so I thought I should teach it with the help of this source code. Inside the post resolver, here they are resolving the created by field, created by, and it is going to return the user. Here, instead of loading the user from the database, let's user service will send the DB request. So I'm gonna comment, and now you will see the magic. Instead of loading the user from the DB, I would like to fetch the user from data loader. Now we're gonna send the request. You can see that getting the users with ID 1, 2, and 4, it has bashed all the users and created the user map to send the IDs record to data loader, and here is the result. So let me explain what this source code is doing. If you check the app module, here we are providing the loader, I created the create user loader, and they are injecting the user service inside the user service. Inside the create user loader, I'm passing the user service. To work with data loader, you only need a single package, which is data loader. This one, you have to install only the data loader. Here you will have a user loader. What this loader will do, it's nothing more, it's just a function, takes a user service. So I created the instance of a data loader. The ID would be number, and another type, which is the object, should be the user. This, when you create the data loader, you have to provide, it is going to give me the IDs, all of the IDs, and here I can fetch all of the users against IDs. Here I did the users map. You saw the users map here, 1 2 3, because data loader works in this way. You have to provide the results in this way. Like I got 1 2 4, then I did the map to fetch all the records, ID 1 2 and 4. We created the user loader. I have attached inside the context object. Remember, GraphQL resolver can have 4 arguments: info, context, and parent. We have user loader here to fetch all the users against a post. Here, this one inside the post resolver, I'm resolving the created by field. I got the user loader from the context. Here you need to load the user from the user loader. I got the parent record from the post, which is the post. So I got the user ID, which we saved here. We have one more thing. We have used a schema based approach to build GraphQL APIs, but I also wanted to show you another way to build GraphQL API, which is code first approach. This code first approach will generate the schema.graphql file automatically. It depends on you, but I like the most schema based approach, but you can use both of them. It depends on your use case. This is how you will define the GraphQL object type. But we have worked with this schema based approach. Let's say you want to create this GraphQL type, which is post. With the help of code based approach, you will say this is the GraphQL object type. You can get it from NestJS GraphQL package, and this is the field. You can say this one, this is the field, and you can say title field, and we have the body field, and we have the user ID. I'm not saving into the GraphQL database, GraphQL type. That's why I keep the user ID for entity based to build a relationship with them. So created by, this is the relationship between a user. Here you can see that created by, the return type should not be null. That's why they have used the user. This represents the return type, what your field will return. So it's the type of this created by, it should return a user type. Similarly, you can look at the user entity object type. This is how you will define here. This is GraphQL type, and my user ID, the type should be number, that should be int. That's why it's a non-nullable field, and it should return, or the type of this ID should be int. And we have a field which is GraphQL type. So this code will be converted into this schema type. And how can you resolve the resolver? When you look at the post resolver,
this is the resolver, and I say this is the post resolver. That's why I provided the post entity. Now we have the post resolver, the query tag. So here you want to say what resolver this will do. We are in the post, we are here. So this query will return all the post, and the name of the query should be post. I'm resolving this query, so I'm fetching the post. Similarly, if you want to resolve the created by, here this one, you have to provide the resolve field. Resolve field, there is a field inside the post type which is created by, and it should return a user. So this is the return type. This is how you will mention the return type. It should give the user, and I got the parent and the context. This is NestJS has documentation on GraphQL. You can learn more about a code-based approach. If you like the code-based approach, you can learn more about from the documentation. This is the code first approach. The object types, you can read the documentation. If you are not getting what I'm talking about, you can just read this text. It will help you to understand the code very easily. So this is how a field and type should be post array. I want you to check this documentation. One more package I want to share. You have NestJS GraphQL tools. If you want to use the code-based approach, and let's say you are using Postgres or type ORM, this is the package. If you want to work with database and you want to use loader, they have already built a data loader here. If you like this package, you can implement it. It's simple. You need to provide resolver, user object type, user resolver. Here it will have GraphQL loader. You only need to just provide the decorator GraphQL loader, and it is going to implement the loading stuff here. If you like it, you can implement it. This is how you will implement one to many, many to one, and this is the usage. I just want to show you can do. If you want to use database and data loader, you can implement by using this package. This package also have more features on pagination, sorting, and field extraction, etc. If you want to fetch data from external REST API, you can do that. We're using Apollo server. Apollo server provides a package to fetch data from external REST API, Apollo data source REST. I have attached a starter kit project. I have already have this package in package.json file. You have to install it. Apollo data source REST. You have to do npm install to install all the dependencies. This is a class. You have to extend it. We're gonna fetch to-dos from this JSON placeholder API. It's a fake API with real data. Let's say I want to send to-dos request. It is going to give me all of the to-dos. I want to fetch this REST API. Now this is how you will implement it. You will have this schema. You will create the schema to do ID, user ID, title completed with boolean. I'm using the same property. I defined a GraphQL type, and then we have a query to fetch all the to-dos. I have a to-do module inside to-do service, to-do resolver. Now to-do service is going to fetch the data from external REST API instead of database inside the to-do service.
Here you have to extend the REST data source. It will ask the call the super constructor. This is the base URL. I'm gonna call this.get to fetch all the to-dos. You can use this method. I can get the data source object from the context. Here you gotta call data sources.todo API.get to-dos. I'm talking about this to-do API, like this one. So another important thing, this is how you will add a data sources inside the context. It's an asynchronous, so I provided the data sources. If you want to implement, you can go ahead and do it, and let me do that for you. I have to do .graphql in my starter-kit project. Now let's extend data source, rest data source. Let's have the constructor. I'm gonna call the super constructor. Now let's set the base URL. I can get the base URL from here. I don't need to provide to-dos. This should be the base URL. Now let's define a function to get to-dos, and it is going to return the array of to-dos. I can get the type from the source.graphql file, the TypeScript file. I've generated the typing by executing this command, npm run generate typing. So let's call this dot here, this dot get, and provide the path to-dos. Is everything right? I can check the path, which is to-dos. So we created the data source, and now we have to add this data source in to-do resolver. We gotta call this. Actually, we need to add in the context. I'm gonna create the data sources function. It's gonna return a to-do API. Let's create import to-do service. It's going to return the object, and the function is going to return the object. Now I can add in the context here. It looks good. So you can use the context object here inside the to-do resolver. To-do resolver, let me get the context. Data sources, and I'm gonna call this method. Data source is a function. There is a to-do API object, and we have get to-dos function. Let's start the project. Project is already running on 3000. Let me stop the project. Let's run it again. My project is running. I'm gonna send the request. I got all the 200 to-dos. Unfortunately, they don't have pagination. Otherwise, I can implement the pagination. But you got the concept how to implement the REST data source. If you want to do more advanced thing by using the REST data source package, there is also a caching functionality. You can override the method. I want you to check the documentation if you want to implement the REST data source. There is also a data loader. You can also use the data loader with REST data source. I want you to check this documentation. It also provides to fetch duplicate records. You can read the documentation to understand how to use the cache, stuff like that. In this module, we're going to use Prisma ORM and we're going to build REST APIs. Prisma is an ORM in Node.js or JavaScript. When you look at the documentation, they are saying it's a next generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript project. It's similar to Type ORM, but it is faster, it's an efficient. They are maintaining this project regularly. So you can look at the use cases and customer stories. When do you need Prisma? You can read the customer stories and use cases. So in this video, I'm gonna teach you how to set up Prisma in NestJS project. You can also get the Prisma documentation from NestJS package. Inside the NestJS documentation, you will find a Prisma folder. You will see the Prisma section. Here is a Prisma ORM documentation. The first step, we need to install the Prisma. I have provided the starter kit code for you. You can go to the starter branch and run npm install to install all the dependencies. This is just a basic NestJS project. I don't have anything here, just basic setting for NestJS project. It is taking some time to install the dependencies. Meanwhile, I'm gonna create a new database for Prisma because we're gonna use Postgres with Prisma. I'm gonna create a new database, Prisma API, something like that. You can choose any name. All the packages have installed. Now we need to install a Prisma as a dev dependency. Prisma dev dependency has installed. Now we need to initialize the Prisma project. I can use npx init Prisma init. It will set up the Prisma in our project. You will see schema.prisma file inside the Prisma folder. Here I'm gonna use Prisma client library. This is my Postgres database provider. This is my database URL. They have also created a .env file. Here we have Postgres database URL. Make sure you have add the .env in the git ignore. I think I've already added it. Yes, no, I cannot see that. Let's add .env. I don't want to push my env to GitHub. They have already installed Postgres, so I'm gonna work with Postgres. This is how you will set up Prisma in your project, in your NestJS project. In the previous video, we have set up our Prisma application. Now we're gonna create our first model. I'm gonna create the song model. The type should be int. And by default, this should be int. By default, I'm gonna set it to auto increment, and this is the ID. Let's add another property. This time the type should be string. But we did not set database URL for the Postgres. I'm gonna create a new database. Let's create a new DB. Nest Prisma app or Nest Prisma -db. My username or owner is Postgres. Now we need to replace the owner here, Postgres, and your password and the name of your database, and schema should be public.
I'm going to run the application. My application is running fine. Let's try to check the tables inside the schema. I'm going to refresh, and inside the tables I cannot see any table because we did not migrate the database. Let's create our first migration. Migrate def, Prisma migrate def, and the name of your migration, I can say init. This is my first migration. I think I did not provide the right command. Prisma migrate db or def. Yeah, npx prisma migrate def dash name of your migration. This is my first migration, that's why I chose the init name, but you can choose anything here. Localhost provided db credentials are not valid. Postgres. There was an issue with double S. Now a new migrations folder has created. Inside the folder we have init migration file, we have song table. This is the migration log. Let's try to check in our database. I'm gonna refresh my tables, and you can see the song table in our database, but we also have two columns, ID and title. In the previous video we have created our first model and we ran migrations, but Prisma also provides a Prisma client to perform CRUD operation. This Prisma client will generate the CRUD APIs, CRUD functions for song model. You will have Prisma client.create song, Prisma client.find song, all of these methods in the Prisma client library. Here we are using the Prisma client, but we have to install this package Prisma client. npm install add Prisma client. This package will provide CRUD operations for all of your models. This Prisma client will interact directly to the database. So we created the Prisma client, installed the Prisma client. Now we need a service inside the source directory, and I call it prisma.service.ts. It's an injectable service. Export class Prisma service, and I'm going to extend the Prisma client. Prisma client here. We also need to implement on module init because we have to set up the Prisma client when our application is running. I can call it on module init. On module init, this dot connect. This connect method will connect our connect this Prisma client to our database. I have not imported injectable decorator. Let me get it. That's all you need to connect Prisma client to our database. So we will not use Prisma client, we will use Prisma service to interact with database. We're going to talk about how to create CRUD operations. We have created a song model here. I want to create the correct endpoints. One more thing I did not talk about or I did not teach, there is a resource generator. This CLI command will generate the CRUD API endpoints, controller, module, service, DTO object, something like that. If you need to scaffold your application, you can use this command, resource. It can also work with GraphQL code first approach, schema first approach, or you can create a microservice, or you can create the WebSocket. But I chose the REST API because I would like to build the REST API. Yes, I also want to generate CRUD entry endpoints. We have the songs model, we have DTO object, entities, song controller, service. We have all of these methods inside the service. We have created a Prisma service. Now I'm going to use a Prisma service here to interact with database. You can call it Prisma service. It is going to give me the error. That's why I use this path. First of all, let's create the create method. Return this dot Prisma dot song. You can see we have a song object. There is a create method and you have to provide the data. Here you have to provide create song DTO. One more thing I want to talk about, you can use the types from Prisma client. Prisma client already generated couple of TypeScript typing. Let's say first I need to import Prisma from Prisma client. You will find book create input, the type. In this type you will have title field. We also need to update inside the song controller. We gotta get Prisma client and you will have book create input. My VS Code is not giving me the hint or suggestion. Now we're gonna run the application. It is going to give me a couple of errors maybe. Oh, it's not a book, it should be a song because I'm accessing the song model. Why I'm using the book? Song dot input, not a book, song create input. I did not import Prisma service inside the song module because we have to import it. That's why you have to register it as a provider. Prisma service, so I can get the Prisma service.
My application is running fine now. Now we're gonna test it with the help of REST client. Let's create a new file. I can say http client.http create song post http localhost colon 3000 /songs. What is the name of the API? I can check it from the controller. We have the songs, content type, application JSON. Let's provide the title. Follow me. You can see a new song has created successfully. Now we're gonna write the function to fetch all the song, this dot prisma. I'm gonna reload my window. It is not giving me suggestions. Prisma dot song dot find many. There is a method find many. Let's try to get all the songs. You can see I have a single song. Now we have to implement the find by ID. This dot prisma dot song. Now it is giving me suggestion, find unique, and we have to provide the ID. Where clause, and you have to provide the ID. Let's try to fetch the song on the based on ID. Fetch song by ID. So I got the song by ID. If I provide the invalid ID, I should get the empty record. I'm getting issues here. I think I need to generate the typing. You can call this method npx prisma generate. It is going to generate the typing inside the node modules, and prisma inside the prisma you will get the typing. I got this from documentation. This typing will be stored inside the node modules, inside the prisma and the client directory. Generated prisma client. Reload the window. Now the error should be gone now. I have to update it. It's a song create input. We also need to update in the controller. We have the song controller. Here it should be prisma / song create input. I have to get this key prisma client. Now the error should be gone now. It looks good. So I can create a new song and I can fetch all the songs. That looks good. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to
create update endpoint. Actually, we have already created the update endpoint. You will see the patch endpoint inside the song controller. There is also a method inside the song service. There is an update method. All I need to do is to use a Prisma service inside the song service. We have to use the update method from the Prisma, and there is an update method inside the song update. Here you gotta provide where clause and the data. Where and the data. We have to fix a little bit changing here. I'm going to get where clause, and I can get the type for where song, where unique input. Similarly, I would like to change the type here, Prisma dot song update input. You can remove the where because both the key and the value are same, so I can use a single where. We also need to update the type in controller file. Let me update the type here. Here I would like to send the object instead of single parameter, which is id. Here I can change the type prisma.song update input. We also need to update the find one a little bit. I would like to get the song where unique input, and let me get the song where unique input, and I'm going to provide song where unique input. We also need to update controller for the find one. Let me send the id in the object, because I'm receiving the object here. If you want to look at all of these types, where these types have stored, when you go to the node modules, you will find there is a package prisma.prisma/client. You will have all of your types in index.d.ts file. So I can get song where input. You can see we have a song where input. You can say type. Here we have a song where input. You can have id and the title. Here we have the song where unique input. You can have id and or node in the title. Now we have to test it. Run the application. Cannot find Primsa. Let me fix that. Here is an issue, Prisma. Now my code looks good. I'm gonna send the update request from my REST client, from my HTTP client. Date song by ID. We have to send the patch request instead of put. I'm gonna update this song with ID 2. Copy the content type. Dancing feet. Let's see, a song has updated successfully. If I fetch the song only based on ID, it looks good. We have dancing feet. Let's create another song. I have created another song. I would like to update the title. My title has updated, so you can fetch all of the songs. It looks good. We have implemented the update operation. Now we have to implement delete operation. I'm gonna use the same strategy to delete. Let me get the where clause in the input. There is a method in the prisma.song.delete. It is going to accept the where clause. Now I have to get it in the controller. We need to pass that inside the song controller. Here I have to provide the ID inside the object. ID. Let's try to test it with the help of HTTP client. I can say delete song by ID. I'm gonna provide the ID instead of patch. We need to use the delete operation. You can see this song has deleted. I can verify by fetching all of the songs. You can see we have only 2 songs right now. Now we're gonna build relationship between models. Prisma also provides one-to-one relation, one-to-many relation, and many-to-one relation, and also have many-to-many relation. I'm gonna add a new model, artist. Let's add fields inside the artist. I will have the ID and the name of the artist. Now each song and artist, I'm gonna add one-to-many relationship between artist and songs. Each artist can publish many songs. I saved the application. You can see it has automatically added a relation. Let's rename a small a to a capital A to small a. Here you can see there is a reference here, artist, and fields which is artist ID and the reference with the ID. Now we have to run the migrations
npm run migrations. Oh, I have to run npx prisma migrate dev, the name of the migration, which is add artist. It has also generated the Prisma client queries or Prisma client types. When you see the migrations, you will have the create table query. It is going to create the artist table. It has also added a relationship between songs model. Let me try to check the types. You can check it from Prisma client index.d.ts. Do I have the artist type? Yes. Let me find artist create input. Yep, it has generated the types for me. Now I'm gonna generate a new resource for artist. An artist resource has created. I don't need entities. I'm gonna delete them. Here I also don't need entities in the song because we are defining our models in the schema.prisma file. Let's create the artist. We have to open the artist service, and here we need to inject the the Prisma service. I can get it from the song service. We have to import these two dependency, Prisma service and the Prisma client. I'm going to copy the constructor. Here we have to find the Prisma create input. Command F to find artist create input. Yes, I would like to use that type. I can get it from the Prisma client artist create input. That's it. Now I can use prisma.artist.create. Here we have to provide the data object, and inside the data I can provide create artist DTO. One more thing, you need to add Prisma service in the artist module. We have to register it. Prisma service. Let me import Prisma service, and here I need to add Prisma service. We also need to adjust a type in the controller. For artist controller, we have to update our type. I have to use the same type, Prisma.artist create. We have to import a Prisma, otherwise it will give you the error. I'm not going to use the create artist DTO. So the artist create input can take the name of the artist. If you want to inject the multiple songs, you can also do that. You can look up the documentation of Prisma. How can you insert multiple records? If you want to do in this way, you can also do that, artist unchecked create input. But I'm going to use this one, simple one. npm run start dev. My application is running fine now. Let me open the HTTP client let's send the request to create new artist. Create artist. Here I can provide the name of the artist. Can say Martin Garrix. A new record has created successfully. The artist record has saved. Let's add a new artist, Vici. Another artist has created. We have made one-to-many relationship between artist and songs. When you add a new song, you can add a relationship for the artist here. When you check the schema.prisma file, you will have the artist ID in the song model. That's why this is how you can build a relationship between song and the artist. So what I can do inside the song service, we have to expect the song actually author ID. I can find that song create input. So I have this song create input type. I also have song unchecked create input. Did you notice the difference between these two types? Here we have the artist ID. I can add the artist ID. If you want to insert a complete artist while creating a new song, you can also do that. You can look up the documentation, and here you can do in this way. You can provide the array if you want to do that. If you want to insert a single record, you can also do that. But I just want to show you the way to add record. So I'm gonna use this type instead of simple song create input. Now you also need to provide the author ID in the request parameter. Here I'm creating a new song here. Let's provide the author ID, which is 1. I'm gonna create a new song. Let's say Animals by Martin Garrix. I got an issue, not an author ID, it's an artist ID. Why I'm saying the author ID? I got the record with this author ID. If you want to query the artist in the response, let's say I'm gonna fetch all the songs, but here we have artist ID null. Here we have the artist ID 1. If you want to populate the record of the artist, you can do that in the find menu. In here you can say include artist to true. That's it. Let's fetch all the songs. Here the artist ID is null, artist is null. Here you can see the artist ID 1, and we have a complete artist record. That's how you do population. We have used this include syntax. You can also use the connect object if you want to make the connection or update the reference ID. You can use the connect. Now we're going to implement one-to-one relationship between two models. we're gonna have a user model. Here we have a one-to-one relationship between user and profile. Each user will have one unique profile. In the profile, we have photo, we have the phone number of the client of the user. This is how you will make a one-to-one relationship, user and a relation, and this makes each profile will have a unique ID of a user table. Then we will generate Prisma migrations. Then we will generate a new user with the help of nest generate resource a user. We're going to use CRUD API endpoints. And finally, we're going to save a user on the based on profile. Like when we are saving a user, I also want to save the profile. This is how you can do that. Profile and a create object and the attributes of profile table. It will automatically make a relationship between user and a profile. And finally, I want to fetch all the user with a profile. If you want to implement it, you can do it, but let me show you how can I implement it. I'm going to copy the model. Here inside the schema. Let's add two new models. I've added two new models. Let's run the migration. npx prisma migrate def, the name of the migration, one-to-one relation. It has run the migrations, and now it has also generated the types inside the Prisma client. I can double check that from the Prisma. Here you have all of your user types, user and profile. When you search the profile, here we have profile stuff. Our next step is to generate a resource. Nest generate resource users. Select REST API endpoints. Get rid of the entities, and I need to inject Prisma service inside the module. Inside the users module, I have to inject the Prisma service here. Prisma service. Inside the user service, we need to inject Prisma service dependency. I can get that from the song service. We need the Prisma service. And I'm gonna copy this one as a constructor. So we have to call the create method. I'm gonna copy the exact create method and provide it here. That's it. This time I'm gonna use the create user DTO. I have not defined the properties in the create user DTO. If you want to add the validation, you can use the class validator I taught you earlier in the previous modules. We will have photo. The URL of the photo should be string. And phone number, the type should be string. Now I'm gonna copy find all method, and I'm gonna use this profile. I wanna fetch the profile with each user. Now let's try to test it. Run the application. This create object is used to create a nested object, a relation object. Let's create a new user. Users, provide the name of the user, Jane Doe, and we have to provide the photo URL, some api.com/photos 1.jpg, and you need to provide the phone number. Let me create a new user. A user has created successfully. Let's try to find all the users. Fetch users. Here you can see that I can see the user, and we have the profile object inside the user. You will also see a relationship with user ID 1, which is 1. That's how you implement one-to-one relation. In this lesson, you're gonna learn how to implement many-to-many relationship between models. I have this use case. One blog post can belong to many categories, and many categories can belong to a single blog post. So there is a many-to-many relationship. When you implement many-to-many relationship, you need a third model. In the third model, you store the foreign key of your first model and the foreign key or foreign key as the primary key. The foreign constraint here, it's a foreign key of category table. And in Prisma, you define the primary key by combination of post ID and the category ID. This is how you will make a many-to-many relationship. Now the categories, instead of categories array, you will use the categories on post array. The same stuff here. Instead of using post array, here you will use the categories on post array. And then we will generate migrations. We will generate migrations, and it will also generate the Prisma client types. And then we will generate the resource post. We will create the post by using this input type, post create input. And I also have to update the type in the controller. And this is how you will send the request to create a new post. Here the title of the post, one-to-many relation. This is the Prisma post, and it can have two categories. Here you can say I am gonna create a new category. This post can also belong to Prisma category. This post can also belong to NestJS category. That is why I created two categories. You can see that category number 1, and this is category number 2. Here we have the array of the categories. Similarly, you can do the same thing. If you don't want to create a new post, you can connect with existing post. I'm going to teach you transaction. Let's say I'm going to write blog post on transactions in Prisma, and here this post also belong to NestJS category and Prisma category. That's why I'm connecting to category number 1 and the category number 2. And finally, you can also do a relation queries with the help of this type, post where unique input. Also have to update in the controller. This is how you can send the request. Categories, this is the where clause, category and the name. You can check all of different type of queries in the documentation. Let's try to implement it first. If you want, you can implement by yourself. Many to many relation. I'm gonna create a post model, and my next model is category. It will have name and the ID, and my third model is categories on post. I'm gonna save. Now you can see that these two properties are inside the categories on post. I would like to store the date, and I want to store who has created this. Let's run the migration. It has also generated a Prisma client types. You can check it in the node modules at prisma/client. Our next step is to generate the post resource. We're going to perform some CRUD operations. Please select the REST API. Yes, I want CRUD entry endpoints. I have the post. Get rid of the entities. One more thing, I would like to register a Prisma service inside the post module, otherwise you will get the error. Now we're gonna write the code to create a new post. We also need to inject Prisma service as a dependency. I'm gonna copy these two lines and I'm gonna paste here post service. Let me copy the constructor. We need to inject the dependency. I'm gonna copy my create function. Something is missing. I have done something wrong. So let's use the constructor. Private Prisma and Prisma service. Let's use this type. Actually, I don't need that. Let me copy the full create. What it is? Now it looks good. So we also need to use that post create input in the post controller. Let me import Prisma. Now it's time to test this application. The application is running fine. Let's send the API request. I'm gonna copy my API request. Here I'm gonna create a new post, and I'm gonna also create two categories. So you can use the create array. Inside the create array, I have the category. This is the post on category object. So that's why I use that properties. Let's send the request. It should be 3000 or 3000. It should 3000. Now you can see that one-to-many relation post has created successfully. Now it's time to register another post. This time I don't want to create a new category. Create a post with existing categories. I would like to create a new post, and I want to use the category number 1 and category number 2. Let's create a new post has created. It has also made a connection with this category. You can double check from the PG admin. Meanwhile, I'm gonna write the code to do relational queries. Let's update the find all. That looks good. We also have to update the get inside the post controller. Now we have to fetch all the posts with NestJS category. So you can do that. You can learn more about how to do queries in Prisma documentation. I'm gonna send the request. The post should be 3000. Now you can see I got these two posts with the help I just did a query with category. What is my name of the database? Let me get it from Env Nest Prisma DB. Here I have Nest Prisma DB. Let me find the tables. And we have post, category, and categories on post. Let's look at the post. We should have two posts. You can see I have one-to-many and transaction. I must have two categories. You can see that. Let me find categories on post. Here you can see I have 4 records. There is another way to use transaction feature. If you have to perform the batch or bulk operations like delete many, create many, and update many, you can use all of these in a one query. You want to create 3 records, you want to delete 2 records,
or maybe you want to update a single record, or maybe you want to update 5 records. So in that case, let's say if any query fails, then all of the operation will be discarded. I'm gonna run multiple queries at same time. If any query failed, you will not get result back. You can use this query or transaction API when you want to create batch operation. Here is an example. I want to find all of the posts, I want to find all of the artists, I want to find all songs, I want to find all applications in a single query. If this query fails, it is going to give me this complete operation will be discarded. I will not get any result. That is why you use this transaction API. To implement the demo or to implement the transaction API, let's do it in app controller. We have to inject Prisma service. I just want to show you the demo. How can you use the transaction API? Prisma service. We have to inject it here. I can say transaction. Let me register Prisma service. Now I have injected it here. We have to import it. Sounds good. I'm gonna create a new method with name sequential and get sequential results. This could be the name of the query, and here I'm gonna copy my code. So let's try to test it. I'm gonna run the application. Let me send the request for sequential query in my HTTP client. Sequential query, HTTP localhost colon 3000 and sequential. You can see I got the result of all of my post applications. These should be post, the songs, and here you will have application. These are all the applications with customer ID. This is how it will work. If you want to add include or to fetch nested record, you can also do that. Now I'm gonna talk about the concept of nested queries. This topic already is in the transaction API. I'm talking about transaction. When you have this type of use case, let's say first I have to create the customer email, customer or the user, and then there is an address. Let me look at the model structure. We have a customer model and we have an address model. There is a one-to-one relationship between customer and the address, and I have created the enum application type, and I have the application model, and the type should be application type and default to now, and I chose the loan here. And I have made one-to-many relationship between application and the customer. We have the applications array here. So let's say I want to create a new customer address, and here I'm creating a new address, and here are the fields of customers, and I'm going to create applications. Basically we are talking about a banking type application.
Let's say a customer comes to apply for the loan. Customer can apply for multiple loan applications: loan, car financing, or business financing. A customer can apply all of these, or can apply to one or second type application. So tenure of your application would be 5 years or 2 years, how many amount you want, how much loan you want. So this type of application, when banking application, when an application comes, they create a new customer record, they create the address, and they create the application based on current user or current customer demand. Let's say a new customer comes with business financing application. John wants to get the business financing from a bank, so he's decided he's going to apply for business financing application. What under the hood is saying, what under the hood banking application will create a new customer, they will create a new address, and they will also create a new application. But they have a feature: a customer can apply for 2 loans, 2 applications, or 3 applications. He can also apply on business financing, he can also apply on car financing. So that's why there is a create array here. What are the benefits of using transaction under the hood? Prisma is using transaction when you run the nested queries. These are all this is the nested query. We are creating address and we are creating applications. This is the nested query. Let's say if an error comes here, if I will add the invalid value here, it will not create the complete application, it will not create the customer, it will not create the address. So that is the benefit of transaction. I'll show you with the help of demo. This is how you can implement the nested queries in Prisma. I have already done that for you. I'm not going to implement it here. First of all, I can walk through the code. I created the customer model. We have the ID, we have the name field, we have the email, we have the address, and we have the applications array. So address should be here, it should be at the top here. So I have made a one-to-one relationship between address and the customer. Here is a unique denotes to one-to-one relationship. We have zip, city, country inside the address, and there is a one-to-one relationship between customer and the address. But I also have one-to-many relationship between application and customer. So I told you John can apply for car financing, he can apply for business financing. That's why I use the application array. So the tenure, amount, application type, I have set the default to loan. So that was our model structure. Next step, I have executed nested query migration by executing this command, nested queries. Here it is going to create the customer table, it is going to create the address table and create the constraint with customer and the address. It is also going to create application table and create constraint between application and the customer. And then I have set the default value to loan. And then I have created the application resource by running nest generate resource, and you will see the application. Inside the application module, I have injected the Prisma service. And then here I'm injecting the Prisma service as a dependency, and I just called create application DTO by using the customer create input. You can double check it from the customer create input. You can get name, email, address, and application. All of this stuff here. Name, email, address. I provided the address and I'm creating it here. I also can provide the applications array. You can check the type by copying it and type and paste. So it should give me this one type. So I got this application create nested with customer input. So I use the create. Did you see? I use the create can have the array. So create can have the array here. So you can provide the application object here. If any fails, the transaction will roll back or discarded the operation. Let's try to test it. You have to send the API request inside the HTTP client. Here I'm gonna send the API request. John, Jane 2, Jane Doe, city New York, zip code this one, amount he wants, say 10,000. And tenure 5 years, and he wants business financing. I'm gonna create a new application. You can see a new application has created. If I provide the invalid value, I have set the integer. Here I'm providing the float value. I got the issue. Now it will not create an application. You can double check it from PG admin. That's the benefit of transaction. In this lesson, you're gonna learn the interactive transactions. What do I mean by interactive transaction? When one query is dependent on another query. One query result is dependent on another query result. Let's take a use case. You're gonna build account transfer feature in banking application. We're gonna build this use case. John has an account in a bank and he wanna transfer the $100 to Sam account. So what would be the process? You have to implement as a developer. You have to update the John account or deduct the $100 from a John account, and then you have to check the balance of John account. If balance is less than 0, you have to roll back the transaction. The operation should not be continue. So this query result is dependent on this query result. You can see if any of this step fails, operation will be discarded. If there is an error occurs here, it will roll back the transaction. So first of all, we need account model. We will have these properties: ID, balance, and the title. Then we're gonna generate migration and resource for accounts. We will inject Prisma service. Here I will use Prisma account create input, and I'm also going to update in the controller. We're gonna create first account John, then we will create second account which is Sam, and we will implement the logic to transfer amount to one account to another account. I'm gonna create a route handler for transfer. We will need transfer account DTO because I cannot use from Prisma types. There is no specific type for transfer account. I have to use the custom data transfer object here. When I will send the transfer account request. You need to provide sender ID, receiver ID, and the amount you want to transfer. So we will create a simple basic transfer method inside the account service. Here is the logic. From the controller, I will get the sender, and I have renamed to from. Here I will have receiver. I have renamed to to, and I will get the amount. And first we will deduct the balance from the John account by getting the account on the based on ID. Here decrement the amount from the John account, then we try to verify the balance of the John. If balance is less than 0, we have to send the error back and we have to roll back the transaction. Here we gotta roll back the transaction, but this transaction object will do for us, and this transaction function, it's a call, it's a asynchronous operation, and it's going to take tx. So first, this is the asynchronous operation. If error comes, please roll back the transaction, do not deduct any amount from the John account. And here is our second operation. If everything is fine, we gotta add balance to the same account, and finally we have to return the balance or return the recipient. That's our transfer process. This is how you can test. You have to provide the sender ID, receiver ID, and amount you want to transfer. Here I'm saying I want to transfer $50 from John account to Sam account, and here I want to transfer $40 from John account to Sam account. We created both account with $100. Now if I try to send $20, now John will have $10 in his account. If I try to send or deduct the $20 from John account, you will receive this error, balance is less than 0, and our transaction will automatically roll back this operation. That's how the transaction is helpful. When your one query result is dependent on another, if you want to implement it, you can do it on your own, but let me do that for you. First of all, we got to create a new model inside the schema file. I have already done that model. Oh, I have to implement here. Interactive transaction, open schema.prisma, and we have to add a new model. Finally, we gotta run the migration. Migrate, not a migrate. Also have to update here, migrate. Our next step is to generate the accounts. Select the REST API. Let me delete entities. And we have to register a Prisma service inside the account module. I can register as a provider, Prisma service. And we have to import Prisma service from Prisma service. Let's inject Prisma service inside the account service. I'm gonna do dependency injection. I have to copy this line and I'm gonna paste it here. I also need to get Prisma client, so I imported the Prisma client. Let's rename or add a logic to create a new account. We gotta do the same stuff inside the account controller. Import Prisma. let's run the application and create 2 accounts in our database for testing. Application is running now. I'm gonna create a new account. Let me send the request for account creation. Port should be 3000, not 3001. So I have created the account John. Now we have to create another account with Sam name. Account has created. Let's implement the transfer account logic, transfer amount, not an account, transfer amount logic. Open the account controller. We have to register a new route for transfer amount. I'm gonna create a post method. We don't have transfer DTO. Let's create that. Transfer DTO in our DTOs, accounts, DTO. Transfer account dash DTO.ts. So here we have transfer account DTO. We also don't have a method yet inside the service, account service. So I can open account controller. Let me import transfer DTO. We don't have method. I can use the VS Code. Please declare the method inside the account service. Now you will have a method inside the account service. This is the transfer method. So here we're gonna implement our logic to transfer the account from John to Sam. I'm gonna copy the complete function. I'm gonna paste it here. So everything is good to go now. We have to test the process. Let's send the transfer amount request. It should be 3000. Let's deduct the $50 from John account to Sam account. I'm gonna deduct $50 from John. Now you can see the balance of the Sam. If I deduct the $40 again, let's use it here. So now the Sam has $190 and the John has $10. If I try to deduct $20 from John, right now the balance of John is 10. It should give me the error. You can see I got the error. One does not have the ID sender ID with 1 does not have enough to send $20. So I got the error. So I got the error here. My transaction function automatically roll back this operation. That's why transaction is very helpful. If you are doing 10-20 operations or 10-20 queries, your one query result is dependent on another query result is dependent on another. Let's imagine after 10th query there is an error, then the transaction will do the rollback for you. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to upload the file in NestJS. NestJS has already created a multer module. If you have used multer in Express, we're gonna use the same logic. They have created the multer module. They also have NestJS Platform Express to implement file upload feature. So this package provides the TypeScript typing to work with multer package, which is a middleware for handling multi-part form data. And then we will create our route handler for update. We're gonna use the interceptor. That's why I use the use interceptor decorator. Here we have file interceptor. They have already created this file interceptor, and you gotta provide the name of your file. And here we will have the upload file decorator. The type should be express.multer.file. That's it. And then it will log the file. When you send the API request from front-end application or Postman to upload a file, it will receive the file. So this decorator indicates that the method should use the file interceptor to handle the file uploads. The string file inside the file interceptor decorator refers to the field name in the request body. Now we're gonna implement this file upload method. First of all, we have to install the multer type. I have already attached the starter kit project, or if you don't have an NestJS project, you can create a brand new project and start from there. We have installed a package. Now I'm gonna copy the same code and I'm gonna do it here inside the app controller. We also need to import file interceptor from NestJS Platform Express. Whenever you need to upload the file, you have to use the use interceptor, and they have created the file interceptor. The name of the file here, you will provide the multer options. When you worked with multer, if you already worked with multer package, these are the options are same. These options are same when you work with multer package. So I'm not going to do it here. And we will have upload file. Now we need to test it. I'm gonna start the project. We need a postman to send the API request in terms of file. So here I'm gonna send request to the upload, and we have to provide the file. Select the body, and you gotta provide file. You can select the file from here, say body and a file, and then you have to select the file. I'm gonna use this PNG file. You can choose any file. Bad request, I have to remove this one. Now I'm gonna send request. You can see a file has created successfully, actually uploaded. This is the original name, this is the field file, but I wanna save this file somewhere in my folder. You can create a dist folder and you can save there. To implement this logic, you gotta provide these two options. Actually, I'm gonna copy the complete file. Use intercept. I'm gonna copy the complete use interceptor. Now it looks good. So we have to import this package from disk storage. I think I can get that from multer package. Multer disk storage. Now it looks good. So it will create the upload folder for me, and here I will have the files folder. Now we're gonna send the request to save upload the file, and you can see there is a file inside the upload folder, and inside the files we have create song mutation.png file. You can also add a validation. Let's say you can say I only want to accept PNG file. How can you add a validation? I can say upload PNG. You can do the validation upload PNG file. You can implement the validation here. Let me copy the validation logic. They provided the parse file pipe builder. What this pipe builder will do, this is a custom utility that creates a pipe for validating uploaded files. If you want to add a maximum size you can accept, you can also do that, but I'm not going to implement that. We need this logic inside the upload file. Here I also added an error status code. If error comes, it is going to log this error message, unprocessable entity. Now it can accept only the PNG file type. I've applied the pipe to add PNG validation. Let's test it out. If I add upload PNG, if I add invalid file, what will happen? I'm gonna add JPEG. I got the error. Oh, upload dash PNG. I got the error 422 unprocessable entity. If I provide the valid file, which is PNG, what will happen? You can get that from here. This is the PNG file. Now the file has uploaded successfully here. One more thing, we gotta return the message. I forgot to return the message. From here to also need to upload the message. File uploaded successfully. Let's test it out. This is the PNG file. You should see the message. File uploaded successfully. And you will see your file here. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you the concept of custom decorator. If you want to add additional functionality to a class, to a method, you can use custom decorator. Just like we did with app module, app controller, we use decorator a lot. When you look at the app module, here we have used a decorator, this module decorator. In the controller, app.controller, we have controller decorator. It means this decorator is adding an additional functionality to the app controller. Like they are adding metadata. This controller can have functions, attributes, all of the stuff. So you can improve your modularity and reusability with the help of custom decorator. You can organize code very easily. You can extend NestJS functionality by adding custom decorator. Here we're gonna use custom decorator. I have a basic simple example. We're gonna create our own custom decorator, the user decorator.ts. You use param decorator, so I can apply it on a parameter, and I'm using a function. This function is accepting two argument data. It should be unknown type, and we are getting the execution context, and I can get the request from this execution context. Here I'm adding a user into the request.user. When you have implemented authentication, you can create a custom decorator for a user. Imagine you can get this request.user from a JSON web token, and JSON web token parse the token and found the user. You can imagine that, but I hard coded it and return request.user. Yeah, this is the decorator factory function. It takes two parameter data and the context execution context. And now we're going to create a new user entity. Here we have applied a user decorator. Let's say this is authenticated route. Only authenticated user can access this route. So I would like to get the user, so you can use a user decorator and the user entity. This user decorator is going to execute this function, and this function will be executed, and it is going to add a user in the request object. That's how you can implement the custom decorator. Let's create a new file. Here I can say a user decorator, decorator.ts. I'm gonna copy my code, user decorator. You can use any name here. I also need to create another entity. This time I'm gonna call user.entity.ts. Now we're gonna apply the decorator on a user. Do I have a route? I can create the complete route to implement this user decorator. Copy this and paste it here. And we need these two imports. Now we have to test our application. So whenever you need to get a user inside any function, all you need to do is to apply the decorator. Here you can apply the decorator, upload file. You can apply decorator here, but it depends on your use case. So my application is running. I'm gonna create a new HTTP client.http file to send API request. You can say that find user only based on ID. We have to send the get request 3000 / user, and you got to provide a user ID. Now you can see I got a user. So this decorator, a user decorator, is calling the user decorator function, and this function is getting a user or setting a user to the request object and returning the request. Get decorator is nothing, it's just like a function here. In our case, I'm running a function here. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you, if you want to schedule any method or any function, you can do with cron task. If you want to schedule any task, let's say you want to calculate the expiry date of a license. Let's say your trial version is going to be expired after 7 days. You are building this type of SaaS application. Your company provides 14 days free trial, and the trial version will be expired after 14 days. What your application will do under the hood, application will run a cron task. It will execute every day and try to find out the expiry date for the current user. If user has used software for 14 days, your cron task will determine that, and it will send the notification to the user and to your application, hey, this user has used 14 days free trial, and you must have a logic or a code to handle this situation. Maybe you can send the credit card information to upgrade. So NestJS provide a package to implement this type of functionality. We're gonna install a couple of packages first. You need NestJS schedule, and you also need, or I can install it here, types of cron. Actually, I need a type as a cron separate as a dev dependency. Let's first install this package. Now we install the types, or I can use the -t and types cron. NestJS provide a schedule module from NestJS schedule package. I have to import it. If you want to use this package, let's import the module, schedule module. I have to register it or create this module. This root module will initialize the schedule module, and it will register any declarative cron jobs, timeouts, interval that exist within your application. Right now we did not define any cron task. If you have defined cron task, this for root will initialize all of your cron task, and registration occurs when the own application bootstrap lifecycle hook occurs. Now we're going to declare some cron task. This cron task will run the function automatically. We will specify some specific date time when this cron task will run. It depends on your use case. Do you want to run this cron task every week or every day or every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes or every hour? It depends on your use case. Now we're gonna create a new task service. Let's create a new task service. So let's define our first cron task in task service. Private read only logger. It will log some message. Task service dot name. If you want to define a cron task, you need a decorator. In the previous video, I taught you what are the benefits of decorator. Like, I can extend the functionality of a function by adding the cron decorator. Here you will provide your time, path, time, date, something like that. So star. You can learn more about this strategy by looking at cron task, scheduler, nest, npm. You can play around with these timing settings from this package. You can learn more about how can you set the current date, stuff like that. Here the first star represent second, the second star represents minute, the third star represent hour, and the fourth star represent the day of the month, and the fifth star represent the month, and the last star represent the weekday. Did you get that? Let's say I want to run the cron task after every 10 seconds. So what I want to do, I want to log a simple message after every 10 seconds. Let's say my cron task. I'm gonna log a message, this dot logger, not a throw, this dot logger dot debug, called when the current second is 10. Let's try to test the application. I have registered the schedule module here. This for root will initialize this method and will set up the configuration to run after 10 seconds. Let's do that. You can see it has run this debug after every 10 seconds. What if I change the setting to 5? Now after 5 seconds it has executed. Actually, it is running called when the current second is, actually it will wait for 1 minute and 5 seconds, then it will run. Wait for 1 minute and 5 seconds. Now you can see at 5:19, and then it has ran after a minute and on the 5th second. What if I run this cron task after every second? You can see it's running after every seconds, so I can use that. Called when the cron task call. That's it. So it will wait for a minute and a 15 seconds. If you want to do a little bit setting, let's say I want to run every hour at the start of at the start of the 5th minutes, but it depends on you how you want to run. This will run after every minute. Yep, after every minute it's running. This is how you can play around with cron task. In this lesson, you're gonna learn cookies. Cookies are small pieces of data that a server sends to a user browser while the user is browsing a website. These cookies are stored in user device and are used to store information about the user interaction with website. If you look up the Google Chrome, you will see the developer tools and you can find the application tab. Here you will find all of your cookies if you have stored. We have only single cookie. You can implement also cookie based authentication. Just like we did in authentication module, we saved a JSON web token into a local storage. But if you work with a local storage or a front-end application, you can store your JSON web token in this storage, but you can also use a cookie and you can save your token in encrypted format. So these are all the use cases of cookies. Like most of the time when you access or fetch or look at the website, or when you visit the same website again and again, the next time it tries to fetch the data from your cookies, it has saved all of your authentication, all of your password in cookies. When you go to the Google Password Manager, where all of this data is stored, all of this data is stored in your cookies. Remember, when you look at the history, or let me look at the history, if you want to delete all of your data, it will also ask you, hey, do you want to delete all of your cookie stuff? You have data inside the cookie. So you can save any token inside the cookie. Let me talk about the use cases of cookies. You can manage user sessions. Let's say if you want to expire a user session after 30 days or after 24 hours, you can have that type of logic in cookie, and this cookie will be stored here inside the application and the cookies tab. If you have any type of shopping cart application, you can also do a little bit saving in the cookies. Let's say a user has added 3 to 4 items to the checkout, and he left the website, and then you can send user, hey, you left something. A user can see all of his checkout items. You can do some type of tracking and analytics. You can do authentication, like cookies can help with authentication and security by storing tokens or other information that verifies a user identity. You can use load balancing, state management, and caching stuff with cookies. Now I'm gonna implement the cookies in NestJS project. You gotta install these two packages. I have already installed them. I have already installed in my package.json file. This is the cookie parser you need, and then you also need a typing for cookie parser. Go ahead and install them. Alright, our next step is to register a cookie parser in main.ts file. This is our main entry file. Here I have registered a cookie parser. You can import it as a star. And here, if you want to add your secret, you can do it here. Or if you want to add some logic or decode, something like that. This is the option from a cookie package. You can go to cookie parser. So this package is similar to this one cookie parser, but you can look at the documentation, what type of options you have. Now our next step is to set the cookie. I'm gonna create a new route to set the cookie, and we need a response from the NestJS comment and response type from the express package. Here I'm allowing the framework. You can set the cookie. I'm gonna set the cooking token name, encrypted cookie string, something here. It's a key value pair, and I'm sending a message, cookie saved successfully. Here I'm trying to log all of your cookies and return cookies in the get route. Now we need to test the application. When you look at the app controller, here let's say I want to set a new cookie. I've already saved that cookie in my application. When you look at the localhost colon application tab, here we have the cookie. Let's say I want to set a new cookie. It should be, let's say, a user token or authenticated token, something like that. JWT auth, JWT encrypt, something like that. Yes, jwt.io. So what I want to do, so let's, can I do that? Let's add this payload here, or you can say I want to add a user ID. Let's say token, I'm gonna add a user ID. Let's say it's a MongoDB ID. Or you can say user ID. So let's send the request from our browser to first set the cookie. So I can set the request. Please set the cookie. Cookie saved successfully, and you can see your user ID here. This one. But it did not encrypt. But it did not save as encrypted. You have to save your encrypted value here. Let's say I'm gonna copy this token and you gotta paste it here. Now I have an encrypted value. So cookie saved successfully. What if I try to get the cookie, get all of my cookie? It is going to give me the user ID and cookie token name. That's how, if you want to implement cookie based authentication, you can do that. If you want to implement high intensive tasks, then you need queues. High intensive tasks mean sending emails, generating reports, processing images, or any task that can be offloaded from the main application flow. With the help of queues, you can manage and process tasks in the background without blocking the main application execution. So you can use queues in task generation when you identify tasks that can be processed asynchronously. Let's consider sending an email after a user register. Instead of sending email directly with the registration endpoint, you can push the task of sending email to a queue. So this task is executed in the background, separate from the main application thread. This ensures that the main application remains responsive and does not get blocked by the time-consuming tasks. So if you have highly CPU intensive tasks, then you can use queues. Let's dive into the implementation of queues in NestJS. NestJS provided the bull package. They have written their own implementation by using the original bull package. You have to install the package first. I'm gonna install the NestJS bull. I also need to install npm install bull, the simple bull package. NestJS bull is using the Redis under the hood. So you need Redis caching library. Make sure you have Docker in your system. We're gonna use Docker to pull Redis image. I'm not going to install Redis separately, so that's why I'm gonna use Docker. Now let's create a new module. Our application, what we want to do, we're going to create a fake implementation to convert .wav audio file to mp3. We're going to write fake implementation. Let's say you have a use case where you want to convert .wav file to mp3, or you have an application where you need this functionality. You want to convert video mp4 to mp3. In that case, you need a queue. Let's create a new audio module. We're gonna write implementation here to convert .wav file to mp3. Then we need a Docker compose. We're gonna use Redis image.
Now we're gonna set up Redis in the Docker Compose file. Let's create a new file inside the root directory. I'm gonna do it here, Docker Compose .yaml. Let's rename it to YAML. So we have to start the Docker Compose. My Docker is running now. Let's install Docker Compose up. It will pull the Redis image from the Docker Hub, but I have already pulled Docker Redis image. So my Redis server has started. I think I've already installed another extension to work with Redis. If you want, you can install that. Here you can see the Redis. I have installed this one, Database Manager for MySQL, MariaDB, Postgres, SQLite, and Redis. Here you will see the database. If I try to create a connection for the Redis, localhost 6379, that's my port, so I can connect. Now you will see all of my databases. So this is my current or the latest. I'm gonna delete the rest of the other. Now I have the empty. Let's remove everything. Let's connect. So I have the audio queue. So get rid of this one. Now we have the empty database. Now we need to register a bull module. So in the app module, I'm gonna register it here. New module, and I'm gonna do it here. Make sure you imported a bull module. Bull module. Import. From NestJS. NestJS bull and bull module. So I'm gonna open a new tab to run my application. Next, we need to register a queue inside the audio module. You will find the audio module here. So we gotta register it here. Make sure you imported the bull module. I'm gonna copy that and let me paste it here. So this register queue, this method is used to register a queue within your application. It takes an optional object as an argument to configure the queue. We have provided the name of our queue, audio queue, and this is the name. You will see the name here. Here it should be the audio queue. This one, where is my Redis? Yep. You will see the audio queue here. Let's move forward. Now we're gonna create a convert endpoint. I'm gonna copy that into audio controller, and so we have audio queue. Let's imagine we would like to convert .wav file into MP3. This is I'm just writing the fake implementation. We are not writing the exact logic to convert the file, but you can do that. This is just a file name. This is an optional object. So this will add a new entry inside the queue. So we have injected the audio queue. I got this queue from the bull package, the type. Now we need a processor to process the queue. Let's define a new audio processor. Audio.processor.es. It would be a service or provider. So we gotta register it here inside the providers. Audio processor. So here, when you want to process this, when the application wants to process, it is going to call this handle convert. This job will take this argument as a job here inside the audio processor. So I'm just trying to do the lock here. Let's run the application. To convert .wav file to mp3, we have to set the convert request. So in the HTTP client, I'm going to send the post request, convert, let's say .wav file to mp3, post http localhost :3000/audio/convert. I don't need to provide any argument, but if you want to provide argument or request body, you can do that. Now you can see it has run successfully. I got this message starting WAV file inside the audio processor. Here, start converting WAV file to mp3, and I got the object which is sample.wav file, which I have passed here. Whatever you pass here, it will be received here inside the job.data. And finally, it has completed this one. If you have any type of logic to convert .wav file to mp3, you will implement here. But what if I look up the database? Do you have this one? Convert. Yep, you can see the bull, and we have the audio queue. This is our message. I can show you. Here you can see the name is convert, which we named here the convert. This one queue key is here convert, and the data is sample.wav file and all of these metadata. What if I provide additional data, let's say ID, which is 1, so it is going to save also ID. Let's run the request. You can see I got the file and ID, and let me refresh it. I'm gonna connect. You can see file sample.wav, and you can see the ID. The name is convert, and the audio queue, which is we have named here inside the audio module. This is the audio queue. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you the event emitter. In NestJS, event emitter is a mechanism that allows different parts of your application to communicate with each other, an event-driven approach. So you can learn more about, you can do communication between modules, services, components, or classes. Under the hood, NestJS uses event emitter to collaborate with these services and modules and components. So an event emitter works with publisher and subscriber pattern. If you heard about this design pattern or you have used this design pattern. Now we're going to talk about some practical use cases of event emitter. You can do module communication. You can send the notification system. We're going to use this use case. In the previous video, we have converted .wav file to .mp3. Now I want to send the notification if the file has successfully converted. We need to send the notification to the user. We can also use for real-time updates. If you have any plugin system, you can do with the help of event emitter. You can achieve logging and monitoring. You can do error handling and reporting. This one is also useful. You can implement in user authentication and authorization. For example, authorization service could emit an event when user logs in and other parts of application can respond accordingly. Let's say user has logged after 10 days. Your system or your application can have notification. You can also implement in the caching and management. In our case, we're going to take example from our previous example. Let's say you want to send the notification when .wav file converts successfully into .mp3 format. You can use event emitter to send the notification. You gotta install the package first, NestJS event emitter. And next step, you gotta register the event emitter in the app module. Let me change my branch. Here, event emitter pro. We gotta install event emitter again because I was in a different branch. Let's install it. We have event emitter. Let's register it in the app module. I'm gonna do it here. We have to import the event emitter module. I have to import it manually. Event emitter module from NestJS event emitter. That looks good. We have registered the event emitter module. This will register all of your event listener or create all of your event listener. We will have audio converted listener. It's a service, it's a provider. This we have just a method. It will accept the event and the audio event. We will create the type. This is the name of the listener or the name of the event. That's why I used on event. Here, when you emit the event, this audio converted event, this function will be called. We're gonna emit this event in the handle convert. In the previous video, we used this method to convert .wav into mp3. So when you emit this event, this method will be called. So you can have any type of logic here. Maybe you will have an email service and your email service will have a method to send email. Let's create a new file. I'm gonna copy all of the code. This is a provider we're gonna create inside the audio converted. What's the name of the file? Audio converted listener. I can say audio.converted, or you can say audio converted listener.ts. So we have this file. We did not create this type. Let's create this type in audio folder. I can say audio Actually, we can do it in an events folder. We're gonna store all of the types. Audio converted event.ts. It's nothing more, it's just a type for TypeScript class. It looks good. Make sure you register your provider in the audio module. So audio converted listener. Now we need to emit this event in your handle convert. We have done it in the processor. File converted successfully, and you can send a message. Make sure you have import or inject event emitter 2 from NestJS event emitter package. NestJS event emitter. Event emitter. I don't know why they use 2, so I'm gonna use the same stuff. 2 event emitter 2, and we have emit this event, this one. Now we have to test the application. Let's run the application. I think, do I need a Docker? Let's run the application. Yes, I need a Docker. Let's start the Docker first, because we were using Redis when we were building this queue. So this queue is dependent on bull module is dependent on Redis. Let me start my Docker. Now my Docker is running. Now let's run the application to test this event emitter. We have to send the API request to convert .fav file to MP3. It should log the message. Actually, it should run this event, this method. Let's send the request. I'm not able to send the request. Why? Saying waiting. I think I did something wrong here. Look at the audio processor or audio controller. Wait. I think it is not calling this method or emitting this method, emitting this event. Oh, I think we did not start Redis server. Let's do it. I'm gonna send the request. Connect with Redis. So it has executed successfully, and I got the message notification has sent to the user that file is converted successfully. So I also logged the event. That looks good. We have successfully achieved our desired use case. Here it has emitted the event. I also passed
a data object from the queue job.data, which we were sending from here. So I received the same object inside the event listener. Here I received the same event here, and here I logged the event. The first one is the event, and the message notification has sent to user successfully. This is how you will implement event emitter in NestJS. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you the streaming in NestJS. Streaming is the process of sending or receiving data in small chunks called streams. Rather than sending or receiving the entire data at once, the concept is based on Stream API in Node.js and is utilized for more efficient data handling, especially when dealing with large amounts of data, such as files, network requests, or real-time data transmissions. You can use streaming for file upload and file download. You can do real-time communication. If you have to build a media streaming type application like Netflix, then you need streaming API. API responses, reading and writing from stream. When processing data from sources that generate data incrementally, such as reading log file or parsing large XML or JSON documents. You can do some data aggregation, server sent events, database operations, proxy servers, all of these practical use cases of streaming. In this video, I'm just showing you how to download a file with the help of streaming. We need a Nest controller, a file controller. Here I will specify a method. It will download the file from this current project as a package.json file. It is going to save in my computer. This is another customized way to download the file. When you download the file with this method, it will download the exact package.json file. Here it will not download with extension, only text file. Let me show you the difference between them. Let's create a new controller. Open the file controller. Let me import some dependencies. And we need to use this method to download the file. I'm going to create a new method here. Let's run the application. Let's try to send the request to the file. We have the endpoint file and the stream file and stream file. Now it is going to download the package.json file. You can see it is giving just only a stream file. It did not download with package.json file. If I open the file, you will see it is nothing more. It's just a simple text file in a JSON format. But we want to download the exact JSON file. You can do the same stuff when you want to download images or video. You have to specify here the content type should be video or audio. It depends on your use case, and you also can provide the name of your file just like we did the package.json file. You have to do it content disposition. Now we're gonna copy the same method and place it here. It will return a streamable file. I have created the stream by you joining the path, which is this one. I'm referring to package.json file. And finally, I'm setting the response by setting application JSON. My file name would be this one, act as the attachment. And finally, it is going to return the streamable file. Now, if I go to this endpoint file and /stream file customize, what will happen? Now it is going to do stream file customize.json, or not it should be JSON. Now it is going to see, you will see the package.json file. I already downloaded the package.json file when I was practicing this. I can replace that. You will see the package.json file. I have opened the file in my Mozilla Firefox. You can see the package.json file. We have scripts, we have all the dependencies, and we have the dev dependencies. This is how you can download any file. If you have images, you can specify your image format, or you can name the file name or your image file name. You can also set your image content type. In this lesson, you're going to learn this session in NestJS. Session refers to the concept of maintaining stateful data between consecutive requests from the same client. A session allows you to store and retrieve user-specific information on the server across multiple requests, typically using cookies to identify the session. If you have used session-based authentication in your project, the concept is same. You can use session to maintain the authentication state of a user. When a user logs in, session can be created with their authentication data, and subsequent request can be authenticated based on the session. You can use session in authorization, user preferences, shopping carts, user tracking, caching, personalization, and form data persistence. We're going to use the Express session. Let's install these two packages. I have already installed in my package.json file session express session, and the next package you need type of express session. Then our next step is to register a middleware. When you go to main.ts, you gotta register it here, app.session. Make sure you import your session from the express session. You can use any secret key. You can also set resave. You can read the documentation of resave, what this resave is doing. You can also read the documentation of save uninitialized. You can find documentation here from the express session. When you check a save or resave, here you will find the documentation uninitialized. Initialized, you can also find the documentation of uninitialized. Next, we have app controller. Here I'm going to create a simple route to log in. Let's say a user wants to log in. When logged in successfully, we have verified the user from the database. Then you can set the user into the session. I have set the object ID and the username. And when later user wants to access his profile, he can do that because we have saved the user in the session. So here, if there is a user in the session, it is going to return user, else not logged in. You can test it simple by sending the login request. It is saying a user has logged in, just like it did. If I try to retrieve the profile, it is going to give me the profile, because we have set that user when we were logged in, this one. Now I got this hello with the user and the name. This is how if you use JSON Web Token, we basically stored a JSON Web Token in the storage. But if you want to use session based authentication on front end, You can do that.